Okay.
Do you want to hang out? I'm free after work.
Okay, so I spent some 3 of those. 2 clouds, 1 this, or no, this. To get Chiz up a bit. That's fine. Mm-hmm.
Boeing? Me? I'm here.
Ah, so I didn't need to level up Chiz. I just needed to press a bunch of buttons. Mm-hmm.
Hello. This is Chiz. Pink Paws Bank employee number 018888. At your service.
10. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the main question is going to be probably most likely how much? costs how much?
Nice car, appraiser.
Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on sale. Members get a discount.
Not that much.
Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on sale. Members get a discount.
Mm-hmm.
Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on sale. Members get a discount. Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on sale. Members get a discount.
Mm. Can we do it cheaper?
Did you get hurt?
No, I didn't. See what's up. I don't know what to use. Google this time.
Can I hold onto your clothes?
Can hold them too.
Did you get hurt? Huh? Welcome to Oops. I'm glad I got to hang out with you. I got a good view sitting here.
And outside these Depop toy stores. Plain promenade recommended. So here.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to an update on the latest beta version. V2 of this beta has brought us basically no changes, and I decided that since we have a version that, isn't really bringing anything new this time, we can use this opportunity to take a breather and summarize everything that's going on in the beta. So let's just get right into it. First of all, just the V2 changes were basically all wording changes. Odette got some wording changes that seem to indicate there might be some actual gameplay changes that allow her to properly use her burst into skill without needing to cast the skill twice, but that doesn't seem to be all that impactful. You still don't really want to use her burst. So let's talk about all of the new things that are in this beta. So first, let's talk about the artifact sets. And one of the biggest issues with this beta is that if you take the wording at face value, a lot of characters that feel like they should work with these things just don't. There's a lot of times where they say triggering Stellar Swirl, and clearly the set is intended, or the weapon, whatever, is intended to be used on a character that is not Animo. So they can't trigger Stellar Swirl. And so a lot of these descriptions, for now, I'm assuming that they are going to get changed in future versions. In a lot of my calcs, I assume that these sets can work on the characters where they, based on only the description, it doesn't actually say that they can, but that is still very much speculation. So we have a new Stellar Swirl set that is supposed to be the equivalent to the Stellar Conduct set that has been released alongside the Hexerai support set. 2 pieces attack percent. The 4-piece, the English text is not the same as the Chinese text. The Chinese text says crit rate, the English text says attack. Considering the fact that this set is, if it gives crit rate, just exactly the same as the Stellar Conduct set, but with Stellar Swirl instead. And if it gives attack, it's just outright worse for no reason. I think it's very likely that the Chinese text is the correct one. So this set gives 18% attack, and triggering a Stellar Swirl reaction increases the character's attack by 16% and Stellar Swirl damage by 40%. And most likely, this is supposed to be crit rate. So 16% crit rate, 40% Stellar Swirl damage. Just in terms of stats, this is, so again, assuming it's crit rate, it's the same as a Stellar Conduct set, so it's a pretty good amount of stats. You're pretty happy to use that. However, right now, when we look at the characters that are being given Stellar Swirl damage, some of them are not attack scalers, so this set won't necessarily be useful for them. We also have the triggering a Stellar Swirl reaction, which if we take at face value, means that cryo characters can't use this because they can't trigger Stellar Swirl. They can contribute to Stellar Swirl damage. They can deal direct Stellar Swirl damage, but Animo cannot be an aura on enemies, which means that the cryo character can never trigger Stellar Swirl, unless you're against an Animo hypostasis, I guess. But because the only other set bonus option for cryo characters is going to be VV, as we're going to see in a second, I think it's like impossible that they don't change this to make it work on the cryo characters. Before we get any deeper into the artifact sets, we can quickly summarize what Stellar Swirl does. When you trigger Stellar Swirl, so when you apply Animo onto an enemy that has cryo, you will deal Stellar Swirl damage. Stellar Swirl, Animo damage. Cryo Swirl.
Greetings. Welcome. Your path ahead is. Greetings. Welcome to the wit. Your path ahead is.
By default is not Animo damage, it is cryo damage. So for example, if you're fighting a slime, an electro slime, a cryo slime, whatever, you trigger swirl, it doesn't deal any damage. If you're against a cryo absorbed enemy, if you're against a slime, with Stellar Swirl, you will actually deal damage with that swirl. Not all Stellar Swirl damage is Animo, it can be either Animo or cryo, and the reaction itself also does both. When you trigger Stellar Swirl, it deals Animo damage, but it also spawns a vortex. And that vortex, after 3 seconds, will deal cryo damage. The amount of cryo damage increases if you apply or if you trigger Stellar Swirl multiple times within this 3 seconds window. And if you apply cryo 3 times, you can detonate the vortex early and immediately start making a new one. The amount of damage that you deal when you trigger a Stellar Swirl reaction, it works the same way as the lunar reaction damage contribution, where instead of only looking at the stats of the character that triggered the reaction, it looks at the stats of everyone involved in the reaction, everyone that applied Animo or Cryo. The base damage of it has a reaction coefficient of 0.75, which means that it is about 1084, but with the contribution coefficient, it's basically about 650 base on your Stellar Swirl damage, but on
Thank you for your patronage.
I can do this.
Going for a race where you don't know, when you don't know where the finish line is, it's like ridiculously unfair.
like normal swirl, which, as a reminder, normal swirl base damage is 868. Unlike normal swirl, stellar swirl can crit. So just like lunar charge and electro charge, what's gonna end up happening is, because you don't necessarily want to build your characters in a taser team just fully M, the reaction itself might not necessarily be able to do more damage, but because it uses stats that you want to build anyways, it ends up doing a lot more. Now, specifically for Stellar Swirl, with all of the changes that are coming next patch, which again, like we'll get into, but a lot of it is interconnected, so I kind of have to reference things I'll mention later already. I apologize for that. But with all of the changes that we're getting, Stellar Damage just has access to so many different multipliers and buffs that it actually does end up dealing a pretty significant amount more damage than the transformative reaction that Swirl does normally. That being said, this is not the only part of it. We talked about this base damage when you trigger Stellar Swirl and deal Animo damage, and obviously it's always going to have at least two contributors, otherwise it wouldn't be a reaction. The second contributor has a base damage that is half that, and the third contributor is divided by 12. And the way that this works is the main contributor isn't the one that triggers the reaction, it's just the one that would have the highest number when this is multiplied by your elemental mastery multiplier and multiplied by your crit. So you don't have to think too hard about like making sure that the right character is like it's basically it does the work for you. That's the animal portion of it. The vortex also looks at the stats of everyone who contributed to the reactions that led to its explosion, but its base multiplier is 3 instead. So obviously your secondary contributor would be 1300 instead of 2600, and etc. This is like pretty intimidating if you're not already used to the way that it works in the lunar reactions. But the main thing that you have to keep in mind is that, as a general rule, when it comes to the reaction damage itself, you will mainly care about the stats of your 2 characters that have the most stats that are participating in the reaction. Getting stats on a 3rd one doesn't really matter. Now, it might matter for their individual kits, but when it comes to the Stellar Swirl damage itself, it doesn't. None of this Stellar Swirl damage gets increased by attack. It's all looking at your elemental mastery multiplier, and your crit. And the actual amount of damage that it can do is at a baseline kind of similar to lunar, but there is one factor that changes things a pretty decent amount that you can look forward to once we get to the characters. Let's keep going with the artifact sets. The other artifact set, which is certainly a name that I can read and pronounce, is the Stellar Support set that we have been waiting for. The 2-piece gives you 18% attack. The 4-piece is when you trigger Stellar Conduct, Stellar Swirl, or directly deal reaction damage of the above types. So this one does mention directly dealing reaction damage. So this one, we know that it works on basically anyone in these teams. Your attack is increased by 12%, so it gives 30% attack total, and nearby party members gain 50% stellar damage for 12 seconds. This can trigger off-field, which means that as long as your character has any sort of off-field presence, this is full uptime. But even if your character doesn't have off-field, because it's a 12-second duration, you still have 12 seconds of uptime on this buff. So you might not necessarily need to have off-field for this to work. 50% is just a really big number. As a reminder, Serenade gave 120 elemental mastery and 10% lunar damage. Generally, this 50% is just a lot more than the 120 EM. Maybe except for characters like Nefer that double dip into the EM to get direct EM scaling and EM multiplier. But yeah, that's a good point that someone in chat is bringing up right now. Stellar is not getting the Ascendant Gleam team building bonus that Lunar did, which provided lunar damage based on your character's stats when your non-lunar characters used abilities. So putting both together, I guess this is pretty similar. Yeah, it's a very good set. You are using this set no matter what in these teams. It is never worth using a different support set unless, well, you have one character that can use this and another character that can use a different support set. And the only other change for artifacts is to Viridescent Venerer. Viridescent Venerer is getting buffed to include Stellar Swirl. There are 2 major things here. One, it's not reflected in the English text, but supposedly this works on dealing direct Stellar Swirl damage, even on characters that are not Animo. So even if you don't trigger the reaction, supposedly this will work on Sandrone's updated Stellar stuff, on Cryo MC stuff. That's the first thing. So you're getting the shred, even if it's not an Animo character, potentially. The other thing is 60. 60 is a really big number that makes this set, even without the shred, basically your best option if you can't use the other set that might require you to trigger the reaction. 60 is just a really big number, and yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. So for people who assume that the Stellar Cryo characters can't trigger the new Stellar set, what they use in their calcs is VV, which is very funny. You end up using VV on your Cryo carries and like Instructor on your Sucrose. To me, that's very funny. Next, we can talk about the weapon changes. So first of the new weapons is this blade, which is a weapon that is the Traveler's new signature weapon. Now, from what we understand, this weapon is given for free, and you unlock levels and refinements for it through the Sneznoya Statue of the Seven with exploration. At R1, I'm pretty sure you can't even level it fully, so there's no point, really, to looking at it at low refines. But at R1, it doesn't do much. It's 16% attack and a little bit of energy. It's kind of whatever. And it won't be high level, so that 5-star base stats won't matter. But once you get the full weapon, it has a 608 base attack and a crit rate substat. This is 5-star baseline stats, so it's just pretty high to begin with. That by itself is enough to be competitive and often beat the 4-star weapons for characters that don't have great 4-star weapons. So if you look at a character like Skirk, who has access to good 4-star weapons like Finale of the Deep or Calamity of Eshu, often this won't be better. But if you look at characters like Darin, maybe, if you don't have Wolf Fang, this actually could be a pretty meaningful upgrade. Now, we don't know yet if you can actually equip this on anyone other than the Traveler, and my personal hypothesis is that they're gonna make this like the mannequin, where you just can't use it in endgame content, and it'd be really funny if they did, and also unfortunate. But honestly, as a weapon on characters other than Traveler, it's not actually like that big of an upgrade over 4-star stat sticks, because just not having a passive is bad. It can be an upgrade on some characters, but it's not a like big upgrade on a lot of characters. Now, what is the passive? When the Traveler equips this, crit damage is increased by 6% for every element that they have resonated with. Now, with Snezhnaya, we will have resonated with every element, which means this is going to be a 42 crit damage passive. When the Traveler equips this, hitting an opponent will restore 5 energy and will increase attack by 40% for the next 8 seconds. This can be triggered even when the character is off field. This effect can occur once every 5 seconds, so it restores a bunch of energy and it gives you 40 attack percent. So this weapon is 42 crit damage, 40 attack percent, and some energy. Now, worth noting, this does work on any Traveler, so this is a pretty major buff to the previous versions of Traveler as well. Although, this weapon won't be enough to make the bad Travelers good, but it will make the Travelers that were already considered pretty decent, namely Pyro Traveler, a good amount stronger. Now, because we're unlikely to have access to this at high refine, and therefore also potentially at high level in 7.0, because we're not going to have all of Snezhnaya unlocked yet, it's going to impact assumptions for any calcs that look at Traveler, because this is so much better than everything else on them. But obviously, if you don't have it, you're not getting access to this major part of the Traveler's power. We will leave Odette's signature weapon for later. We'll talk about it in the context of Odette. And we can take a look at the new 4-star weapons. So we have, obviously, 5 new craftable weapons, because we have a new region. But we also have a new wave of Battle Pass weapons. The Battle Pass weapons are pretty much all whatever. They're not actually that good on that many characters. So, the bow, for every character in the party who also belongs to the same region as the equipping character, attack is increased by 8%, and EM is increased by 32. This includes the character wielding this, but it's capped at 3. If you're getting the full value, that's 24% attack, 96 elemental mastery, which is like a pretty alright passive, but it's not insane to the point where you would want to run a weaker team of 3 characters of the same region to capitalize on this passive. Attack and EM are the stats that you care about the most in like Lunar and Stellar, but right now the only bow character that we have that deals noticeable Lunar or Stellar damage is Linnea, and she is not an attack scaler. This is still a pretty good weapon for her, but it's not like a major upgrade the same way that a weapon like Sack Jade is very good for Columbina, because you're wasting a good portion of the passive. Refines are linear, so they just double at R5. It's not a bad weapon. You can use it. It'll often be better than some of your other 4-star stat sticks, but it's not like a particularly meaningful addition to the Battle Pass. The sword is also, again, low base attack, high crit rate. Using an elemental skill gives you a buff that keeps track of how much you're moving and gives you attack percent based on how much you're moving. If you don't move at all, it's 20%. If you move a lot, it's 40%. We don't know how much you need to move to keep that up. 20% attack is not a lot. 40% attack is a pretty good amount, and 80% attack, if you get it at full refine, is a very large amount. This means that we basically have an option for like long-term Battle Pass buyers that's like realistically on a character that can use this even better than Serpent Spine is. So with Serpent Spine often not being that far behind some of the 5-star weapons and some of the signature weapons on the characters where Serpent Spine is at its best, if you end up getting characters that care about this weapon and you buy the Battle Pass, you could decide, okay, well, I'll just get refines on this instead of going for Sig and still get something that's probably similar. Realistically, I expect Vesna to be an attack scaling sword user, and we had a leak a while back that said that the Stellar Swirl Vortex allows you to jump higher, which would hint at a jump playstyle, which inherently moves a lot. So if that's the case, that's clearly the character this weapon is made for. Right now, the only sword user that moves a lot is Claude. Whether you can use this on Skirk or not depends on how much of the 40% Skirk can get. We need to see how fast you lose it. But Skirk also potentially has problems with the crit rate. Any issues that you have with Maréchaussée, you would have with this weapon because they basically give the same amount of crit rate. This weapon on Skirk's signature set is the same amount of crit rate as Maréchaussée on an attack that doesn't give crit rate. Catalyst? Using an elemental skill increases attack and EM, attack by 20%, EM by 100, for 6 seconds, and using a charge attack extends that effect by 6 seconds up to 12. It's not great on that many characters. Widsith existing makes the value of a crit stat stick less meaningful for Catalysts, and Sack Jade existing means that if you already have a Sack Jade, the value of a weapon that gives a bit of EM and is a 36.8 crit rate weapon, you already have. So realistically, this is mainly for characters like Risley, but stellar teams in general don't actually get that many external attack buffs, which leads to crit rate weapons not actually being that much better than attack weapons. And at R1, the numbers on this passive are just lower than the numbers on the craftable on the passive. It makes up for this by having a better substat, but like I said, the substat isn't that much better. So R1 of this isn't actually that much better than R5 of the new craftable. So if you're not getting refines on it, it doesn't really feel like a meaningful upgrade on basically anyone. Again, probably going to change at some point. We'll probably get characters that work with it better, but right now, yeah. The Claymore is Widsith without the RNG, basically. So again, low base attack, high substat, crit rate, and it gives
Whoa.
a buff, and that buff changes every 10 seconds. It starts at 20% attack, then it changes to 120 elemental mastery, and then it changes to 32% stellar damage. If you trigger Stellar Conduct or Stellar Swirl, you retain the current buff for an extra 12 seconds, and from what we understand so far, that doesn't prevent the next buff from activating. So if you trigger this buff after 9 seconds, 1 second before the attack is supposed to change to the elemental mastery, right? You deal some stellar swirl damage. It locks in the attack buff so that it will remain for an extra 12 seconds. So for 13 seconds because you have 1 second left. And then after 1 second of field time, you will also get the elemental mastery buff for 10 seconds. So your field time will have an overlapping 20% attack and 120 EM. Now, if you swap in right after changing the buff, instead what's going to end up happening is you'll have 9 seconds of a 20% attack buff, and then 1 second of 20% attack and 120 EM. So this seems like a massive pain to deal with, because you'll have to keep track of the timer a lot better, assuming that my understanding of how it works is accurate. But in terms of numbers, 20% attack, 120 EM, or 20% attack, 32 stellar damage, or 120 EM, 32 stellar damage is, again, pretty similar to the other Battle Pass weapons in terms of numbers. I think it's a tiny little bit more in terms of stat allocation, but it's, again, right, very, very similar. The last one is the Polearm. It's the only one that is not a carry weapon, or like an off-field damage dealer weapon. It is mid-base attack, not low, so 510, and energy recharge substat. Triggering a cryo or hydro-related elemental reaction increases attack by 20% and regenerates 6 energy for other members of the party. This is a Favonius equivalent. When you trigger Favonius, you generate 3 clear particles. Those particles give 6 base energy to the character who is on field when you catch them, and 3.6 base energy to the characters that are off field when you catch them. That base energy is affected by energy recharge, so a character with 200 ER will get double that amount of energy. This weapon is not generating particles. It's restoring flat energy, which means that it is not affected by energy recharge, and it does not affect the wielder. This means that if, say, you're using this weapon on Eonson, and let's say your Eonson has like 180% energy recharge on Favonius Flag. So, with a Fav proc and one Troll proc in a Mawika team with Mawika, Eonzon's ER requirements on Favonius Lance are 165. On this new weapon, her own ER requirements would go up to 206, but because the weapon itself is giving you 14% more energy recharge, the gap is not 40, it's about 25% more ER that you need from substats. The point being here, using this weapon instead of a Favonius weapon, obviously you can't use it on Eonson in a Melt team because she's not triggering a cryo or hydro reaction in those teams, but the energy requirements on the character that is using this weapon will be pretty significantly higher. In exchange for that, the refund to the rest of the team will tend to be higher, and their respective energy requirements will be lower. That being said, that's only really for characters that deal a lot of damage. What I mean by that here is when you have a character like Sifali, who doesn't really deal any damage, you're building energy recharge on them. And if a character has 200% energy recharge, which is one main stat, and 50% from substats, so about 12 per artifact other than the Sands, this 3.6 energy you get from 3 clear particles is multiplied by 2, 7.2. And it's just more energy for them. The only characters that actually tend to care about this are characters that do not want to build a lot of ER. Where if you are using this, your actual ER requirements are going to end up being at like 120 on your other party members, and you're able to actually get more energy from this than from Fab. But even then, it's not a big difference, and it increases the ER requirements of whoever's wielding this. So realistically, this weapon is kind of just worse than Fab. That doesn't mean it's strictly worse, though. There are 2 upsides that this weapon has over Fab. One, this refund is not random. Favonius gives you the energy when you trigger a crit, which forces you to build more crit on a lot of characters, which means you don't get to build stats other than crit. Now, if those characters deal damage, that's fine, right? Escaffier doesn't struggle and suffer from being forced to build crit, but a character like Eonson, that's not the case. Again, Eonson here can't use this weapon, but when it comes to like future characters that can use this is still kind of interesting. So that's the first upside. It's not reliant on crit, so if you have a character that needs to build stats other than crit, this can be a way to still get your reliable energy regeneration. And the second upside is that unlike Favonius, refines don't change the cooldown, they just change the amount of energy. This means that for characters that would only be able to proc Fav 1 time per rotation, even at R5 Fav, you just get it more reliably. R5 of this weapon is just 12 energy instead of 6, which is a lot more. 12 is pretty much always more than a Fav proc, so on characters that aren't necessarily reliant on the energy themselves, this could definitely be a pretty big upgrade to Fav. The problem is that right now we don't really have any of those. Pretty much every character that uses Fav and can trigger cryo or hydro reactions cares about their own energy, so it doesn't really have a user yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with more users for it. That's kind of a common theme with all of these Battle Pass weapons. The numbers on them aren't necessarily bad, but the way that they're allocated and the users for them right now aren't necessarily the best. We do have a user for this one in Sandrone, but Sandrone very easily overcaps with this, so it's not even that good. Anyways, we got the Battle Pass stuff out of the way. Let's take a look at the craftable weapons now. First one is the Covenant of Frost and Snow. This is a defense substat bow. Using elemental skill increases EM by 120 for 12 seconds. At R5 is 240. Now, as a reminder, when we were looking at Linnea, the weapon options that we had were relatively limited, and the 4-star weapons and 3-star weapons were basically restricted to use Slingshot or Suffer. If you had artifacts that had too much crit for you to use Slingshot, your best bet was basically using like Sharpshooter's Oath or Snare Hook. And Snare Hook, which was the Knockout craftable, effectively is also just 240 elemental mastery, but the substat is ER, and Linnea doesn't really care about this. So this is pretty much just a strict upgrade on snare hook for Linnea. That'll generally be better than Slingshot, but the uptime on this effect is lower. This is not full uptime on Linnea. You will get it on, I believe, the first 3 hits of Lumi on the tap E, and you will not have it on the last lunar hit, but I'm not entirely sure if the third one gets it. Even then, though, this is just a pretty alright weapon that'll be similar to Slingshot, slightly better generally. More importantly, it being something other than crit rate can give you more flexibility in terms of your artifacts, so that can be nice. If you already have a good build that has a crit ratio balance around Slingshot, this is probably not big enough of an upgrade to warrant 5 billets if you have literally any other use for them, but if you don't have any other use for them, it can be nice to have. Next up is the Catalyst. This is probably the most impactful one of these craftable weapons, because right now we have a Catalyst Stellar character that has some pretty garbage weapon options. Yae Miko has very bad uptime on Witsith. Witsith generally is half uptime. It has a 30-second cooldown, and pretty much no rotations are longer than 30 seconds, and almost no rotations are shorter than 15, which means that by default, Witsith is proccing every other rotation. On Yae Miko, though, the 10-second duration of the Witsith buff, since she's an off-fielder who doesn't snapshot, means that almost half in 18-second rotation, more than half in longer rotations, of her damage isn't getting the Witsith buff, even on the rotation where you activate it. So instead of this half uptime Witsith, we have 25% uptime Witsith. At that point, even if the Witsith buff is very good, it's starting to get very diluted. Obviously, I doesn't care as much about the damage percent buff as the other two in Stellar, but the biggest problem is not the damage percent buff, it's the fact that your uptime on Witsith is just really bad. This weapon is a Stellar weapon, and it is going to be very nice for Yae, and an actual upgrade over R5 Witsith. So let's take a look at what it does. This is a high base attack percent substat. Like I said earlier, because these Stellar teams don't necessarily have access to the most external attack percent buffs, or
Almost
really don't have access
100k.
to any flat attack buffs, being an attack substat isn't as much of a problem as it would be for a character like Mawika that's using Bennett and Eon Song. And being high base attack, low substat mitigates that even more. The more of the power budget of the base stats are into the base attack, the less it matters which substat it is, because a lot of the power is the base attack itself. The effect? Triggering an elemental reaction increases the character's EM by 120 for 12 seconds, and when Stellar Conductor Stellar Swirl reaction is triggered, it also increases your stellar damage by 32% for 12 seconds. This can trigger off field. What this means is that this is a weapon that, is a high base attack percent substat, that has a passive that gives you 120 EM and 32 stellar damage. And this is full uptime, assuming you have enough cryo on your team for Yae to somewhat consistently be triggering Stellar Conduct herself, be the trigger for the reaction. But the gap isn't actually that big. If you have a Witsith R5 fully leveled already, you don't need to get this. It will be more consistent, but the average DPS is only like about 1% higher on her personal damage, and depending on how much of the team DPS she's doing, that can be even less of an impact to your team DPS. If you don't have Refines on Witsith, or if you just don't have Witsith, this is just better than Witsith though, so like no reason not to use it. Next weapon is the Polearm. It is a high base attack, elemental mastery substat. Triggering an elemental reaction gives 4 elemental energy. Can trigger once every 9 seconds. When a Stellar Conductor Stellar Swirl reaction is triggered, attack is also increased by 20%. At R5, obviously, it's 8 energy, 40% attack. This weapon is like a little weird, because if you care about the energy, these numbers are kind of just higher than the other craftables. But if you don't care about the energy, well, there's one less number on it, so it's just worse. Cyno's the only one who can use this. Cyno can care about ER, but he's not as reliant on it as he was before, and in some teams his ER requirements are mostly trivialized. Cyno also has access to much better Battle Pass weapons than Yae does, so if you have a Battle Pass weapon, you're kind of good already. If you have a standard 5-star weapon, you're kind of good already. So the amount of people that are actually going to end up using this aren't that high. Next is the new craftable Claymore. It is a high base attack percent substat weapon, again, with a passive at R5. Triggering an elemental reaction increases the character's elemental mastery by 128 for 12 seconds, and if that reaction is stellar, it also increases your attack by 32%. This can trigger off field. Right now, when we look at Stellar Claymore, this is pretty much only Sendrane, but we are back to the artifact for Stellar Swirl wording. This doesn't actually allow Sandrone to get this passive. In a lot of teams, you don't actually have a lot of off-field Electro, and Sandrone doesn't actually trigger Stellar Conduct. She deals Stellar Conduct damage, but doesn't trigger the reaction. And if she doesn't get any of this, because she's not triggering a reaction at all. And then this is just a lot worse than your other weapons. But if she is triggering those reactions, then it is a pretty big stat stick. Now, will she trigger the reactions? It's going to depend on the team. As a general rule, double Electro with the Alyosha is a lot more likely to be able to do it. Anything else is generally going to struggle. Like, could this end up being changed or fixed or whatever to allow Sandrone to use it? Yes, I fully expect that to happen, but right now, that's not really the case. Overall, this is, again, right, a pretty good amount of stats. It is more stats than the more generic weapons like Tidal Shadow, so if you can activate this, it will be better. Finally, we have the Sword. It is medium base attack, elemental mastery substat, triggering a reaction at R5, increases the character's attack by 32, and if it's a stellar reaction, it also increases your stellar damage by 32. Odette can use this, but the reality is that Finale of the Deep is just so much more stats than all the other Fontaine craftables, and also just pretty much every other craftable previously, that if you can heal the Bond of Life from Finale, it is often very similar, sometimes slightly worse, sometimes slightly better than this weapon is. It's nice that you can use this weapon if you're in teams that wouldn't be able to heal the Bond of Life, but if you are going to end up using her in like the premium team with Alyosha, who heals, and you already have a Finale, this is not worth crafting. And that is it for the weapons other than Odette's signature, which we will talk about after we talk about Odette. What's left is the characters. A lot of characters got text changes to allow their swirl-related passives to function if you trigger Stellar Swirl instead of Swirl. These are not buffs or nerfs, right? For example, Varka. Varka gains 7.5 damage percent whenever he triggers Swirl, or when a party member triggers Swirl. If you were to play Varka in Stellar Swirl, you're not able to trigger Swirl anymore, right? Because you have 2 Animo to Cryo. The only element you can swirl is Cryo, and that is converted to Stellar Swirl. So if they didn't change this wording, you would not have access to this 30% damage anymore. And they just updated this passive to include Stellar Swirl. They did that for pretty much everything that mentions Swirl directly as a trigger condition, but these are not buffs for Stellar Swirl that enable Stellar Swirl to function with their teams. This is literally just the characters can function in Stellar Swirl. But there are characters that got actual changes. I did talk about these changes already in the previous video, so I won't spend too much time on it, but we can recap. Yume Glorp Glorp has finally received her buff. As a reminder to the buffs that are already shipped, already live, she has a passive that increases the whole team's elemental mastery by 10% of hers during her skill. This includes herself, so it basically multiplies her EM by 1.1, while also buffing the rest of the team's EM. And the other thing that was already there is whenever she triggers Swirl during her skill, the next hit of the skill will deal extra damage based on her EM, and this happens 4 times over your burst duration. This is garbage. The number on this is very small for what EM scaling does. What is getting added is this. Radiant Stellar Swirl. So if you trigger Stellar Swirl, which is going to happen whenever you trigger Swirl with Odette, Sandrone, or Cryo Traveler in your party. So basically, if you have any of these characters in your party, the Animo hits that happen 4 times during her skill are replaced with Stellar Swirl hits. Now this is still Animo damage, which means that while it doesn't care about damage percent because it's Stellar, it will look at the Animo resistances, so it doesn't benefit from the 40% Cryo Shred that you'll get from VV, but this number is the same. And 1,000 motion value for EM scaling on Animo damage and for Stellar damage are very, very different. We've had the conversation about Stellar versus motion value many times on this channel before, when we talked about Flynn's and when we talked about Inefa in the pre-releases. The summary of it is ignoring defense is good, and having access to more stackable multipliers is good. For Elemental Mastery scaling specifically, it's even better, because when you build Elemental Mastery, you increase this 1000% of Elemental Mastery value, but you also increase your Stellar damage increase that shows up here. I mean, that's why there are builds on the first page of the Nefer leaderboards that use Elemental Mastery Circlet over crit, because double dipping into Elemental Mastery in 2 separate values that get multiplied together is good. These numbers are just really big right now. This paired with Cryo Traveler, which we'll look at soon, and just the way that everything ties together in Stellar Swirl leads to some incredibly powerful teams that I expect to be nerfed in future versions of the beta. Another thing actually that I forgot to mention that is getting added is her passive also increases Stellar Swirl damage based on her EM during her skill, rather than just the swirl damage. She will often end up at 1,000 plus elemental mastery. As far as I understand, this looks at the value before the 10% increase from this. So at town level 10, it's 4.5%. So it's basically just 45 plus, often more, right? 50 to 60 extra stellar damage for the full team during her skill. Her Constellation 1 is a little vague in its wording, but what it does is when you are in your skill, she applies a debuff to enemies every 3.5 seconds. And when the skill hits and swirls, it deals some extra damage. This happens 3 times over a skill duration, and that extra damage is the default one, that the swirl damage gets an additive damage increase based on her EM, but she also deals a hit of animo damage. So 2 instances of damage. In Stellar Swirl, it is still going to be 2 instances of damage, but it's not clear which of the values it's changed to 600. If it's the first one, the second one, or both. I assume that it's just the second one and that the first one is staying at 1100. This 1100 quill, though, because it doesn't benefit from the elemental mastery multiplier, is pretty small when it comes to its contribution to the damage. The big portion of it is this extra 600 motion value 3 times over your skill, which takes your total Stellar Swirl motion value from 4,000 to 5,800, right? Because we have this extra 1,800. Her Constellation 2 also got buffed to shred resistances to all the swirlable elements as well as animo by 20%, which is very meaningful for her personal damage in these teams if you're not running a way to shred animo, because Vivi doesn't shred animo by default. She is a standard character, so these early constellations are a lot more impactful, or not impact, are a lot more meaningful, I think, to the average player than the non-standard characters, because you can lose your 50-50 to her, and you can select her from the yearly selector. C6, because she's a more recent 5-star, I think is pretty much out of reach for everyone, but it is also an incredibly major upgrade. So if you somehow have lost like 4 50-50s to her already, you have her C3, starting to pick him up on the yearly standard selector could be a pretty good idea. Until we have more information on like animation and like field time on the rest of the team, it's difficult to evaluate how good the team will be, but right now it's looking at the very least like a contender for one of the best teams in the game. Like I said, I'm not going to focus too much on the power creep and the sheer helplessness I feel at the way the meta is going, but the main takeaway here is most likely I do think she will end up being nerfed, but I don't think she's going to be gutted in a way that makes her bad, which means that if you're a little worried about how your account is going to be if you end up skipping Sandrone, skipping Yai, because you don't like them very much, if you have Yume Glorp Glorp and you're intending on pulling for Odette, you should most likely be very fine for the foreseeable future with Stellar. Assuming they don't gut her. Surely they won't gut her. Let's move on to Sandrone. Sandrone only got 1 real change. She can do Stellar Swirl damage now. The way that her kit functions in Stellar Swirl is exactly the same. The only difference is that the numbers are bigger. The reason why the numbers are bigger is because Stellar Swirl does not have a Pulsar field that increases your damage by 40 to 100% based on the amount of stacks that you have. It just doesn't have that multiplier. So instead of that multiplier, the numbers are just 50% higher to begin with, which is the equivalent of 2 stacks of the Pulsar field. So generally, the numbers will be a bit lower, but in exchange for that, you might have access to different things. On release, this won't be that great because Stellar Swirl on release doesn't have access to good Animo off-fielders, which means that having a good Animo on-fielder is very important if you want the team to be good as a whole. So she's pretty much just going to be outright worse than Yume Glorp Glorp in Stellar Swirl, most likely until we get an Animo off-fielder, or, you know, they end up nerfing Yume Glorp Glorp, which is also possible. Stellar Swirl is going to be weaker than Stellar Conduct as well, because Stellar Conduct has Yai, and Stellar Swirl has, like, nothing. You're kind of missing your last team slot right now. But yeah, pretty much every Stellar Swirl number is just 50% bigger than the Stellar Conduct numbers, and we also have the inclusion of Stellar Swirl everywhere here and the numbers are also just all 50% bigger. So kit-wise, there's no change. But there is the possibility of having a Stellar Swirl team instead of a Stellar Conduct team if you don't like the Stellar Conduct options. The next Stellar Swirl thing to talk about here is a Crowd Traveler. Crowd Traveler and Odette, just like Sandrone, enable both stellar reactions, both Stellar Swirl and Stellar Conduct, and both of them can be played in either. Crowd Traveler specifically has a different playstyle based on the one that you choose. Stellar Conduct Traveler is a character who needs to be spending a bunch of time on field. Stellar Swirl Traveler is not. The big parts of the kit are the same for both. You have a burst that deals damage and a charge attack up to once every 15 seconds that deals damage. The burst's damage is increased based on stacks that are generated with the skill, but Stellar Conduct Traveler does not have an off-field skill. Triggering the Stellar Field makes it so that your skill, instead of dealing off-field damage, is a coordinated attack for your on-field damage. Which means that in order to get the big damage from the burst, you need to be staying on-field. If you're not staying on-field, you can still get the big damage from the charge attack, which is about half, but the burst is going to be pretty pathetic. It does less than half of the damage without stacking it up. It's still usable, it's still okay, but it's not amazing. The buff is also potentially reliant on these stacks because the C6 buff gives a stellar damage buff based on the amount of stacks that were consumed when you use the burst. The speed at which we generate stacks is still a little bit unclear to me, so a lot of these calcs are up in the air. Again, I don't want to focus too much on the actual power level, more so about how the character releases impact your team building. But the main thing here is Crowd Traveler is either a Stellar Conduct carry or a Stellar Swirl support. You might be able to do some quick swap Crowd Traveler things in Stellar Conduct as well, depending on how fast we generate the stacks as well. Overall, the amount of damage that Crowd Traveler deals is kind of insanely high. Just looking at the numbers on the motion values on everything, the Stellar Conduct is at talent level 12 because it's the Traveler, so we can get the constellations for free eventually. And here, big disclaimer, we're not getting C6 Crowd Traveler in 7.0, but unless I specifically mention a constellation, I'll be talking about C6 because we are getting that eventually. The base motion value for the burst is a little bit over 500. The base motion value for the charge attack with this effect is a little bit under 500. So you basically end up with about 1,000 attack motion value from using the charge attack and the burst. If we compare this to the best direct comparison we have, which is just Sandrone, Sandrone's charge attack is 150 on the Stellar Conduct, and so you would need to do 7 Stellar Beam hits for Sandrone to have more motion value than Crowd Traveler. That's very easy. Sandrone rotations, but generally, are dealing 3 full beams, so 9 hits, plus the burst, plus the skills that you're using. The thing is, Sandrone's signature is not a free weapon, and the Traveler's Sig, as far as we are aware right now, is. But also, the Traveler has a lot of stats just randomly. The Traveler got their base attack increased twice, once with Alhaitham, once with Skirk. The Traveler has some extra elemental mastery from the Skirk training as well. The Traveler has additional buffs based on which elements they resonated with. The meaningful ones here being 10% crit rate, 20% crit damage once we get the Cryo one, which we will in order to play Cryo Traveler, 20% attack, and 60 elemental mastery. And then we have, you know, the Sig weapon that's about as good as Skirk's Sig. And what you end up with is a character that, despite having a lot less motion value than other Stellar carries, just by sheer power of stats, is actually not bad. Right now, my Cryo Traveler calcs place them around the same level as Risley and Sino in Stellar teams, but then again, I'm making some assumptions when it comes to the speed of the stack generation. Again, I don't want to spend too much time on the power level, but the point here is Cryo Traveler is definitely a good enough carry right now to function as your Stellar carry. Cryo Traveler, in order to reach those levels, does need these like premium 5-star supports, EI and Odette, in Stellar Conduct. In Stellar Swirl, things can be a little bit different. So remember how the Stellar Swirl Vortex and the Stellar Swirl Anemo damage has its damage?
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders, and we've got it. This one is a fragile cargo. Can't handle bumps. Drive smooth, okay?
lovely flower. But we didn't get any deliveries today. Huh? Or the manager? Who sent this? In such a huge box. Maybe I should pretend I didn't see anything. Oh no, I'm way too excited.
Now I'm curious too. Here's a mess.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a fragile cargo.
It's completely different from how it used to be.
Did you hear that delicate
store's overloaded with orders and got it. This one is a fragile. Appreciate the help, but finish your current batch before.
This is professional rating. So I need to go under? So I need to completely trash.
Decided by all the characters that contributed to the reaction? Well, as it turns out, if you just have like 100 extra crit from your weapon, 40 extra crit from your passives, a bunch of extra EM from random ass passives, another 160 EM from this, and all of those like stellar swirl damage bonuses on the team, you end up with Traveler's personal contribution being insanely high, reaching upwards of like 30k plus DPS just from the stellar swirl damage con.
These orders. When the store's overloaded with orders and we're short, got it. Press cargo. Stay safe and don't rush. But do hurry.
Distribution. And again, right, just by the sheer power of having all of the stats. This is assuming that Traveler is contributing to every Stellar Swirl Vortex, which I'm not sure if that's reasonable. Again, this is very, very hard to be confident about, but if the Stellar Swirl stuff does indeed work the way that I think it does, the fact that Traveler has just so many stats is very meaningful for the damage that the reaction itself is doing. If we look at the personal contribution before the contribution multiplier of the Traveler versus other characters, you can see, right, looking at the base damage of the Stellar Swirl, the Traveler's own contribution is almost double what you would get from Yumeglorb Glorb or Odette. And so the fact that they have this many stats takes this primary contributor number and makes it a lot higher. Anyways, overall, Chrono Traveler is looking quite good right now. A large portion of that value is the signature weapon. Maybe their intention is to release the constellations and the weapon slowly enough that by the time it's fully out, we just have 350k Tsaritsa and it just looks pathetic, but that is all just speculation, so it is what it is. And by the way, the meaningful constellations here are 120 active party member elemental mastery and stellar, and 40 team-wide stellar damage that doesn't affect the traveler themselves at C6. And I guess to some extent the C3 as well for the burst levels. Moving on to the two like actual new characters that you're getting from banners next patch, Odette and Alyosha. Let's start with Odette. Odette, just like Cryo Traveler, enables either stellar field, just like Sandrone, and also Cryo Traveler has numbers for both, with the Stellar Swirl ones being 50% bigger than the Stellar Conduct ones. She increases her own stellar damage multiplicatively based on her attack, capping out at 3,000, so you care a bit more about building extra attack on her than you would on other attack scaling stellar units. Getting her attack is overwhelmingly better before 3,000 attack than after. So this is part of the reason why Finale of the Deep is often a pretty solid weapon on her. You can end up in situations where you don't reach 3,000 attack, you're like at 27, 2,800 if you go for the new craftable instead, because it's an elemental mastery substat instead of an attack substat. And it's also medium base attack. Also have, obviously, like I said, the passive that enables Stellar Conduct and Stellar Swirl. For Cryo Traveler, it's a 7% buff. For Odette, just like Sandrone, it's a 14% buff. Realistically, I don't think there's too much more to talk about with Odette. Like, I could do a rundown of the kit again, but I think that I did a good enough job in the last video for that, so you can just watch that if you're interested. And I'm also planning on doing a dedicated pre-release, so like having a third one that delves into her kit feels a bit overkill. But when it comes to her impact on team building, she is obviously taking all of these teams, making them quite a bit better. All of these Stellar teams that exist already. She's like the Columbina equivalent of Stellar in that her personal contribution to the team is generally going to be a little bit lower than the Inefa equivalent or the Llama equivalent, right? Which right now we have EI for Stellar Conduct. So her personal contribution to the Stellar Conduct teams, like the amount you're gaining from having her on the team, is a little bit lower. Sandrone EI is a little bit better than Sandrone Odette, but it's not that big of a gap, and she'll work on both. Unlike Columbina also, if you're specifically playing characters like Grizzly or Sino, or Yumeglorb Glorb, I suppose, that don't enable the Stellar Field themselves, she enables it unlike Yai. Another potentially meaningful factor here is if you have constellations on Grizzly and Yai, the value of the personal damage from Yai is diluted, so that makes Odette potentially more meaningful even without looking at the fact that she enables the reaction. And it also makes buffers that provide buffs that are larger than Yai's catch up to her a little bit. So this can be pretty nice to enlighten you as to whether or not you should pull for Yai for the Stellar teams you want to be doing. But at the end of the day, if you are playing Stellar Conduct, you can very much think of Yai as the equivalent to Inefa right now. Because she's an old character, I think it's a bit more likely for Hoyo to just release outright power creep to her. So personally, I don't really want to pull for her because I'm worried that they're just going to invalidate the pull, but I don't think it's that likely. Anyways, Alyosha. Alyosha is a Constellation 6 merchant. Alyosha at C0 is basically just a side grade to the Stellar Conduct teams. Sometimes a minor upgrade, sometimes a minor downgrade. He has off-field electro application if you're looking for that because you don't have Yai and you want to enable the thing, and he does have that while providing things that are useful without C6, unlike Beto, which is going to be especially meaningful for players that just started the game. But generally, he's kind of a side grade. He's very similar to the other options at C0. He provides 25% attack and 25% stellar damage. The stellar damage from a passive, the attack from the talent level at talent level 10. And then for C1, extra energy, who cares? You're building in Polyar anyways. C2, extra duration, who cares? He's full uptime already. I mean, I guess it's a little bit more personal damage because it's duration, like whatever. C3 is skill levels. Ooh, 4% more attack on your carry. 4.5% more attack, actually. Amazing. That's almost 1 attack percent substat. C4, more healing. okay, you're now even worse with the Grizzly, so that's cool. C5, burst levels, complete garbage, and then C6 doubles all of his buffs and gains 100 EM. Yeah, so the C6 takes this 25 that got changed to 29 from the C3, doubles it to 58, takes this 25 cellular damage, doubles it to 50, and on top of all of that, gives you 100 EM. The gap between C6 Alyosha and everyone else in Stellar Conduct teams is massive, ranging anywhere between 15 and 25 depending on the team. And looking at the full premium teams without C6 Alyosha, we're basically getting units that are comparing to Zabai. With C6 Alyosha, just outright better. I don't want to focus too much on the power creep, but it's kind of important to mention this because, like, realistically, if you don't get his C6, he might not even be worth building. He's very usable, but if you already have a built Chi-Chi, he might not be an upgrade. And with C6, he's like a major upgrade. Overall, because he's likely to be on Odette banner, it makes how strong Odette's early constellations are a little bit more meaningful than it usually is. If you end up getting C6...
You didn't peek in the package, right? Even a little counts. No. No way. You're seriously not curious?
This person's exhausting.
What? Okay, 16, that's the minimum that is possible. It was possible.
Alyosha on the way to C2 Odette. Cryo Traveler carry with like Beto is probably just going to be end up being better than Sendrone, Yai, Odette with C2 Alyosha. If you're like really cost maxing like crazy, I don't think that's necessarily a good idea, but it is a consideration to some extent. And finally, the Odette signature weapon, high base attack crit rate substat. It gives you attack percent when you hit enemies with a skill, 24% attack when fully stacked, and when fully stacked, you get an extra 40% crit damage. You can also get some energy. This is a pretty bad weapon. Odette's burst is kind of not great at the moment, and Odette, to begin with, generally goes on the support set because her personal damage contribution, while decent, isn't incredibly high. What ends up happening is that a 20% attack buff to the whole team is kind of better than a carry set buff to Odette herself. And so rather than have Alyosha on the support set, the new one, and Odette on a damage set, you just put Odette on the support set because it also gives 30% personal attack, and Alyosha on Noblesse, or Chi-Chi on TOM, or Escafé on TOM, or whatever. This weapon might change.
The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a large cargo. Here, let me help you load it.
That's probably heavier, right? Oh. Ah, you're not damage my vehicle.
this so that it becomes better to go for Alyosha on the support set instead. But the fact that it's not better to begin with obviously means that the weapon would have to provide a lot more to be a meaningful upgrade. You're looking at a character that's dealing anywhere between like 15 and 30% of your team's DPS, 30% on a really good day. The energy doesn't really matter, and the stats are good, but not like insane if the energy doesn't matter. I'm kind of hoping they're gonna change her burst to actually be worth using ever. If they do, then the value of this weapon could go up, but right now it's pretty bad. One other thing I want to quickly mention for Rizli specifically is Alyosha is still
come on.
by far his best team, despite the fact that Alyosha heals if you have him at C6, because if you minimize the amount of healing that your Alyosha does by giving him a level 1 weapon and by not giving him a feather so that your base attack is really low and you don't have the flat attack from a feather, Alyosha will end up at like 400-ish attack, even at level 90, or like 80 out of 90 or 90 out of 90, so that you can crown the skill for the attack percent buff. And your actual healing per tick, even with the C4, assuming Rizli is your lowest HP party member, is actually low enough that one full rotation's worth of Alyosha healing is only about as much healing as one charge attack from Rizli. So you can just play Alyosha and just do one less charge attack, and because Alyosha C6 is so goddamn strong, it's still way better than using a character that's not a healer like Escoffier without burst or Nicole. You do actually get to heal a low enough amount to still use Rizli's charge attacks, you just miss one of them. If you aren't intentionally reducing the amount of healing that you do, it becomes difficult. Just from having the weapon fully leveled, it's already over double the base attack. So if you've already leveled all your Fab Lances, sucks to be you, I guess. And double the base attack means double the healing, which means that instead of missing 1 out of 3 charge attacks, you miss 2 out of 3 charge attacks. And at that point, you're losing a lot. But yeah, all this to say, yeah, Alyosha is a healer, but if Alyosha C6 with your Rizli, use them. And that pretty much does it for the rundown of all of the things that are in this beta cycle. Yes, the meta is cooked, but there is a silver lining. Some of these newly very strong things are either not too far out of reach for free-to-play players with a Crowd Traveler and Yume Glorp Glorp, or buffs to older carries, you know, Rizli and Sino, both being pretty good with Odette. You know, can give them a new life if you like them but haven't been able to use them because they just aren't clearing content. And yeah, that's it for the rundown. As usual, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two, because there's so much in this beta. So there's a lot of things that are confusing. We get conflicting information. I thought the recap could be useful. So as usual, I hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube.
Unfortunately, I have to start this video with a content warning. Today, I'm going to be talking about Graham Plattner and all the baggage that comes with Graham Plattner. So, you know, sexual assault and war and death and other bad stuff. I've only made one other video about Graham Plattner back in mid-November of 2025. He has been in the news quite a bit since then, but it turns out, you know, I think I did a pretty good job in the original video covering all of the bases, so I didn't think it was necessary until now. Let me catch you up in case you missed everything until this moment. Last year, Graham Plattner launched his campaign to win one of Maine's Senate seats for the Democrats. It's an important seat. It could shift control of the Senate to the Dems. Plattner is a former Marine who had a fairly progressive platform, like championing Medicare for all, criticizing U.S. aid to Israel, etc. So a lot of people, a lot of progressives were very excited to support him. And then his opposition went to work. First, someone exposed his Reddit account where a few years ago he blamed women for being raped and said that he wished he had been able to fight the Indians back when the United States was genociding Native Americans instead of the pointless wars he had to fight in Iraq and Afghanistan. By had to fight, he volunteered to fight them several times over. Plattner apologized for those Reddit posts, and then his opposition revealed he has an actual Nazi tattoo on his chest, which he got 19 years ago to celebrate fighting as a Marine in Fallujah. Instead of apologizing for the Nazi tattoo, Plattner made up the completely ridiculous story that he had no idea the tattoo was a very famous Nazi symbol, and it was on his chest for 19 years. Instead of criticizing this really obvious lie, among others he would tell, and calling on Plattner to step down and support a different progressive candidate 6 months before the primary, many prominent leftists repeated his lies and continued to promote Plattner to their audiences. In that original video, I specifically called out Majority Report and Ryan Grimm, but I've also noted, Hassan Piker.
Yeah, okay, this is really weird.
Zelensky, the Young Turks, and many other commentators that continued to support him. Anyway, here's how I wrapped up that video.
My own personal opinion is that he probably figured out what it was several years ago, but was also like, you know, it's not like I can justify this to me, speaking to himself, and anybody who knows me knows I'm not a Nazi. So am I really going to go and pay for this thing to get all screwed up? That's my guess.
So you agree? You agree that Graham Plattner is probably lying about not knowing he had a Nazi tattoo? Sam comes to the same conclusion I did, but he doesn't go the extra mile, the extra 12 inches, to wonder what it means to support a politician who lies that easily about a Nazi tattoo. He knew he had a Nazi tattoo. He knew he would face no consequences for it, and then he lied about it when he was finally facing consequences. That's your guy? Again, do I think Plattner is a Nazi, an anti-Semite? Honestly, I don't know. I don't think so. I do know that he is a walking PR disaster, and platforming him removes prominent leftists' ability to rightfully call out anti-Semitic dog whistles and outright fascist bullhorns on the right. If Plattner actually cared about advancing progressive policies and ending the genocide, the election's a year away. He can take all of that funding he has and hand it over to someone who's just as committed to pushing the Democrats to the left, but who hasn't branded themselves with anything representing a genocide. Or, my God, at least someone who can apologize if they did. That's where the bar is. The bar is in hell, and we are still tripping over it. In the months since then, Plattner was revealed to have been cheating on his wife with multiple women, and then several women accused him of being a heavy drinker who doesn't respect women. One woman said that while they were dating, Plattner would often grab her hard enough to leave marks on her shoulders, and once he twisted her arm behind her back in order to shove her into a bedroom during an argument and held the door closed so that she was unable to leave the bedroom until the next morning. Shortly thereafter, after the New York Times published that piece, Plattner won his primary to become the Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine, getting loads of endorsements from high-ranking politicians like Ro Khanna and organizations like Planned Parenthood. Finally, this week, Politico revealed that one woman named Jenny Rassicot has accused Plattner of violently raping her in 2021. They were in a casual relationship, they lived apart, and one night Plattner wanted to come over, and she texted him to say she did not want company that night. Regardless, she says that he entered her unlocked rural home and grabbed her over her continued objections, followed her when she tried to escape into her bedroom, and then he raped her, ejaculating inside her without using a condom. Absolutely horrific, but if you can believe it, this entire story is actually so much worse, which is why I'm finally making a follow-up video. Not to crow that I was right, that Plattner was a lying piece of shit who would be a dream candidate for Republicans to attack and expose, but because we need to shame the so-called progressives who continue to champion this man through every single red flag moment until now. They mocked people for caring about Plattner's continued military service and his mercenary work when he signed up after he finished several tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. They mocked people for caring about the Reddit posts where he brags about his military service and makes some truly horrific remarks. They mocked people for caring about the sexting, and they even mocked people for caring about the alleged physical abuse of the girlfriend in the New York Times piece last month. How did they explain away that one? Simple. Bitches be lying. It's a classic for a reason, because whether you're a diehard conservative or a supposedly progressive leftist, it will work on much of your audience. In this case, Lindsay Fifield, the woman who accused Plattner of physically abusing her, who dated him for 2 years and wrote in her diary that he was the most toxic, literally abusive man on earth who destroyed my life, she's a Republican. She worked briefly on Nikki Haley's 2024 presidential campaign and says she hasn't been involved in professional politics since, but Plattner Plattner's campaign put out the messaging in that very New York Times piece. Let's be very clear. This is a lifelong GOP operative who's dedicated her career to electing Republicans. Progressive media got that message, unfortunately, which I'll show you in a minute, but one more thing you need to know. Shortly after that New York Times piece came out, Fifield complained on social media that they had made her think that there would be at least one other woman on the record saying that Plattner had sexually assaulted her, which of course would have then lent credence to her own story and also would have meant that she wouldn't be the focus of the article. She was shocked to see that she was the only named woman alleging that he got physical with her. All right. Did you get all that? Great. Now, watch Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland discussing the story on the Majority Report.
A relationship, and then see Yoda. Like, this is a great guy. Like, that's actually.
Right. The ones who weren't a Republican operative. And I have to...
Emma, please, no, because you've been like...
I've been on top of this. Okay, so,
The furniture's intact. You drive steady, but not quite as good as I used to be. I miss those days delivering in sports cars. Ever since I received my family's inheritance, I haven't been doing any deliveries. What a shame.
Maybe we should switch places.
this is...
As a woman, I'll use that card now. I take claims like this incredibly seriously, but I'm also quite supportive, of course, of Graham Plattner's candidacy, especially when we're talking about Susan Collins, okay? But also because his politics are politics that I largely disagree with, or agree with. In the Times, this is just unheard of to me. Here, I'll just read this quote. Mr. Plattner strongly disputes any claims of physical intimidation or altercations, his campaign said. The Times could not independently corroborate Miss Fifield's account of the altercations. Now, that's what a tabloid would do. The New York Times is supposed to be able to corroborate claims before they publish a piece with her one-sided claim about his treatment of her, especially when we find out who this individual is. She is a longtime Republican operative, the only woman who's accusing him of anything physical at all, which is intense grabbing, hard enough to leave marks is what she said, and also locking her in a room when they were in the middle of an argument. She felt intimidated by him. And the Times, as I just read, could not independently corroborate it based on what they found, and yet they still printed it anyway. And I just have to say one more thing,
G. To that, because I actually think that they rewrote the story, and it'd be good if we could get the more recent version, because they've actually strengthened the assertion that they could not corroborate it. They've actually reworded it to make it
great.
more clear than in the original story. That
Orders. When will it? The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a large cargo.
This is something that we have one person saying it, and there's no other evidence that we can...
Okay, Matt's pulling that up now, but I have to put this out there because this is really important. This isn't just us because we like Plattner's candidacy and we support his candidacy on this front. I've been told from a longtime New York Times reporter yesterday who gave me permission to share this, that many others at the Times, including this person who I spoke with, have said that this, and they know internally that this is a gross hit piece and beneath their reporting standards. And to hear that from somebody who's a longtime New York Times reporter and say that their colleagues also are in agreement on this, I think says everything.
Then wait, where are the stories from the other women? Where are their accusations of sexual assault? Why am I the focus? Why are there 11 paragraphs dedicated to detailing my work history?
Which is hilarious because it was such a footnote in the story. It obscures the true nature of her collaboration. That hilarious
paragraphs assault. Why am I the focus? Why are there 11 paragraphs dedicated to detailing my work history?
Which is hilarious because it was such a footnote in the story. It obscures the true nature of her collaboration with Republican operatives and her work in Republican politics. And she's asking, where are their accusations of sexual assault? I don't know, girlfriend.
Yeah, they probably just wanted to embarrass themselves by leaving those out. Like, as if they actually existed. Like, what is she talking about? Why would the Times do this?
Yes.
Well, I mean, listen, if she's suggesting that they lied to her and said that there's 3 other women who will claim sexual assault, you should come in here, she should out them for that.
And here's Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk.
All right, y'all, let me walk you through the absolute worst smear campaign of all time and how it backfired spectacularly in a way that may be the biggest failure of a hit job of all time, quite literally, okay? So first, let me start with this, a little breakdown of exactly what happened here with the attack on Graham Plattner from the New York Times, from the Israel lobby, okay? To recap, Dem and Rep operatives spent the week setting the narrative that Graham Plattner is a predator. Pro-Israel New York Times runs a story on Graham Plattner, done by a pro-Israel reporter, literally. She got an APAC award in college, by the way, okay? No SA allegations, none. They talked to 6 exes, 3 say he was fine, 2 of the remainder say he drank and womanized. The last is a conservative activist who protected Brett Kavanaugh. Literally worked for the Heritage Foundation. That's the Project 2025 people, okay? Republican insider who on the record said she wants to campaign for Collins and attacks Graham Plattner with all these absurd claims, quite frankly. Okay, they continue here. She claims Plattner trapped her in a room. The New York Times reads her diaries, texts, Google chats, and Facebook messages. Nothing corroborates her story. That's an important point. So, zero evidence. Republican operative attacking a Democrat who's leading to take a Republican seat. Zero evidence for any of the claims. Okay, more. New York Times finds a text from the accuser saying she, quote, would personally campaign for Susan Collins. This is the most obvious Zionist smear campaign in history. The GOP attack on Plattner failed. What are you, fucking stupid? How desperate are these people? No, what happened was, and I actually know from some behind-the-scenes sources who were close to this, what happened was, you had this pro-Israel reporter who was desperate to take down Graham Plattner. By the way, the same so-called reporter also did a number of hit jobs on Zoran Mamdani. That should tell you something, okay? So this person was steering the story, told this Republican operative that, oh yeah, no, we have like a bunch of people and they're making SA allegations against him, so we should definitely put yours in there, and you tell us your story and we'll put that in there. And so they overpromised and underdelivered. There were no SA allegations. They never existed. It's bullshit. They literally ran with allegations that had zero evidence from a Republican hack. If they had any fucking whispers of SA, they would have had them bitches front and center, and the headline would have said, Graham Plattner accused of sexual assault. This is all I need to see. To know she's a lying hack with a very clear political move. And all the Republicans are sitting there, and they're turning into the woke 1.0 ones who are like, believe.
Busted bike. See. Oh, it's that same guy who crashes every other day. I seriously don't get how one person can wreck this many bikes. Oh well, business is business.
I keep crashing bikes and somehow never get hurt.
Women? Even pro-Kavanaugh Heritage Foundation Project 2025 activists who are professional liars who have a history of lying? I thought you guys wanted to believe all women. And Democrats are there like, fuck you, suck my nuts from the back. She's a lying bitch. Own it. It's a fact. Everybody knows it.
So Fifield is an awful conservative who supported awful people, including actual rapists like Brett Kavanaugh. I certainly won't argue against that, but I also don't think that a person like that can't be assaulted by a boyfriend, especially the kind of boyfriend who would date a person like that. For some reason, her conservative history is damning for her claims, but not at all damning for Graham Plattner. who chose to date her for 2 years. Okay. But no, that was enough for these progressives to say that she's definitely lying and Graham Plattner is telling the truth, that he did.
All these orders. When will it end? The store's overloaded with orders and we're short-staffed. Can you help us out? 8 per job. Got it. This one is an anomaly cargo. You know anomalies better than we do. It's all yours.
Not do that. Okay, are you ready for the most heartbreaking part? Fifield was telling the truth that the New York Times had another woman who was assaulted by Graham Plattner. That woman was Jenny Rassicott, who backed down from telling her story to the New York Times in part because of the moral conflict that she had between supporting Plattner's politics but not supporting him as a person. She appears in the New York Times article to say that Plattner came to her house uninvited, but she declined to elaborate on what happened next, other than to say it was enough for her to end the relationship because he was reckless and unsettling. But then she saw the liberal and leftist media completely tearing Fifield to pieces. These disgusting assholes confidently pushed out video after video after video, calling this woman a lying bitch and a paid shill who could never bring down the progressive. Champion that is Graham Plattner, to the point that they forced a rape victim to step into the spotlight against her will. Rassicott said she later felt compelled to go public about her experience because the reaction to the Times story was dominated by controversy about another woman, Lindsay Fifield, who alleged Plattner mistreated her and faced attacks because of her ties to the Republican Party. My part of the story was just a read-over, Rassicott said in an interview, and the story was Lindsay and the accusations of her being politically motivated. The absolute irony of these commentators going after Fifield for supporting Kavanaugh when they are doing the exact same thing to her. They supported a gigantic piece of shit man to the point that a rape victim had to step up to try to stop her abuser from gaining immense political power. Incredibly, it appears that Rasika is finally a perfect enough victim for these commentators. She's not a civilian in Iraq or Afghanistan. She's a registered Democrat, not a Republican op. And she told enough people that Plattner raped her that most everyone has finally given up on Plattner. Oh, not everyone, though. Cenk Uygur, for instance, of the Young Turks, still going with bitches be lying. But here's Kyle Kalinske reporting on the Politico story.
There's a few things about this that are extra concerning. The previous allegations were easy to dismiss because it was a literal Heritage Foundation Republican insider who was making the allegations. Also, the allegations were effectively, he's a bad boyfriend. This is not that. This is a much more extreme allegation is point number one. Point number two is she does have some corroborating evidence. And it's also, if we're being serious here, a Democrat who's making the allegation. But let me also just say real quick, if you're a Republican, I am not remotely interested in your Plattner take. Because you have nominated a guy 3 times who is accused of much worse and much more than Graham Plattner. You can shut the fuck up. That's point number one. Point number two is, if you are Neera Tanden, shut the fuck up. She's going after Plattner now as well. You work for Bill Clinton. You work for fucking Bill Clinton, okay? Final thing is, we'll know the country is in a better place when people react with the same sort of moral outrage and condemnation to arming and funding genocide as they're reacting to this.
No apology, no introspection, just whataboutism. Point one, what about Republicans? What about Donald Trump? Point two, what about Bill Clinton? Point three, what about the genocide? Hey, Kyle, what about you bullying a victim of domestic violence and calling her a lying bitch with zero evidence? What about you forcing a rape victim to out herself in order to combat your misogynistic misinformation? And what about the fact that you can't even call it rape? You have to say grape like a fucking child because you don't want YouTube to demonetize your video where you finally admit that, okay, Plattner sucks. And here's Emma Viglin's take, which at least is closer to an apology than Kyle's.
Plattner and perhaps the campaign itself has violated the trust of many supporters. I would include myself in that. However, obviously, I do feel a responsibility as a woman that, you know, perhaps, I don't know, I'm still thinking about this, but I believe in redemption and restorative justice, and that is what had driven me to support Plattner despite some of his past. But when we're talking about forcible rape and sexual assault, obviously, there is no excuse. And immediately, once I read the story, I knew that he had to drop out of the race. And so I'm sorry if there are any women in the audience that feel that I failed them. I take that super seriously. I carry that with me. And I'm sorry. So, you know, I still maintain that what was said in the New York Times was not disqualifying, but what is alleged here just absolutely is. And not that it should matter given what the details were and what the corroboration is, but this individual, this woman who is accusing him, supports his politics, and that is why she was reticent to come forward in the first place. And I'm sorry if myself or anybody, you know, I'm sorry if I contributed to that culture.
Just a little heads up if you ever want to try to apologize in a way that at least seems sincere. I'm sorry is great. I'm sorry if is not great. Yes, Emma, you did contribute to the culture that made it extremely difficult for a rape victim to come forward with her story. You got on camera and confidently told more than 2 million subscribers that a woman alleging domestic abuse by Graham Plattner was a lying paid shill. You and Sam Cedar and Kyle Kalinske and Mehdi Hassan and Ryan Grimm have spent the last 6 months mocking every criticism of Plattner as an Israeli disinformation conspiracy, warning that the only people who could possibly come forward with negative information are doing so to stop a progressive Democrat from getting into office. You inspired an army of viewers to spread the word, telling people who criticize Plattner that we must want Republicans or centrist Democrats to win because Plattner is the only progressive in the race. Let me remove that if for you, Emma. Yes, you are the reason that Rassicot did not want to come forward. You are the reason why she eventually had to come forward. And that should disgust you as much as it disgusts me. And all of you need to grapple with the fact that if Jenny Rassicot had been a conservative, or if she hadn't told a friend what happened, or any list of a number of other reasons why she wasn't a perfect victim, you would still be here calling her a lying bitch. Hey everybody, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. If you loved the video, please subscribe. And if you think the world could use more videos like this and you happen to have a few bucks laying around, head to patreon.com/Rebecca and join an awesome community of nerds like the people whose names you see on the screen right now. Thanks.
This Stygian Onslaught is one of the toughest yet, so in this video we're going to go through some really cool tech that people are using to clear the Stygian with playstyles you might not expect, as well as how I was able to clear the dire difficulty on my account. Welcome to Jello Impact, where we build and test every single character to help you decide who you want to wish for and build. The banners featuring Sandrone and Citlali are finally here, and if you're planning on spending on these or any future banners, let me recommend Loot Bar. They use the most secure payment channels. First of all, I have to say, Stygian Onslaught is not something that you need to stress yourself out over or worry too much about. All of the Primo Gem rewards in Stygian are available with just hard difficulty, which can even be done in co-op. Yes, the feathers are locked to menacing or fearless, but realistically, missing out on a couple feathers every patch is not the end of the world for most players. Yes, the feathers can give you better artifacts, which can give you more damage, which can help you clear things like Stygian Onslaught better in the future, but realistically, the people who care about these feathers are endgame players. They're people that care about these difficulties more for the challenge themselves than about the rewards. And not to mention Dire, don't even get me started. Temporary weapon skins. It is just bad manners. You don't even have them for the full patch. I will admit, it does help me keep me invested in clearing Dire. It is like not a terrible reward, but it's certainly not something to stress out about. The main reason you should be clearing these endgame modes is just because you want to. It's just like a personal goal of yours. It is not required, and Genshin Impact's endgame is very much a choose your own adventure. You get to decide what level you care about. If you care about Abyss, if you care about Imaginary Theater, arguably Stygian matters the least if you care about Primo Gems, because it's the easiest to max out all the Primo Gems. So that being said, I care about Stygian because it's fun to push my account and push my characters to the limit. And I do think that this is one of the most difficult and most like rage-inducing Stygian onslaughts that we've had yet. And the reason why is just the amount of certain character favoring mechanics. People call it shill. If you don't know what shill is, it's mechanics that the bosses have that are exclusive, that are exclusively countered by certain characters. So this one loves the superconduct reaction, which is notoriously terrible. We only have one superconduct character right now in Sandrone. That's not to say you can't clear it with other stuff. You can, but it very much favors Sandrone, and you'll see why. The dog we've had before, it is lunar shill. So characters that do lunar damage will take this one on. Unlike the Pokeball, however, the Pokeball, it has really low HP, honestly. Really, really low HP. The dog, though, has a ton of HP. So you can get away with a lot of things against the Pokeball. The dog, not so much. You'll pretty much need a lunar team. We'll talk about other options, but it is rough out there if you don't have a lunar team. And then the Secret Source Automaton, man, this is different than the other Secret Source Automaton. That one's the Cryo one. This one is a Natlin Night Soul one, and basically it has a shield, and you have to have one or more, mostly more characters in a Night Soul state. So the Natlin special state, they can be off field or on field in that state, and they don't have to do Night Soul damage. They just have to be in the state, and it will slowly deplete its shield, and I mean slowly. So this is one of the most shill Stygian onslaughts we've ever had, and maybe the hardest one, maybe the most difficult, my least favorite, the most rage-inducing. Whatever I end up putting on the thumbnail is how I feel about it, because man, this was tough. But even though it was tough, even though I hated it, I personally love Stygian Onslaught because it's so tough and it feels so good to reach whatever goal you have, because yeah, you may have the exact favored mechanics, the exact shill of whatever that Hoyoverse is putting in front of you, but you might have to get creative. And there's a lot of ways to get creative, and when you beat it when you're creative, or when you just beat it with high skill, it does feel very satisfying and very good, and I feel awesome after clearing it today. I spent a lot of time on stream clearing it. It was awesome. So, okay, let's go through some of the characters, and we're going to go through it from this website called Stygian.mo. Stygian.mo allows people to submit their own clear with a link to their clear, and then it appears on this website. And so if you have a cool clear that you want to submit, then you can, and you sort them. It sorts them by cost. Cost is how many 5 stars there are. I don't love the cost system. That's not what I care about this website. I just like to see what different people are clearing with. For example,
It's not glory days.
Do you want to hit? Me? I'm here.
Oh. I'm already at a pretty high thing.
I'm here.
Is there anywhere you want to go?
This brand new clear just came through from Billy, and that's one of the other things I love is you can submit other people's clears. So some people submitted a Billy clear, which is from China, and it is a Razor clear with Razor Nicole Fischl Chong Yun. So this is only 2 5 stars worth, and it's just somebody going ham with Razor, and this is so cool to see. Wow, they're dragon striking? Is that a normal thing you can do? Is that boss exclusive? Or wow. So this just
Alright, let's see who I get, hopefully. Two, please. Or 3. 1 or 2. 3. Here we go. Okay.
Hey, I look away for 1 moment, and you're giving me trouble again.
One, please.
Are you okay? Since this is our first meeting, why don't we take a photo together? Get out whatever Kiramaru gobbled.
Mhm. Two of them. I have two of them. Nice.
Shows that for this boss, there's a couple strategies to do with this boss. But basically this boss, it summons these little guys that float up in the air, and you can defeat them. If you defeat them, then they will reduce the shield of the Pokeball much faster, but you don't have to defeat them to reduce the shield of the Pokeball. By the way, if I get any mechanics wrong and I want to correct myself, I will do so in the pinned comment, because this is a new boss, and you know, I don't know, the 2 new bosses, I don't always get all the mechanics perfectly. A lot of them are very intricate and weird. So I'll link in the description if I'm wrong about anything. But yeah, it summons these little guys. You can apply cryo to them to break their shield and to break them down, and then they will also break the shield of the main Pokeball, or you can just break the shield of the main Pokeball. The shield is best broken through doing Superconduct or Stellar Superconduct reaction. Yeah, all the damage that you do to the Pokeball while it's in the shielded state translates to the Pokeball once it's broken. So doing damage to the Pokeball is very important while it's going. And yeah, wow, what a creative idea with Razor and Chongyun. So Chongyun is infusing Razor with cryo normal attacks, and Razor's attacking with Electro. So you're getting lots of Superconduct application. It's breaking the shield really fast. And Razor, with the Hexerai buffs, actually does really good damage. So if you're a Razor main, this is really, really cool. I am so impressed. And Nicole is really doing good work here, buffing both Fischl and Razor. So yeah, I love Nicole. I think Nicole was underrated at launch, and I think people are starting to find out how underrated Nicole is now that we're seeing it, because again, like I always said, being able to get your attack buff immediately, being an energy positive instead of an energy black hole, unlike Bennett, you can see how much damage they did to the shield there, is just so valuable. And you can see it showing off here. Not quite just a 4-star clear. You know, it does require the 5-star Nicole, but still very, very impressive and not too expensive of a clear for Fearless. I wouldn't expect most people to be able to clear with this team at Fearless, but what you can do is if you are interested in this team, because they probably have like really insane builds and insane gameplay, etc., etc. They have Nicole's weapon. But if you want to do this team, you know, you can at least take it to menacing if you have these characters pretty well built. They'll probably show their builds here. We can see Razor is certainly using the new artifact set, I would imagine. So Serpent Spine, probably R5. Yeah, R5. Using the wind set, well built. Nicole R1, C0 with her crown skill. Fischl, the crown skill. Not the craziest build, to be honest. Fav, Noblesse, Chongyun, very, very cool. So that's one cool one. I'm not going to watch the entire clear for all of these, but I did want to show you a couple other things. This is someone using Moika. And again, these are all top players using, you know, very, very good combos, but it gives you an idea of some of the strategies you can use. And you can, even if you're not using these, you can take it down a tier. So this is Yansan doing the charge attack tech. So she's applying Electro from her charge attack and getting Superconduct off that way, which is really, really interesting. This Moika is played really well. They are doing the charge dash tech to get more melts off. And if you're not doing the charge dash tech, or you're doing it worse, then you're gonna have to have more investment on Moika to clear it at Fearless. This Moika is C0, R0. So you'll probably need, you know, maybe C2 or something like that to replicate that clear. And so this is an example of Citlali actually breaking the shield, the little floating guys, whereas other ones like this Flint's clear that is really cool, it uses Layla. Layla's just applying cryo from off field, and then they're just going straight for the ball. They're not worried about the floating guys at all. One was killed incidentally there, but it's not like they're targeting the floating ball specifically. They're mostly just targeting the Pokeball and then just getting a couple of them to help break the shield, and then mostly they're just doing damage. This Flint's level of investment is this one here. So it's just C0 Flint, C0 Inefa, and Ino. So if you're using Columbina or C6 Ino, or you're using weapons on these guys, then that's going to make a Fearless clear potentially more doable for you. Sandrone just barely clearing with no Yai, a non-Yai team with no weapon. So it's very easy to clear with Sandrone. Sandrone, yeah, even C0 Yai Miko, very, very easy to clear. Only 80 seconds. She just eats this boss for breakfast. So I won't even show it. I'll show my dire clear with Sandrone, but if you have Sandrone and Yai Miko, this boss is essentially free. We're seeing the non-buffed Ryo with Escoffier, Fischl, Janssen. Very cool. One thing to note is Shatter also breaks the shield. It's not just Superconduct. And so I know Cryo Application hurts the shield, Shatter hurts the shield, but they're using Ino here because Ino can shatter those guys, and that's a really cool tech, something to note. There's just so much cool tech, and this is just one of the reasons why I love Stygian so much, because it makes people more creative, and they do, as much as they push the shill mechanics, as much as they push the really favored mechanics, and they do want you to pull those characters, they do also include cool mechanics and cool tech that allows people to do weird and different things. And I really, really like all of the creativity that people had. I could just spend hours on this website, on the Stygian Clear website. It's kind of what I wanted to do with my Stygian contest that I hold a while ago, but now it's just on a website. So if you have cool clears, make sure to go submit them over there. But yeah, especially for Fearless, there are a lot of different ways that you can, you can catch a Pokeball, as it were. I feel like they might even be able to optimize this more. They spend a lot of time sort of just running around. What are they waiting for here? I feel like could have killed it by then. I mean, what do I know? I feel like they could have had it like 20 seconds faster. Anyways, so that was an example of Skirk not even needing an Electro, at least for Fearless. There's also this funny clear, which uses Nicole and Fischl. It is a C2 Nicole, though, so I wouldn't recommend that one. Oh, this is for Dire. Wow. That's crazy. So yeah, we've got Moika, Flintz, Risley, Sandrone, most of the usual suspects. Skirk, Moika, Sandrone. Oh, we've got a Lohan clear. I've heard of some people clearing this with Lohan. It does make sense. Fischl and Lohan together are going to be good. And then, yeah, Nicole Chichi, very cool. We've got another Lohan, another Novelette, sort of a Bina Escoffier, Nefa hybrid, more Flintz, more Lohan, Kaching based. That's awesome. More Skirk, and then a C6 Raiden. Congrats to the Raiden mains. So there's some stuff for the Pokeball. Hopefully that gives you some inspiration. Let's check out our Discord. We've got in our Discord, if you want to join down below, the Stygian clears. People post their clears for Stygian, so if you want some inspiration, you can check that out. You can also ask them for tips. Oh, someone cleared Fearless with Chaska. Very cool. Seatlali Benefa. Barely invested Arlecchino, but got a really good time. Veressa is one that can do well versus the Pokeball. I'm surprised I didn't see any good Veressa clears for Fearless, because I saw quite a few for Dire. We've got C2 Veressa, C6 Janssen, C0 Chichi, C6 Chevreuse, so Veressa's one that you can check out. I think overall the Pokeball, not too bad of Chevreuse, so Veressa's one. That you can check out. I think overall the Pokeball, not too bad of an enemy. I just wish that characters like Sino and Risley actually had access to their buffs, because they would be able to dominate this Pokeball, but they're forcing you to specifically pull for Sandrone for your Sino and Risley if you want to use them against this patch, which is just absolutely evil. So I'm very disappointed in Hoyoverse for doing that, but it is what it is. For the dog, obviously Lunar teams are extremely good. Your Zabai, your Nefer, your Flintz, Moika, sort of the general best non-lunar character to clear. All the Dire clears are basically some mix of these teams. If we go down far enough, we have Baresa and C2 Durin. That's pretty cool. C2 Baresa, C2 Durin, makes sense. Once you get to enough investment, you can just brute force. So that's one of the nice things about the dog, is that anyone can kind of do it with enough damage. We've fought this boss before, so you kind of understand, but if you're fighting it with a lunar character, you want to go directly for the boss. You want to attack him directly, because the dog does summon these for many things, and if you are a lunar character, you just ignore them. But if you're not a lunar character, you kind of have to go for them, and you kind of want a grouper, which means characters like Skirk or characters that generally rely on overload have a hard time, but characters that can group and take advantage of that, like we can see here, Arlecchino and Kazuha able to group them up, and Arlecchino able to melt against them, and so they are able to get good damage off. Yeah, this is solo melt Seatlali with Kazuha infusing Cryo, allowing you to melt more hits. We've got lots of ER in there, Seatlali allowing them to melt, so very cool clear. Very awesome. If you look at Fearless, I imagine some more creative stuff. Again, it's sorted by cost, so these early ones are going to be, the goal is to do it with as little 5 stars as possible. So Flint's with his 4-star cast, Zabai with the 4-star cast, Nefer with Llama and 4 stars, Columbina, you know, it's just the regular lunar stuff. We've got Venti DPS. That makes sense because Venti can easily group them up and he can do pretty good damage to all of them with this team. If you have his even more premium team with Nicole Duran, that's going to be even better. Sucrose driving Benefa. This is going to be hard. You're going to have to be pretty darn well invested to make this happen. I know it's technically possible. I know it shows up on here. Do not feel bad if you can't get this on Fearless. For most of the low-cost clears that are like tight with time, I would recommend those are more applicable to most players on Menacing, not really so much on Fearless. If we go to the later pages and there's a clear like this, 83 seconds, then this is a clear that you can more likely replicate for yourself. I'm kind of curious to see how Varesa deals with this one not being able to group them. Does she hit the dogs or does she go for the damage on the guy himself? I'm quite curious how they do this. Does he just have enough AoE to hit them all? Let's see. I'm really curious actually. Looks like she's just going for straight damage on the boss. Yeah, so it's just brute forcing, having enough damage to take down the shield the old-fashioned way, completely ignoring the boss, because yeah, you're not able to group them up, and then they're using Pyro Travelers. So if you have Duran or Moika, that's probably going to be better. It's not something that most people are going to do. This is going to be a really crazy build. But again, if you have that team and you have it on, you know, Menacing, that's going to be easier to perform, or if you have higher investment for Fearless. Looks like this is the spot where Skirk, maybe with her weapon, is able to, you know, if you have Skirk with her weapon, she's maybe able to brute force it with some really good play. We've got Novelette. He actually does group them up and plays the game properly here. So you can see he groups them up and then he gets them all, and then he's just going to be able to defeat them. This is where Novelette actually does pretty well still, because he has okay single target damage and then very good multi-target. So that's how Novelette's doing it. Oh, we've got a Kave sneak, very cool. Mualani. Yeah, and then on to the final boss, going to be the Secret Source Automaton Natlin Shill edition. I have no idea how this person cleared it with C6 Gaming. All 4-star clear, no Natlin characters. How did they do that? That's insane. Maybe I'll move myself over here where I'm blocking left. Oh, there is a Natlin character. It's Yansan. Fascinating. Not even Seat Lally. Wow, that is impressive. Cool thing is how this boss works is it does track elemental application, so that's why they're doing their full rotation. It's applying more element than not. So you do want to apply your element in whatever way. But it also just tracks the Night Soul burst state that is going on. The Night Soul burst state is just the state that all Natlin characters enter, and they can enter it from on-field or off-field. So in the case of Yansan, I call him he, I don't know why. She's in her Night Soul burst from off-field, not just from on-field. So you don't have to be on-field and to break the thing. Oh, and then they're using Gawing to climb. How fun it is. Very, very fun, impressive. It is, I mean, it is just Fearless. But I still love to see cool and creative clears like that. And then from here, it's pretty much damage. Once you get the shield broken the first time, it summons those pillars. You have to climb them, and then you can do damage. And then you have basically an unlimited-ish time until the timer runs out to do damage. You don't have to worry about a second shield phase coming on, so that's at least nice. We've got Moika with her 4 stars. These aren't even C6. Very cool. We've got Barca with his Electro team. Interesting. That makes sense because they're very Night Soul focused, both Yansan and Auroran. We've got Shao with Yansan, very cool. Zabai with Auroran. More Moika, Harlequino, Melt Moika, Skirk with Yansan. That's such a wild choice. Lohen with Shalon and Sitlali. Makes perfect sense. Shalon and Sitlali are both good characters with Lohen, so you forego Nicole for more Night Soul. Mualani with Shalonen, Skirk with Sitlali, Tanich with Sitlali. Interesting. Didn't expect that. And then for Dire, of course, it's the usual suspects. It's Moika, C2 Varesa, C1 Mualani, Nefer with Auroran. Very interesting. C1 Mualani, Constellated Nefer. It's pretty much the usual suspects. Low Constellated Mualani, low Constellated Moika, Chaska, Skirk. Okay. I think it's time for me to show you the Dire clears that I did. This is probably the Dire that I'm the most proud of. And the reason why is because most of the time when I do Dire, I'm doing it a bit late. I'm following someone else's guide, and I'm essentially just copying what other people were doing. Not so for this one. We'll start with the easiest clear first. This was by Columbina, Chiori, Linnea. Chiori, if she has her weapon, fairly similar to C6 Ilua. C6 Ilua is better, but I wanted to go with Chiori because I love Chiori. My Chiori is C1. It does not matter on this team. It does nothing on this team. My Zabai is C1 R1, and so that's why I chose this team over Nefer. Note, another tip for this boss, if you hit it with a lunar attack, after it disappears and reappears in the first time, if you hit it with a lunar attack while it has that big lunar bar, it instantly fills all of your bursts up. So one of the nice things about Linnea on this team is she can easily use her skill and trigger a lunar crystallize, and then everyone gets their burst. So that's really nice. And then Zabai, you're just brute forcing, you're doing damage, we're going through our regular rotation, yeah, I don't really have that much to say. It's not that impressive of a clear by any means. Palomina's on Fab, Chiori's on her weapon, Linnea is on Elegy. I think if I used Ilua, it would have even been better, but I wanted to use Chiori. And then, yeah, we weren't able to one-phase it, but yeah, we're able to beat the shield here, and then we almost missed it with just 1 second left. I didn't think I was gonna get it, but I did, so that's kind of fun. This one, what's her name? Sandrone just like really impressed me well, it impressed me how well the boss helped Sandrone, because she's able to both do damage to the Pokeball and clear the little shields, and able to trigger Super Conduct and Shatter, and I don't know if she causes Shatter, but she clears all the things, makes it very easy to clear the boss, and she just does so much damage. This is C0R1 Sandrone, which admittedly is some decent investment. However, I don't even have access to my C1 Yamiko yet, so the fact that she is this comfortably able to clear Dire, I'm not doing any fancy tech, I'm not doing any fancy things, I'm not playing perfectly optimally, Nicole is just C0, and we're able to get a pretty comfortable clear. You know, we should clear it in 2 phases. We clear it. It was the fastest Dire clear we have. Kind of reminds me of the Cryo Automaton when Skirk was the shill back in the day. So yeah, there goes Sandrone. Very nice. And then for the clear that I am most proud of, this took me hours. I started this one multiple streams ago. So there are 2 streams, in the stream earlier in the day, and it was tough. It was really tough. We had to go through a lot of iterations of artifacts, rotations, teams. I think we're just gonna play it with my voice going, because it was so exciting. So we'll play it with the sound. The main philosophy behind this clear was to make sure Citlali always had her shield up. So we open with her shield from the very outset. We make sure, priority above all else, that her shield is always used off cooldown. That gives us the most time to do everything. Citlali is on her weapon, which allows her to easily get scroll. Oh, we messed up here. That's okay. I'll be able to talk about it more. You do want to make sure that Citlali's burst is over for when you're using her on the rotation before Skirk, because there needs to be Hydro on the enemy for you to get scroll. This looks tiring. The most tiring part is I was getting pretty salty from chat. So little help. There was some good help from chat though. Okay, here, I think this is the actual one. So we skill. Yeah, so chat was good. But lots of chat just keeps asking why I'm not using Moika. They were asking why I wasn't using Moika. Try Varesa. Yep. Varesa needs C2 to beat this boss. Moika needs crazy good play as well. It's hard. This boss is way overtuned. It's way overtuned. Pisses me off. It made it a more satisfying clear, but pisses me off. So we set up Skirk's burst. We're doing the N2 dash combo. I think I got better at doing her combo just from this boss. The interesting thing is I'm not even really thinking of what the actual combo is. Oh, this is a big one. So we pre-cast Citlali's skill here, or Citlali's jump, before the pillars fully spawn. It saves us a crucial second later on. We hold skill here, and then we set up a rotation at only 54 seconds. You don't want to use Citlali's burst after the boss is done. Huge damage from Skirk's burst. This is, again, a C2 R1 Skirk, C0.
One side effect of being an intelligent animal seems to be an understanding of death.
First, we're born, that is to say, we start being here. We're here for a while, interacting with each other and with the world at large, and then we die. That is to say, we stop being here. Other organisms do the same thing, sometimes for shorter periods of time and sometimes for longer periods of time. The impermanence of stuff, though, from animals to cities, is obvious to every human on the planet. Things start and then they stop, and they overlap in weird ways. Early human societies understood beginnings and ends, the concepts of impermanence and change. Other hominins did too, so it was only a matter of time until the first human looked down at the ground or up at the sky and thought, how long has that been here? And from the very first people capable of leaving records behind, there were those who answered that question with a very, very long time. For some, the answer was that the Earth had always been. Much of our understanding as to how ancient people conceived of the world and of its age comes from their creation stories, from their cosmologies, from their king's lists. By looking at stories and relics left behind through space and through time, we can understand that ancient people thought the Earth came about from a myriad of different ways, depending on who you talk to and when you ask them the question. Sometimes the Earth is born from a previous world thanks to a mother deity. Sometimes it is brought forth from chaos by a god or goddess's words, music, or secretions. It can be assembled by an earth diver or sent by a god to grow from another god's dismembered body. Sometimes a giant egg hatches. One Egyptian creation myth has the world emerging from the distant past out of a dead sea that stretches infinitely in all directions at a moment called Zep Tepi, or the first occasion. For me personally, I do like that better than the world having emerged from someone's spit or seminal fluid. The timing of things in many of these stories is pretty ambiguous. There is a before time, that is to say before the Earth was formed, and then the Earth is formed, and history begins. Context in many of these stories suggests that the before time was not brief. Countless world iterations sprawl into the past, or chaos reigns, or the gods confer, or the egg incubates. And this holds for the Hebrew creation story too, actually. For instance, how long does the Spirit of God hover over the primordial waters? How long were the primordial waters there? The point, of course, wasn't to put a number to things, it was to contextualize humans' existence. Humans didn't exist, and then they did. It's interesting how unimportant putting an actual number was to things for these ancient people, but they had bigger issues at hand. They needed to secure consistent water and food and safety before they could even begin to start putting the big questions to papyrus. Some civilizations did take a stab at placing a numeric age to the Earth. These estimates can be gleaned from some civilizations' kings lists. For example, the Sumerian kings list includes antediluvian reigns stretching well over 200,000 years into the past. There is no reason to suggest that Sumer itself existed for 200,000 years. However, the Sumerian conception of their own history may have been very ancient. Some scholars have suggested mathematical conventions or narrative reasons for such a deep history as well, but this is one of the first examples of a long numeric time frame given to at least human history by a people group. Still, this king's list is permeated by the influence of the gods. It isn't an attempt at geology, but a light theogony with human cameos. The Greeks, who hadn't invented glasses, but whose texts and histories would go on to influence many early Christian thinkers, would produce some of the first written records musing about the age of the earth, and from a naturalistic perspective. They were one of the first civilizations where writing and free time converged and allowed people to sit around and consider, ponder, and mull over everything from philosophy to the natural world. One of the first of these was Xenophanes, a Greek poet from the 5th and 6th century BC. Xenophanes, perhaps controversially, believed that the gods were relatively uninvolved in the affairs of humans, leading him to propose a naturalistic explanation for natural phenomena, from St. Elmo's fire to fossils. He proposed that fossils of marine animals on land meant that land was once covered by water. Marine transgressions explained shells, fish bones and seal prints being found in quarries and mountains. The sea and land being able to switch places. This, as you can imagine, was a pretty groundbreaking idea. Still, it was well reasoned and accepted to the degree that Herodotus, considered the father of history by many, would propose in the 5th century BC that the Nile River had once been a gulf, and that perhaps the change from gulf to the river that people now saw today had taken as long as 20,000 years. Xanthus of Sardis would propose that the marine fossils found on the plains were formed in roughly the same way. Then Aristotle would take things to the next level in his piece Meteorologica, which is arguably the first dedicated text on geology in history. In it, he mused on the nature of volcanoes, earthquakes, and marine transgressions alike. Aristotle was different though because he put a timeline to things. Rivers and seas could form and dissipate in perpetuity because the Earth was eternal. That's plenty of time for the Earth and geology generally to mix things up, right? Forever. Now, critically, Aristotle reached this conclusion from a naturalistic perspective. He looked around him and saw every kind of geologic formation in various states of growth or collapse, from oceans and mountains to floodplains and foothills. And this was a pretty popular way of thinking, in part because it was Aristotle who was the one proposing it, but also because there was just no way to put a finite number to anything. People tried, of course, but it was always kind of a ballpark thing. And this was due in part to the fact that no one was writing this type of thing down. Thinking was still in its early stages with regard to being put to paper. So the eternal nature of the Earth and the universe took hold with the Greeks and would hold through the Romans and the early Christian thinkers and through the death of Jesus. Now we gotta keep an eye on those Christians because they're about to take the baton from the Greeks and Romans and start to shape Western thinking themselves. Many of these early Christians, such as Theophilus and Sextus Julius Africanus, didn't put much stock in the idea that the universe or the Earth was eternal for obvious reasons. Their holy text put a distinct start date on the whole existence affair. The earliest Christian thinkers had bigger doctrinal fish to fry anyway than quibble about the age of the Earth, which is why very little is written about it at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Прихожу Ну, в смысле, ну, как бы я это делал некоторое время довольно-таки часто. Но другое дело, что я давно вообще ничего не закатывал. Поэтому я сейчас... Да. Фотографии надо сделать сначала. Фотографии надо сделать сначала. А еще нужно посмотреть на страницу товара. И сравнить длину этих ямок. Ну, ты уверена? Ты посмотрела, что действительно ты лопухнулась? Мам. Мам, описание есть везде. Описание есть везде. Вот. В любом случае, в приложении, вот в этом заказе, нужно выбрать, что типа я хочу сдать. Не подошло. Нет. Нет, нельзя. Нельзя. Нельзя так. Да, блядь, я говорю, поищите в Гугле. Я не знаю точно. Вы заказывали через Wildberries, я Wildberries не пользуюсь 100 лет. Давайте, удачи.
Prior to Augustine. What is written, such as the musings of Basil in the 3rd century AD, is dismissive. Some things, Basil would argue, cannot even be known, so why bother? Early fathers of the church, though, did have some pretty flexible ideas when it came to time, especially with relation to God. This was primarily due to verses Psalm 91 and 2 Peter 3:8, which each use a 1,000-year chunk of time to convey that God supersedes human temporal conception. One might think that this would be used to argue supersede human temporal conception. One might think that this would be used to argue that the 6-day creation week in Genesis is actually 6,000 years. Like, that time period would have taken 6,000 years if a day is like 1,000 years to the Lord. But no, instead they used that concept, that 1,000 years to a day with God versus humans type of thing, to argue that all of human history would take approximately 5,500 years to 7,000 years. But that's human history. That is set apart from the actual age of the earth in the minds of some of these first thinkers. Like the many creation stories, cosmologies, and kings lists before them, they didn't really have much to say about the period prior to creation, and why would anybody care? There were no people back there. Human history as a rather short affair would be found in the writings of many thinkers in the first few centuries after the death of Jesus. It's found in the Epistle of Barnabas, as well as in the writings of Irenaeus, Hippolytus, Methodius, Lactantius, Julius Firmicus Maternus, Tychonius, John of Damascus, Clement of Alexandria, Eusebius, and many other cool guys. Now, from a scholarly perspective, there's disagreement when it comes to the question of how old did each of these guys think the Earth actually was. But truthfully, after looking at a lot of old writings, I think that it was simply pretty unimportant to them, especially compared to, determining when Jesus Christ was going to come back. I cannot stress enough how much time and ink was spent and spilled arguing about and trying to determine generally when the second coming was going to occur. Every single one of these early church fathers had a perspective as to when Jesus was coming back, although I will say a lot of them thought the answer was ambiguously soon, so it's not surprising that they weren't really super concerned with the geological age of the Earth. Now, that is not to say that they were not interested in the book of Genesis. And this makes sense. If you want to understand the end, then you probably want to have a firm grasp on the beginning, which is actually a little bit harder than it sounds. When it came to the creation of the earth, virtually all of these thinkers agreed that the 6 days of creation in the book of Genesis were literal days. However, they struggled with the idea that they were just days. Origen, in his homilies on Genesis, puts a profound allegorical power onto the text, and Augustine would as well in his work The Literal Meaning of Genesis. Both men seem to have interpreted Genesis as being pointedly narrative in nature, structured intentionally by God himself to be comprehensible and understandable by humans. So, fascinatingly, as I understand it, Augustine thought that the 6 days of creation in Genesis weren't 6 literal days that God took to create the earth. Instead, he thought that those 6 days were God's way of explaining creation in a comprehensible way to humans, and that instead, God actually, historically, like what God literally did was like snap his fingers and do all of creation in a mere instant. So in this way, Augustine does consider the 6-day creation allegorical, but not because he thinks the actual time that creation took was like billions of years, but rather it actually took no time at all. And his reasoning is pretty simple and intuitive. Why would the God of the universe arbitrarily take 6 days to create the universe when he could just snap his fingers and do it in an instant? The answer is that he didn't take 6 days. That's just how he explains it to our dumb human brains. Augustine supports this notion by pointing out that the 7th day of creation can be interpreted as still in progress, not a literal day. In Literal Commentary on Genesis, Augustine argued that Genesis 1 through 3 had been written obscurely for the purpose of stimulating our thought. No Christian, he said, would dare say that the narrative of Genesis must not be taken in a figurative sense. Ironically, Augustine would be hugely influential to creationists thousands of years later for quotes on the authority of Scripture. But Augustine was also clear that authority was not synonymous with unchanging or clear-cut. He would specifically warn that there was a great danger in just blatantly, bluntly, obtusely taking Scripture literally. On Genesis, Augustine urged readers to choose the interpretation they could grasp, because different interpretations are sometimes possible without prejudice to the faith we have received. In such a case, we should not rush in headlong and so firmly take our stand on one side that, if further progress in the search of truth justly undermines this position, we too fall with it. Case in point, Augustine accepted that the Earth was in fact a globe, despite some biblical interpretations proposing otherwise, and despite some major Christian thinkers arguing that the Earth was in fact flat due to Scripture. Interestingly, though, Augustine thought that the other side of the globe was only open ocean, for how could the inhabitants of these hypothetical continents have heard the good news about Jesus Christ, as Scripture outlined? Critically, this means that for many of our most influential and earliest church fathers, their exegetical understanding of Genesis is that the 6-day creation was allegorical. They did think that human history could be contained within a 5,000 to 7,000 year time frame, but that wasn't due to any specific scriptures. Rather, this had more to do with trying to anticipate when Jesus would return on the basis of some scriptural interpretations. And that's human history anyways, not the age of the earth. This is a foundational point to our story that you need to remember from here on out, forever and ever, until the death of the universe. Prolific church fathers reached the conclusion that the 6-day creation in Genesis was allegorical and not a literal history, with absolutely zero influence from science. As Christianity gained power in politics and in culture, Christian thinkers continued not to put a specific age to the earth. Scholars prior to the Reformation, such as Hugh of St. Victor and Thomas Aquinas, would continue to hold this idea that Scripture simply did not speak to the age of the earth, or that there may have even been a vast period of time prior to the creation week. Eventually, that idea is going to become known as gap theory, and just wait, it's gonna be big. Aquinas in particular argued that nature is purposeful and governed by reason as set forward by God. Natural science will never contradict scripture. As for Genesis, the manner and the order according to which creation took place concerns the faith only incidentally. People did argue as to whether or not the 6-day creation week was allegorical or literal, but most people did agree that human history could probably fit within 5,000 to 7,000 years, and that the time prior to the creation week, however long that actually was kind of just inconsequential. This was the case for the whole of the Dark Ages in the West. The age of the Earth just wasn't something anyone thought much about, and the same would be true for most of the coming Renaissance. Some Protestants like Martin Luther, Philip Melanchthon, John Gertrude, Cephas Calvisius, Johannes Kepler, yes that one, and John Calvin spent this time arguing about when creation took place, both the year and the season. Side note, I think thematically spring makes the most sense, right? Like the creation of new life and new things coming back after the dormancy of winter, or chaos.
No.
Anyways, in the Western world, this is generally where things stayed until the 1600s. Arguments about when creation occurred, the timeline of human history in particular, the nature of creation, figuring out when Jesus is coming back, that kind of thing. The actual age of the Earth itself was rarely considered, and when it was evidently strictly in the context of determining the length of the age of men in order to divine the timing of the return of Jesus. Abroad, things were different. In the 6th century and for hundreds of years after, the Sunda kingdom of Java would hold to the Hindu idea that the Earth was vaguely trillions of years old. In the 13th century, the Mongol creation stories involved earth divers, chaos taming, and great deities of unknown age. In the 15th century, the Aztecs had the emergence creation story, and to them, the Earth was in its 5th creation cycle. The influence of religion on the human perception of time and the very nature of discovery, it just can't be overstated. We're driven by our curiosity to explain the world around us, but we're limited in what we attempt to discover by the context in which we live. If religion and tradition paint the world around you as wild and unknown, or even unknowable, how can science develop? Combined with the challenges of simply eking out a living, it's unsurprising that so few people groups even attempted to put a number to the age of the Earth. It's understandable that there's just a wide variety of thoughts and opinions from people groups through space and time, and that for a lot of people, the age of the Earth could be boiled down to roughly a long time ago, or not that long ago. And as we just saw, early Christian thinkers and really the whole of the Western world was not excused from this phenomenon. Arguments raged as to the age of human history, but as for the age of the Earth itself, people just kind of went, Religions globally gestured at the antiquity of the Earth, but to put a number to it would require a different tool entirely. Science has always been with us as a curious species of ape, and the scientific method is the means by which every discovery in human history has been accomplished, long before it was formalized. Since the first hominid, probably anthropoid, was capable of asking a question like, how might I crack open this nut, the contents of which I know are very yummy, we've been employing a version of the scientific method. Francis Bacon is generally credited with outlining it formally in the West centuries later at the dawn of the Enlightenment in 1620, but it was being utilized long before that. Observation, question, hypothesis, experiment, accept or reject. This little flowchart is how Aristotle was able to suss out that the Earth was not a flat plane, but a globe. Evidently, Brahmic kingdoms of India thought the same around this time. So it seems like people were more interested in this question of what am I on as opposed to when am I, because of the frequency that we see this shape of the Earth question get asked and answered over and over and over again across space and time. The Romans would inherit the Greek science, of course, but this idea of the shape of the Earth specifically would be fleshed out in greater depth at the Baghdad House of Wisdom from the 8th to 13th century. Now, back in the West during medieval times, the shape of the Earth was not particularly controversial. Although, like with Augustine before them, many church fathers were skeptical about the idea that people might live over there. They were cool with the shape of the Earth being a globe as long as the other side of that globe was just completely deserted. However, a new astronomical concept is about to arrive on the scene fast and furious that is going to change science in the Western world and also set the stage for how people would receive other revolutionary concepts about the natural world that are coming down the pipeline hundreds of years later. The Greeks had known that the Earth was a sphere, but both geocentric, where the rest of the planets and the sun orbit the Earth, and heliocentric, where the Earth and the other planets orbit the sun, models were clashing. The Western world during the medieval period was firmly geocentric. Everything astronomically revolved around the Earth. This idea was linked to the sentiment held by the church at the time that the Earth was the center of creation and humans effectively the pinnacle. Science advances when people have the luxury of time. As the Renaissance began to intensify in the 16th century, much as we saw with the Hellenistic period and with the Islamic Golden Age, people finally had a moment to sit back and ask some questions. As previously mentioned, the idea that the Earth might circle the sun first showed up with the Greeks, but that position was either lost or so unbelievably unpopular in medieval Italy that geocentrism reigned supreme, with no small help from the Catholic Church. Renaissance polymath Nicholas Copernicus challenged geocentrism in 1543, independently deriving a heliocentric model and triggering the Copernican Revolution. Galileo would elaborate on this work with telescopic observations, publishing Starry Messenger in the year 1610. Empirical observations of numerous celestial bodies robustly supported the notion of heliocentricity. The Earth was not the center of the universe. This directly contradicted the official position of the Catholic Church at the time, a geocentric one, and led to the formal prosecution of Galileo by the Church, which might as well have been the government at the time. This wasn't the first time that happened, and it also wouldn't be the last time it happened. 14th century alchemists had been censored by Pope John XXII before Galileo, and Bernard Palissy would be imprisoned for heresy for suggesting fossils were once alive after him in 1588. Almost a century later, Isaac de Peyre of Bordeaux would be seized by the Inquisition for suggesting prehistoric tools were not petrified thunderbolts, but the work of so-called pre-Adamites. France and Italy were not the ideal place for a scientist, primarily due to the fears of the Catholic Church at the time. Case in point, the Church's Index of Forbidden Books would be established in 1559, and it wasn't exactly bereft of scientific tomes. This thing may as well have been a college library.
I kind of hate scientists.
Galileo would continue to work during this Inquisition, publishing on tides, comets, and continuing to support heliocentricity in the face of immense backlash. His work was groundbreaking and would get him formally convicted of heresy in 1633, after which he was sentenced to house arrest until his death in 1642. Then the church banned his books.
Okay. Are you me right now?
Ew, that could have gone better. Interestingly enough, the church had been okay with Galileo entertaining the idea of heliocentricity so long as he pitched it as a mere hypothesis. Teach the controversy, I guess. Now, the Catholic Church is eventually going to change their mind on all of this, but we're not there yet, so put a pin in it. For the 1600s, the Catholic Church says that everything revolves around the Earth, and science says that that century had the Italians looking up, but evidently the British were looking down, and that wasn't the only place they were looking. They were also looking in the Bible. At the very cusp of the Enlightenment, several men would investigate the age of the Earth in the most disparate of ways, and it is here too that records finally allow us to get to know our cast just a little bit better. James Ussher was born in Dublin in the late 1500s, and his life sounds a little bit like a Tim Burton screenplay. He was taught to read by two blind aunts who allegedly had the Bible memorized, and graduated from Trinity College at just 16. He would become a powerful archbishop, in part by feverishly preaching against Catholicism. He thought they were the Antichrist.
Please don't dread Armageddon. Antichrist is such a liar. Please don't dread Armageddon. If you take his mark, you'll join him in the fire.
Later in life, however, he became a recluse, spending his time engrossed in research at his home library, walking the rivers by his home, and eating wholesome meat without sauce. Usher was fascinated by biblical chronology, and his life's goal was to determine when creation actually occurred using both biblical and extra-biblical sources. The earlier John Lightfoot had already published his own thoughts in the immaculately titled A Few and New Observations Upon the Book of Genesis, the most of them certain, the rest probable, all harmless, strange, and rarely heard before, arriving at a creation date of 4004 BC. But Usher's work would be even more precise. Not long before he died in his late 60s in the year 1650, Usher's work, Annales Veteris Testamenti, would place creation on Saturday, October 22nd in the year 4004 BC. Now, Usher wasn't the only one doing such work, but his ideas prevailed due in part to John Fell. Fell was the Bishop of Oxford, who felt that the next edition of the KJV needed a biblical chronology, a timeline for human history and for the age of the earth. So, when he selected James Usher's chronology to be released in the 1701 issue of the KJV, that's all she wrote for a while. This Bible was enormously popular, and it put James Usher's chronology for the age of the earth and for human history in every home. The West had shifted from the infinite world of the Greeks and the Romans to a finite earth, 6,000 years old from creation to present day. However, the natural sciences too were blossoming, and people, even committed men of God, looked down at the earth beneath their feet and felt an enormous sense of unease. In Impossible Monsters, Michael Taylor recounts an encounter Scottish traveler Patrick Brydone had with an anonymous Sicilian bishop who marveled at the archaic lavas of Mount Etna. Quote, Moses hangs like a dead weight on him and blunts his zeal for inquiry. He has not the conscience to make his mountain so young as the prophet makes the world, unquote. Fortunately, Sicilian bishops weren't the only ones looking down. The Renaissance took place from roughly 1450 to roughly 1700, and while a lot of science was carried out during this time period, not a lot of it concerned the age of the earth until the tail end. Still, this is when the stage was set for the movement that would change everything, the Enlightenment. Now, admittedly, the clothing of the Enlightenment is a little bit less comfortable than the clothing that came before. We're not getting to wear a sheet anymore, unfortunately. Things are a little bit frillier, a little bit stuffier, a little tighter in general. But there is one pretty major invention that kind of changes the game in the Enlightenment, especially if you're someone like me, and that's got to be the invention of spectacles. Glasses were invented hundreds of years earlier than that, eh? The edge of the Enlightenment saw the arrival of the gentleman naturalists. These are financially secure men with the time to get an education and the means by which to put it to work, investigating the world around them. Now, there are many early geologists we could discuss as important individuals for the discoveries that were to come, but one group stands apart in my mind as absolutely vital for planting the seed of antiquity in the minds of the scientific world, which was just beginning to emerge. And for a pretty surprising reason. While the battle for biblical chronology raged, geologists with their eyes on the ground encountered one interesting little geologic feature that had them puzzled in their petticoats, and it's one that I suspect every single one of you out there are familiar with. Fossils. Fossils had been discovered and appreciated since the dawn of human civilization, but since the first human laid eyes on them, probably well before that, they'd puzzled naturalists of all varieties. After all, fossils were rocks that kind of look like things that are alive today, albeit not exactly, except instead of being made of bones or hard exoskeletons or some kind of shell, it's made of rock. The debate was pretty simple. Are these rocks that look like living things actually the remains of those living things, or are they just sports of nature? Funny rocks that look like living things but aren't, or rather weren't. Aristotle had remarked on natural processes in Meteorologica and had touched on the nature of terrestrial formations like fossils being the result of vapors and exhaltations. Islamic scholar Avicenna elaborated on this idea with his petrifying virtue, a fluid that could turn liquids into solids and may be responsible for many geologic phenomena from stalactites to fossils, and also human gallstones. Italian physician Girolamo Francesco, ceramics artisan Bernard Palissy, Italian physician fossils, and also human gallstones. Italian physician Girolamo Francesco, ceramics artisan Bernard Palissy, and everyman Leonardo DiCaprio, Da Vinci, I'm leaving it in. Francesco, Palissy, and Da Vinci all thought fossils were once living organisms, using various areas of expertise to explain why they looked the way they do now. However, their ideas found opposition from Enlightenment professor of mathematics, physics, and Oriental studies, Athanasius Kircher. Kircher was not convinced that fossils were once alive and was instead a champion of the idea that they were geologic quirks created by magnetism and the stars. Ironically, Kircher was a sort of proto-diluvialist as well, outlining perceived natural histories of the Noah's Ark story. More people found this convincing than you might think, although I don't know how, but because he argued well enough, this led to a genuine debate about fossils. Were these just sports of nature, or were they once living things? Robert Hooke, hey wait a second, was different. Educated at Oxford, he was much like Da Vinci or Newton in that he dipped a toe in many fields: astronomy, mathematics, physics, chemistry, inventing, architecture, and much, much more. His resume is impressive, but the work he's perhaps best known for is the discovery of the cell in 1665. His text, Micrographica, revealed to the world that big things like us are actually, in all likelihood, made up of a ton of itty-bitty, teeny-tiny things. How unsettling. 3 years later, he would publish on geology with a focus on fossils. Hooke outlined why fossils were once living things, turned to stone over time by some unknown process, in part by pointing out that only some types of organisms seem to fossilize. Today, we know that this type of taphonomic bias is due to a myriad of different factors, including the composition of the organism itself, its rarity, what's going on in that given environment, and so on and so forth. Robert Hooke would also go on to muse just a little bit about the age of the Earth, although he did so quite carefully. This part, being thus covered with other Earth, perhaps in the bottom of the sea, may by some subsequent earthquakes have since been thrown up to the top of a hill, where those parts with which it was by the former means covered may in tract of time and by fall and washing of waters be again uncovered and laid open to the air, and all those substances which had been buried for so many ages before and which the devouring teeth of time had not consumed may then be exposed to the light of day. Hooke's fellow polymath Steno was a masterful anatomist who became fascinated by fossils around the same time. His text Prodromus pointed out that fossils lack the fracture patterns to have been formed as mere geologic processes, as well as outlining the foundational principles of stratigraphy itself, establishing the law of horizontality, which would set the stage for the law of superposition, which was coming soon. Put really simply, the laws of horizontality and superposition just tell you that layers of the geologic column, and the column is filled with a great many layers that are lower down, were laid down before layers that are higher up, which means that lower layers are older. Both Steno and Hooke also seriously doubted and put this in writing that the fossils of the geologic column could be attributed to a single event, like Noah's flood, something that is particularly interesting because modern creationism demands that that is the case, and because both Steno and Hooke were ostensibly quite religious men, specifically Steno, given his later role as an actual Catholic priest. And yet, they find that by looking at the data themselves, it just doesn't look like a global flood was responsible for the entire geologic column and the fossils therein, or in some cases, it just didn't look like a global flood happened at all. Critically, and this is going to be a big thing moving forward, this did not kill anyone's faith. This simply caused these naturalists to look a little closer at scripture, because they felt that scripture couldn't be dishonest. And so if all of the natural world was saying one thing, then it must be a problem with their, as in humans, interpretation of the Holy Scripture. The work of these naturalists was absolutely immaculate. Truly, it was incredibly convincing to the scientific community. Steno and Hooke are known for their careful scientific inquiry and experimentation and observation and documentation, etc. And yet, this debate still hung in the air. And that's in part because fossils made people kind of uncomfortable. Fossilization as a process is already kind of magical and weird, right? I mean, you've got petrification, seemingly, of a living thing turned to stone. This is fantastic. This is quite literally something that Greek monsters like Medusa did, using magic monstrous properties. And yet, we had, all over the geologic column, to the point that any layman could walk around in their backyard in many places and pick them up, animals and plants turned to stone, ones that you could pick up in your hands and roll around and feel with your fingers. This is strange, and stranger still was the nature of the creatures themselves, because while many of them looked familiar, there were shelled things and sort of buggy-looking things and planty-looking things, no one saw these animals around, or these plants around anymore.
Whatever would you do without me?
Or where were they? Where did they go? Fossils hinted at this prospect that perhaps creatures could disappear forever. All members of a single species, type, or variety could go away and never come back. And this was an unfathomable concept to Christians at the time, who held to a concept called the plenitude of creation. If in the beginning God created everything as very good, including all organisms, why would he allow any of them to go away forever? Were they not brought onto Noah's Ark to be saved from the flood? If not, why not? If so, why after the flood, and how did these animals and plants end up completely stricken from the face of the earth? Did God not want to preserve them? This was a question that was particularly bothersome for another famous naturalist, John Ray. John Ray was very religious, and so in addition to being known as a top-notch naturalist, he was also very well known for combining his theological and naturalistic musings into a so-called natural theology. He actually toyed with the idea that Noah's flood could be responsible for the geologic column, but he came to the conclusion that if it was responsible for any of it, it was a very small part. In Ray's eyes, the geologic column as a whole was simply too astronomically large to have been the result of one single event, even if it were a globe-spanning one. How could the flood explain the deepest specimens? How did it explain the remains that were quite different indeed from modern animals? Ray thought the answer was that the flood couldn't explain these fossils or these features. But then what could? He was, like all scientists should be, comfortable with saying that for the time being, the answer was a mystery. But John Ray's letters hint that in fact, he was partial to a new idea in theology that was currently growing in popularity. This was the idea that the chaos of the early chapters of Genesis may have held vast amounts of time indeed. The potential for large amounts of time in between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2 among the primordial seas would be formalized by Dutch theologian Simon Episcopius, echoing Aquinas before him, evidently before Ussher's chronology in 1650. The idea didn't have a name yet, but would eventually become known as gap theory amongst biblical scholars. The actual surge in popularity for gap theory was a while off still, and that's because the Western world at this time was sort of mulling over this bizarre confluence of Ussher's 6,000-year-old chronology and the dawn of modern geology. And these two things happening at the same time in the same place made the following century electric. I also think it arguably induces the rise in popularity of a brand new natural theology, diluvialism. Diluvialism is the idea that the great global flood of Noah from the Bible is responsible for all fossils and perhaps the entire geologic column. Obviously, this idea is familiar to us today because it persists through to modern creationism. They just call it flood geology now instead of diluvialism, its original, much older name. Even during the Enlightenment in the Western world, the Bible was considered the ultimate source of literal truth for at least the history of humans, and it contained a story about an enormous, perhaps global flood. How else is a naturalist of this time to explain marine shells on mountaintops? And yet, as we've already seen, many prolific naturalists are already balking at that idea, at least when considering the data. Still, some, like Thomas Bernet, outlined the flood's official role in geology of the modern world in his Sacred Theology of Earth, published in 1681. In it, at one point, he suggests that the Great Flood of Noah would require over 8 times the water in all modern oceans combined. Where did the water come from? Well, the Earth was created with it in the beginning, Bernet supposed. Where did it go? Bernet didn't know, but he is adamant that we should not appeal to miracles just because we can't find the answer. I hate to pull you out of time here, but can we just take a moment to appreciate how different Enlightenment diluvialism is compared to the flood geologists that we see today working for Ken Ham's Answers in Genesis? Old school diluvialists would have found the modern fledgeologists' appeal to miracles to solve problems and data that are insurmountable for young Earth creationism in the modern age to be outright shameful. And that's because old school geologists didn't think that creation was deceptive, and they would follow the natural world where it led and use that to help inform their interpretation of scripture, which is always subject to some degree of change by its very nature, because it is humans who are doing the interpretation, even if the text itself is believed to be inerrant. When faced with data that contradicted a young Earth, old school diluvialists would have just abandoned the concept of a young Earth. How do I know that that's what they would have done? Because that's what they did do. More on that a lot later. For now, we can consider guys like Thomas Bernet to be the first flood geologists. And interestingly, some of their models look a lot like some of the models that creationists are still proposing today, albeit a little bit different. Bernet's own work is fairly reminiscent of modern-day Walt Brown's hydroplate hypothesis. A global continent essentially floats on a subterranean super ocean, and the global flood occurs when the crust ruptures. So shockingly to me, and I spend a lot of time reading about what creationists think through space and time, Bernet, the father of flood geology, thought that most of Genesis was actually allegorical. He conceived of God quite literally as a playwright rather than an actor on the stage. And on top of that, he warned actively against literal interpretations of scripture. 'Tis a dangerous thing to engage the authority of scripture in disputes about the natural world in opposition to reason, lest time, which brings all things to light, should discover that to be evidently false which we had made scripture to assert. We are not to suppose that any truth concerning the natural world can be an enemy to religion, for truth cannot be an enemy to truth. God is not divided against himself. Again, the father of flood geology, imagine that. Naturalist John Woodward formed his own diluvial model, appealing to far more empiricism than Bernet. In his model, the flood destroyed the world before, effectively dissolving continents in the floodwaters and trapping dead organisms inside the mud that remained. This is where fossils come from. However, despite arguing that the flood slurry organized sediment by decreasing specific gravity, he did not support this with observations, and once observations were made, it was clear that the geologic column was not organized in this way in the slightest. William Whiston elaborated on Bernet's original chaos, incorporated much of Woodward's model, and put his own fascinating
Bruin's assignment doesn't look much like homework. More like a declaration of war. Little witch hunter, have you found a way to defeat me yet? Shout your coolest challenge from the rooftops and prepare to bow down before the Dodo King. Huh. I'll bet $1,000,000 more that Alice wrote this. If it wasn't for the part about a witch hunter, I would have thought this was written for Klee. Prune isn't exactly Alice's biggest fan. Paimon can see her really blowing her top over a challenge like this. Should we try to tone things down a bit when we tell Prune? Tell me what? Let me see. Ah! Don't sneak up on Paimon like that. Fine. But you've got to promise to keep it cool, okay? Boring. Huh? You're not mad? I'm used to her childish little games. She likes to act mysterious, but it's all just cheap tricks. Who shouts a challenge from the rooftops anyway? People walking past would look at me like I'm crazy. I'm not falling for that. I might as well stand in the middle of the street shouting, "Look at me! I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot!" Hey, why's my voice coming from over there?
Huh? What was that? You're an idiot? Yeah, you can say that again.
Hello, an idiot. Nice to meet you. Did you lose a bet or something?
Sounds like a prank to me. Some dumb kid must have got tricked.
A bit? No! I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot! Calm down, Prune. There's no need for violence.
Hello, everyone. Well, 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 I wasn't expecting a challenge like that. Certainly a novel approach. Anyway, congratulations on successfully activating your Witch's Homework Challenge. I've prepared a magical space for you with a real sense of pomp and circumstance, but it's going to take a while to load. So I thought, why not turn your challenge into loading music while you wait? Play it again and again to really build the excitement and get you properly pumped up. What do you think?
I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot! Hey, that wasn't a challenge! Turn that stupid noise off right now!
Oh dear, it looks like there's been a misunderstanding. I'm afraid the loading music's already merged with the challenge. If I cancel it now, you'll fail the whole thing. But I mean, if you're certain, I guess you can try another time, if fate decides we should meet again.
No! Don't you dare run away again! Not after I finally tracked you down! Ugh! Much longer does this thing need to load?
Huh? The magic space? It loaded ages ago. Welcome to the pinnacle of the dramatic arts in all of Tibet, the opera epicless, or rather, a magical facsimile of it. Your challenge is to win a debate, which is exactly why this magical space was created. Not bad, huh? Go on, try telling me the sense of spectacle isn't overwhelming you.
A debate? Don't you remember how I wiped the floor with you last time? Did you really go to all this trouble just to embarrass yourself again?
Well done. You displayed the intellect of a 16-year-old in a debate designed for 12-year-olds. How remarkable you are. I know how much you like to argue, so I've prepared a wonderful topic that even you won't be able to refute. A spirited debate requires a fair and impartial judge. Naturally, you are the only candidate worth considering, and I'm sure everyone else here agrees. And then there's Paimon, up there in the box seats. How's the view from up high, Paimon?
This is amazing! Paimon's never sat anywhere this fancy before. He's actually kind of scared to speak, in case someone finds out she's not meant to be here.
Well, you'd better get used to it quick, because we're going to need your cheers and applause in just a moment.
Enough time wasting. Let's get this over with. What's the topic?
Klee is a bad kid.
Huh?
This is the topic for you to refute. If you can convince our judge that Klee is not a bad kid, you'll earn yourself a gift.
I don't want your stupid gift! Please, your own daughter! How could you set a topic like this? Ooh, you're a bad person! The worst person!
People do say like mother, like daughter. Since I'm so bad, I guess Klee must be pretty bad too.
Objection! That's pure sophistry. Your flaws lie in your character and conduct. There's no scientific evidence to show that those are hereditary traits. Nurture has shown a far greater influence than nature. The people who look after Klee and Mondstadt are all better than you. Under their positive influence, they couldn't possibly turn out bad.
Do you dispute that Klee loves fish blasting? How could any good kid enjoy such a terrible pastime?
That's just the nature of a child who hasn't been taught right from wrong. They can see the boats in the harbor loaded with fish. How is she supposed to know the difference between how they get their catch and how she gets hers?
But is it not true that even after being sent to solitary confinement, Klee never learns her lesson?
It's true that Klee always accepts her solitary confinement and doesn't try to escape. That clearly shows she understands her punishment and doesn't hide from her actions. Klee shouldn't be labeled as bad when she readily faces the consequences of her actions. Moreover, after her last time in solitary confinement, despite saying she wanted to go fish blasting, she hasn't done it once without permission. In fact, the last time she did go, it was only at the behest, you could say, instigation, of someone she trusted. Her own mother, no less! At the end of the day, there's only one person here who deserves the title of Bad Kid. No, please. Bad Adult! What adult is so immature? I know! Bad Kidult! Oh, very compelling. A truly forceful argument. How's Alice going to respond?
Even if I accept your argument, it only proves that Klee has no bad intentions. It doesn't stop her from being a bad kid in other people's eyes.
Still stubbornly clinging on. Fine. If that's your angle, then listen carefully, because here's something even you can't deny. In other people's eyes, Klee is cute, so they will always forgive her actions. Exactly! Klee is so cute, who cares if she makes a few itsy-bitsy mistakes? In Paimon's eyes, she couldn't possibly be bad. Contrary to everything you've said, Klee has far more good points than bad. She's always happy to share her toys. And when she wants to play but everyone else is busy, she never pesters them and waits patiently until they're free instead. Most important of all, she's kind. In her eyes, everyone is a wonderful person. Even me, her mother's sworn enemy. No matter what else, I won't let you besmirch such an adorable child by calling her bad!
I give up. You win. As her mother, I can't possibly argue with that. To hear you say those words, it seems you truly do consider Klee a good friend. My daughter really is adorable, isn't she? Don't say I didn't warn you. I told you if you met her, you'd end up happy.
Now you're boasting? I traveled all the way to Mondstadt because of your silly little prank!
It brings me so much comfort knowing that Klee has a friend like you by her side. I do so look forward to seeing you both grow up. You can't imagine Klee still fish blasting at my age, can you?
Hold it right there. You're not about to say something corny like, ta-da! This was all a test to see how you really feel about Klee, are you?
You catch on quick. Seeing as you already know the deal, let's jump straight to announcing the results. Esteemed judge, if you will.
Little Prune's Witch Challenge. Cast, please accept the following witch's blessing. May you be as happy, healthy, well-fed, and worry-free as Klee herself.
When it comes down to it, you and Klee are both good kids. You're allowed to make mistakes from time to time, or even throw cutie-wooty little tantrums.
Thanks? But this doesn't change anything between us. Things first, stop treating me like a child. And second things second, I'm a witch hunter, and I won't forget my duty. You lost this time, so come out here and stop trying to fool me with that stupid doll.
Oh me, oh my, would you look at the time? Well, I had a lot of fun today. I'll be sure to drop by the next time I'm free. Toodaloo!
Hey, did you hear me? I haven't finished with you yet! You dare run away? Whoa! Everything just vanished! Classic Alice, huh? Oh, you wicked witch! Just you wait. I'll get you one day. Our little secret. Take a break. How tiresome. Take a break. Come on, keep up. Gotcha! Nowhere to run! Take a break. How tiresome. Take a break. Got a death wish? Regrettably, there's nothing more to say. My turn!
Spin on things. Earth was originally a comet, and also a comet was responsible for triggering the flood. I am not sure how he thought that would work. Winston also found the idea of a literal 6-day creation week to be impossible physically and unfounded theologically. He thought the waters on day 3 would take too long to run off the continents for plants to emerge on day 4, that too much stuff was formed on day 6, and he thought that scripture supported the notion that each day was actually a full year. This is one of the first outlined versions of day-age theory, another theological attempt to make sense of the geologic column that argues that the days during the creation week are actually indeterminate periods of time. They may be a year, they may be 1,000 years, they may be millions of years, and that's how they make sense of the geologic column. It's kind of ironic that one of the first formal outlines of what would become day-age theory was put forward by one of the first formal diluvialists or creationists. Granted, he thought that the days were actually years, but I must point out again that the point is that other interpretations other than the literal 6 days equals 6 days creation story that we see today have existed since the church has existed. Now, Winston is gonna get the heresy bonk from some people for those propositions, but the good news is he did get to end up being Isaac Newton's assistant, so I think it all kind of balances out. The work of another diluvialist, John Woodward, would greatly impact Johann Schuser, an early Swiss naturalist and advocate of harmonizing theology and science. In 1726, he would discover a rather large fossil, which he claimed to be the human remains of a witness to Noah's flood. He would later dub it Homo diluvii testis.
That's,
I mean,
So fossils and the origin of geology led to a lot of diluvial discussion. People needed to make sense of this world around them, of this deep geologic column, and of the things entombed within it, which once seemed to have been alive. I have to point out at this point that although there's some of this earliest flood geology that maintains through to the creationism of today, a lot of it is left behind, and the stuff that's left behind is the kind of stuff that would get those fathers of flood geology, like, put to the Inquisition by Ken Ham. None of these guys seem to hold to the young earth creationism that we see today from popular young earth creationists. Some of them thought that vast periods of time were tucked away in the earliest verses of Genesis, but the ones who didn't think that still thought that Genesis should be taken allegorically and that the 6 days weren't actually 6 literal days. That being said, by the mid-1700s, 1750, thereabouts, the general public still primarily held to the idea that the Earth was about 6,000 years old. They're pulling from that Usher chronology that is inside every one of their Bibles in their homes. However, people had been won over to the idea that fossils were once living things. Fossils represented animals and plants that were alive long ago, and something happened to them to turn them to stone. Incidentally, all this diluvial investigation had involved a lot of fossil collecting, and that meant a lot of looking at rocks. And those rocks had begun to look a bit strange. Early geologists operating in the mid-1700s, such as Giovanni Arjuno, Johann Lehmann, Georg Fuchsel, and Jean-Étienne Guittard, as well as many others, saw powerful and disparate processes at play in the rocks. From mountains and volcanoes to coal seams and rock types, this all could not be the result of a single uniform process, and certainly not a global flood. These men pioneered concepts in geology by observing and characterizing countless formations, as well as coining the very term formations. They built on the work of people like Steno and set the stage for the world of uniformitarianism which was to come. Fuchsel, for example, proposed that only recent depositions were flood rock, and the older stuff must have been formed by ordinary processes. We must take as the norm in our explanation of Earth's history the manner in which nature acts and produces solids at the present time. We know no other way. Guittard's work with volcanoes was even more difficult to square. Ancient Romans had used lava rock with erosive features from an extinct volcano for building, yet no record of what was seemingly an enormous eruption existed. The eroded volcanic rock must have been old to the Romans, and how old no one could say.
In the past, I did not understand the idea of being stronger than I already was. Now that I understand it well, I wish I was just a little stronger still. 1, 2, breathe, breathe, 4, and
Speaking of the Romans, the Catholic Church had been keeping up with the steady march of scientific progress, and they were starting to get a little bit embarrassed. Work continued to churn out, supporting heliocentrism over geocentrism, that the Earth, in fact, was rotating around the sun and not vice versa. And so, in 1758, the Catholic Church quietly removed all heliocentric works from the Index of Forbidden Books. They would keep a much lower profile when it came to arguments about the age of the Earth. They didn't want repeats of past mistakes. Back in Britain, engineer William Smith would connect the dots between the strata of geologic formations and fossils. While documenting coal seams, he discovered that strata could be consistently associated with specific types of fossils, meaning the latter could inform the former, and fossils could thus aid the emerging coal industry, a notion he would publish officially years later in 1796's Smith's Practical Geology, which would revolutionize the field in Britain and unknowingly cement the role of fossils in determining the age of the Earth. All of these geological observations, which were being published and bought up by wealthy gentlemen naturalists, roiled in the mind of Comte de Buffon. Buffon was keeping up with the publications, and all of these rising geological fields seemed to hint at a much deeper past for the age of the Earth. And astronomical observations weren't helping. Isaac Newton had just published on how long comets might take to cool. A globe of incandescent iron equal to ours, that is more or less 40 million feet wide, would scarcely cool off in as many days, or about 50,000 years. Nevertheless, I suspect that the duration of heat is increased in a smaller ratio than that of diameter because of some latent causes, and I wish that the true ratio might be investigated by experiments, spurring Buffon to experimentally test some of these ideas himself. Buffon heated spheres of minerals and timed their length to cool down, determining that Earth was tens of thousands of years old, perhaps even 100,000 years old. He first wrote this up in 1778, arguing that the days of Genesis must be intervals of time. What can we understand by the 6 days the sacred writer designates so precisely by counting them one after the other, if not 6 spaces of time, 6 intervals of duration? In the year 128 AD, Roman legionnaires were building a message. Emperor Hadrian had been divinely commanded to keep the empire intact, and so he decided to build a wall at Rome's northernmost border. The message he would send to all potential intruders: stay out. This is Roman territory. This wall was locally quarried, of course, full of stones that would impart another distinct message some 1,700 years later. James Hutton was a medical doctor by training, but he was continually fascinated by the new publications in geology that continued to reach his doorstep, publications which whispered of a much deeper history for the Earth he called home. Eyes glued to the ground, Hutton studied the land of his birth and noticed a discrepancy. Some places were very eroded, while others were not, despite being a part of the same ecosystem. The volcanic rocks of Glen Tilt were worn and weathered, while Hadrian's Wall, whose age was known, was virtually immaculate, despite nearly 2 millennia of exposure. Put simply, Hutton noticed that if Hadrian's Wall was hardly weathered at all, and this structure was over 1,500 years old, whereas Glen Tilt, whose age was unknown, was severely weathered, then however old Hadrian's Wall was, Glen Tilt was far, far, far older than that. Hutton's exhaustive geologic work can be summarized by a single sentence. All of the Earth's formations and features could be explained by everyday processes observable in the present, such as erosion and deposition. The past is key to the present. The exact types of mineral particles found on beaches, riverbeds, and ocean floors could be found in strata at the bottom of the geologic column. These ancient rocks were formed by the same processes at work today, processes which take an unfathomable amount of time. This was why old Hadrian's Wall was in such good condition. Compared to Glen Tilt, it was young. And if Hadrian's Wall was almost 2,000 years old, Hutton thought, how old was Glen Tilt? And for that matter, how old was the oldest rock on the face of the Earth? Again, Hutton's geological work was extensive. It included countless rock types, large ones, small ones, from countless different locations. And it cemented what we now consider to be the foundational concept within geology: uniformitarianism. The past is the key to the present. He would outline this in his seminal work, The Theory of Earth, published in full in 1788. Now, Hutton, my brother, you know that's going to be a heresy bonk, right? Now remember, the vast majority of these geologists that I've just mentioned to you, these early naturalists, were men of God first and naturalists second. And yet, as they looked at the world around them, they realized that it simply didn't look like it was as young as Usher had supposed. And so, as a result of all of this observation, of all of these publications, again by men who were trying to understand God through his creation, people began to look back at their interpretations of Scripture, specifically at Genesis. We can watch this happen historically as the world of science blossoms and discoveries continue to push the age of the earth into the past. We watch theological developments occur in tandem. We watch as theories from theology like day-age theory and gap theory start to gain popularity in the eyes of theologians and the public alike. Ideas that, remember, had emerged well before the actual scientific discoveries prompted their re-examination. These ideas and a more allegorical reading of Genesis, or at least a more thoughtful reading of Genesis, were not born of science. They existed before the discoveries that pushed people in the direction of a very old age for the Earth. And yet, it is fair to say that these scientific discoveries probably contributed to their rise in popularity and eventually their position as the dominant interpretation of Scripture, at least for a little while. Although, to be fair, the same can be said for Ussher's Fateful Chronology, which only gained the popularity that it did due to its inclusion in John Fell's version of the KJV. Now, popularity does not equal correct. But popularity does mean greater attention is being given to some idea, and attention often brings scrutiny along with it. Scrutiny which is rarely applied without the precursor of some kind of enlightenment. The world was beginning to look older, but like the religions of yore, current geology still gestured at antiquity in an unsatisfying way. If the agonizingly slow rise of modern mountains was taken backward in time to when the region was flat, one may find themselves hundreds of thousands or even millions of years in the past. And that primordial world, wherever it was shrouded in mystery. Small mollusks surely bobbed in the seas of that bygone age, and perhaps familiar ferns grew placidly along the steaming coastlines in a world warmer than the one of the Age of Reason. There was hardly time to ask what else may have haunted those misty dead eons before a young woman found an impossible monster. Mary Anning lived with her family at Lyme Regis, a small town in West Dorset, where they collected fossils for sale. Like the decades and centuries prior, these fossils were mostly small and familiar things, but people were willing to pay, so Richard Anning took his daughter Mary and his son Joseph with him on regular fossil hunts. Richard would die of consumption when Mary was only 12, weakened from a fall off a cliff 1 year prior, but Mary and her brother continued to haul fossils from the shores of Lyme Regis. One day in 1812, while poking around, Joseph found something extraordinary, an immaculately preserved crocodile skull. Except this skull was unlike any crocodile anyone had ever seen. It was enormous. 4 feet with deep, hollow eyes bearing strange rings of bone. Its needle-like snout curved long and horrible into a wicked grin, studded with over 100 teeth. Joseph knew this skull, which had eroded out of a cliff above, must have a body, and so he fetched his sister and they began to search for the remainder of this Stygian crocodilian. They looked for months, feverishly, until eventually Mary, not even a teenager, would herself discover the 13-foot-long remaining body of the supposed Lyme crocodile. This was no crocodile. That much was abundantly clear when this fossil reached the Linnaean Zoological Society of London, who, upon comparing this beast to every animal they could think of, found it resembled none of them. The naturalists of the day found that the closest thing to it was a cave salamander, and so Sir Everard Home declared that the Lyme crocodile was actually to be known as Proteosaurus, a heretofore unknown enormous species of amphibian that had perished in the Noachian deluge completely. This monster was of the pre-flood world, or perhaps native to the great chaos before even creation, but now its entire species was gone, swallowed by the mists of time. What the fuck? What happened to the plenitude of creation? How could such a majestic, wonderful, stunning animal, as horrendous and horrifying and scary as it was, go away completely? Did God not say that all was very good at the beginning of creation, why would he not want to preserve such a marvelous beast? In fact, people were so disturbed by this concept that they went with what Robert Hooke had proposed lightly in his discussions of fossils many years beforehand, that these animals that were showing up in the rocks that seemed to have no modern counterpart, they actually did. We just hadn't found them yet. They lurked in unknown depths.
Yeah, I mean, that is an option, but also, maybe, just maybe, their pre-creation. I mean, that's probably the best interpretation.
Or misty, faraway continents just waiting to be rediscovered by us. After all, we had that new world just across the sea. Perhaps that's where all of them were. The problem was Mary kept pulling up fossils. Joseph Anning would go on to get a real job befitting a non-wealthy man of his time, so Mary was left to take the lead. She would crawl those blustery shores with hammer and basket in hand and stare on in awe as a primeval world of monsters opened before her eyes. Anning would collect more ichthyosaurs with their piercing glares and sickled smiles. She would discover plesiosaurs whose long necks and broad paddles defied modern comparison. She found pterodactyls, flying reptiles completely lost to the present age, and she comprehensively documented it all in breathtaking illustration. She sent her fossils to London to be formally described, but her own expertise was nothing to scoff at. Gentlemen naturalists of all stripes from all across Europe visited her at Lyme Regis and consulted with her on the anatomy and classification of these new animals. Despite this, Anning would not be admitted to the Geological Society of London, or even be permitted to attend formal meetings. Regretfully, Mary Anning had a glaring flaw as an early naturalist. Woman. She was a woman. Mary Anning lived at a time where women could not vote, they were not permitted to attend university, they couldn't do most things, and certainly not without the presence of a man beside them. So it's not really shocking that she couldn't attend formal geology meetings, even if she contributed so heavily to them. Instead, much of her work was purveyed academically through her male colleagues. Can you even imagine the frustration? As a woman in science now, over 200 years later, Mary Anning reminds me to be grateful and to be unyielding in my work, regardless of the challenges. I picture her as that Omoledo short film did, scaling the slick, craggy cliffs of Lyme Regis with her rock hammer in hand. I imagine her ragged breaths in the biting winds and her cold fingertips probing over the walls. She's soaked to the bone when she spies it, the great hand of some ancient beast reaching out from a bygone age. Her muddy hands gently play over its own.
back to the Zephyl-Yarny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. Zeppeljorny Palace again? Ugh, seriously. What's the point in all these endless meetings? I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh, seriously. What's the point in all these endless meetings?
I can hear her heartbeat quicken as she meets the gaze of an impossible monster unknown to the science she was destined to help create. A gaze that had not seen the light of day for hundreds of millions of years. A dragon's snout, grand and grotesque, roots through the rock, countless needle teeth jutting from its maw as it smiles back at the first paleontologist. Her face breaks with relief and wonder and dread. Her work will not be appreciated as it should during her life, but it will eventually inspire future paleontologists hundreds of years later, 62% of which are women.
I wonder who else is free.
Buckland was an old friend of Anning's and would formally describe many of her specimens along with William Conybeare. Anning, Buckland, and Conybeare were all foundational figures in geology as well as the blossoming, budding field of paleontology, and all three were fiercely religious, theologians, or even clergymen. Fortunately, the work of Hutton and others, exacerbated by the discovery of marine reptiles, had spurred theologian Thomas Chalmers to popularize Dutch theologian Simon Episcopius's gap theory in 1814, and William Buckland could not have been more on board. Buckland published comprehensive texts on natural theology with a focus on the age of the Earth, titled Vindicae Geologiae, or the connexation of geology with religion, explained in 1820. The timing was pretty important on this one. Thomas Paine had just published the final piece of The Age of Reason in 1807, a secular tome that argued that the Christian Bible was no different than any other mythological text. Oh, you better believe this got him the heresy bonk. Neither any of continental Europe nor that weird, scrappy new nation across the Atlantic was hearing what Paine was saying, at least not the public when it came to religion. Paine's other works, including Common Sense and The American Crisis, had been instrumental in triggering the American Revolution and the birth of this new nation as a whole. But while Paine's ideas encouraged and even created deists in the United States, including amongst the founding fathers, the same was not the case over in Europe. People were extremely anxious when it came to non-Christian ideas, and particularly when it came to potentially atheistic ones. You can probably see how new science about the actual antiquity of the Earth felt by many as though they could potentially be weaponized by these non-Christians, by these deists. Not William Buckland. He had something more empirical to stand up to looming threats. He carefully performed a geologic and paleontologic analysis of a Yorkshire cave called Kirkdale, explaining that it was actually a den of ancient hyenas who had lived and died in the cave long ago, but not because of the global flood. Buckland didn't think the global flood hadn't happened, he just thought that some geologic phenomena were more readily explained by processes outlined by Hutton. Buckland argued that science was not an enemy to Christianity or even traditional understandings of scripture, but an ally. His book, Reliquiae Diluvianae, or Observations on the Organic Remains Attesting to the Action of a Universal Deluge, was instrumental for the rising popularity of gap theory, allowing for both an ancient Earth as well as the tales within the Bible. There were still those same lingering theological problems, though, because the hyenas from that cave in Yorkshire, they were gone from the face of the earth, just like Anning's monsters. Where had they gone? Why had they disappeared? Luckily, Buckland didn't need to spend time solving that question because somebody else was already on it. In 1739, an exhausted menagerie of Frenchmen, Algonquins, and Iroquois trudged west of the nascent British colonies. Charles Le Moyne de Longueville was leading troops on a military expedition across what would eventually be dubbed the Great Land of Ohio, and things were going really poorly. The expedition had been plagued by poor planning. Supplies and morale were both low, leading to the necessity of impromptu hunting trips to search for game to feed these troops. One such trip would be launched while the party was camped east of what would eventually be dubbed the shining city of Cincinnati, and it would be this particular hunt that would set off a domino effect that lasted a century, eventually culminating in one of the most important concepts in all of paleontology. The men smelled the great sulfuric marsh before they saw it, following their noses and a faint line of buffalo tracks to a sprawling flat of mud, steaming and studded with thousands of bones. Some of these bones towered out of the mire like enormous scythes. The men returned to their boss with what must have seemed like the remains of a monster or Nephilim, an enormous femur, a great curved tusk or fang, and countless brick-sized teeth weighing 10 pounds apiece. This was nothing like anything the men had ever seen before. No animal of this size roamed the valley, not even in the cultural memory of the indigenous folks among them. So Longueville did what any good leader of an emaciated party would do. He had them haul the remains for hundreds of miles to New Orleans so that they could eventually ship them back over to Europe. The remains would be housed with another so-called giant's tooth, and together they defied categorization. The femur and tusk were clearly proboscidean. There was some kind of American elephant, but the tooth looked nothing like modern elephant teeth. Extant elephants have teeth that are so extremely lophodont in nature that they are considered loxodont, but these teeth looked like primate molars. Human molars, even. Maybe they did belong to a giant. Our old friend Comte de Buffon thought that whatever the teeth belonged to, that animal was bigger than whatever the elephant stuff came from, and that perhaps that animal, the mystery animal, was the only creature to ever disappear completely from the face of the earth. And believe it or not, ever the Francophile, Thomas Jefferson was plugged into this debate, and he was fascinated by it. Jefferson thought the animal must have been 5 or 6 times the size of modern elephants, probably carnivorous, and in his opinion, was still out there. This is perhaps the most striking example of just how unthinkable the idea that an animal could completely disappear was. A giant carnivorous monster that may still be lurking in the American West. Jefferson was so sure of this, he eventually told Lewis and Clark to keep an eye out for the beast. I have to imagine that Sacagawea was like, okay.
Not really. Maybe. It's classified.
But rising star George Cuvier had seen teeth like this before. An enormously successful naturalist already, Cuvier had worked with ancient elephant bones from Siberia that, while they were some kind of elephant, were also different from any living elephant due to the unique characteristics of the teeth and jaws. These new bones from Ohio were even more diverged from the modern elephant, leading Cuvier to report in a lecture in 1796 that both the Siberian elephant and the Ohio elephant were unique from modern proboscideans, and that both were a species perdues, lost species, gone forever, extinct, and they weren't the only ones. This was not popular right away, and in fact, Jefferson was vocally against it. He remarked, "Such is the economy of nature that no instance can be produced of her having permitted any one race of her animals to become extinct, or of her having formed any link on her great work so weak so as to be broken." He really wanted there to be mammoths. Cuvier had received the remains of a 12-foot-tall, roided-out super sloth from South America.
It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. Called back to the Zephylyarny Palace again? Ugh, seriously. What's the point in all these endless meetings? time we throw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is
A few months earlier. Megatherium, the great beast, which no one had ever seen alive. It too must have gone extinct. So now people are starting to think, how many animals had disappeared forever from the face of the earth? Why had they vanished? By the year 1800, Cuvier had over 20 extinct species cataloged, Irish elk and cave bears and pygmy hippos and more. But notably, almost all of these extinct animals had modern counterparts that looked like them, at least in some way. This would change for the radical in the year 1808, when Cuvier would receive in the mail a drawing of a fossil that had been found some 2 decades earlier in Germany. The fossil drawing had come from a one Johann Hermann, who thought that maybe he'd found some kind of weird aquatic mammal. Cuvier took one look at it, and he was like, this does not look like anything I have ever seen. He dubbed it Pterodactylus, or long finger. Cuvier must have felt like a cryptid hunter, because this was not the only bizarre animal that he would receive word of. Within a year, Cuvier would get a look at a skull from the Netherlands belonging to the so-called great animal of Maastricht. It had been discovered decades before in the inky black belly of a chalk mine. In those subterranean depths, workmen had an experience much like Anning's when the jaws of a great, impossible monster yawned from the earth. No one knew what this creature was, and while it made a splash initially, it would be decades before its identity would be revealed. Originally thought to be a whale and then a crocodile, Cuvier recognized that this creature too was like nothing that currently lived. These animals were odd, but most of them were one-offs, especially the ones without modern counterparts, so they were easy to write off as mysterious, but exceptions to the rule. That is, until a small family out of Dorset in Britain just continued to add to this list of relict creatures. Joining that list was Schuster's flood victim Homo deluvii testis. Cuvier correctly determined that this was not actually a human, but an enormous salamander, which was lost to the modern world. An honest mistake, as Wikipedia notes that the fossil, quote, could be interpreted as showing some resemblance to the remains of a violently trampled human child, unquote. Huh. What a weird thing to say. From Cuvier's collection and Anning's collection, as well as the countless additional fossils coming from every which way, it seemed as though extinction was the fate of many enigmatic animals through space and time. They also seem to keep popping up in clusters, as if killed off by the same thing, some kind of big catastrophe. Or was it catastrophes? Cuvier outlined his idea formally. The Earth had been ravaged by numerous distinct catastrophes, each of which had caused mass extinctions of the life living at that time, and each of which was followed by the succession of the world by a new group of animals. He called it catastrophism. Anning's strange reptiles did not live alongside the mammoths or mastodons or great sloths. They ruled a world all their own in the age of reptiles. Hutton had shown the Earth was probably quite old, and Cuvier organized and populated its far-flung epics. Cuvier's catastrophism was distinctly not in line with a single global flood. His was a series of disasters over vast periods of time, not unlike what Comte de Buffon had sort of softly pitched decades earlier. Still, William Buckland could work with this. He would end up synthesizing Cuvier's catastrophism with Genesis and the Noachian Deluge. The Noachian Deluge was a catastrophe that had caused a mass extinction, but also the Earth had been around for a pretty long time. You know, in the beginning, writhing abyssal leviathans met titanic terrestrial behemoths in the 1820s with the discovery of the dinosaurs. Thanks to Cuvier, William Buckland was re-examining giant's bones. He received a partial jaw from John Kidd, and with Cuvier and William Conybeare, realized it belonged to another great gone creature. Additional remains from the Stonesfield quarry allowed Buckland to see the animal for what it was, and the fearsome Megalosaurus, the first non-avian dinosaur named, would enter the scientific community in 1824. 2 years earlier, Gideon Mantell, inspired by Anning's discoveries in Dorset, had gone fossil hunting himself. In 1825, he would officially name another enormous terrestrial reptile, Iguanodon. William Buckland would have enormous success marrying the global flood with these antediluvian monsters, but that would change, and part of it was due to art. The global deluge had already been in the center of culture as much as it was in the scientific community. The Deluge by Joseph Turner drew large audiences, accompanied by words from John Milton's Paradise Lost from centuries earlier. The poet Lord Byron wrote Cain, a Mystery, in 1821, in which Lucifer shows Cain the antediluvian world and the beasts which dwelled within it before being swept away by the events outlined by Cuvier's catastrophism. Sometimes the flood was responsible for extinction, sometimes an unknown event, but always these primordial monsters ruled long ago. Soon the flood would disappear from the narrative as time stretched further back. Marine reptiles and pterodactyls appear in art like a more ancient Dorset, and awful changes. Alfred Tennyson decades later would invoke dinosaurs in his own work, In Memoriam, depicting the violent eons before man. Art of the flood, the antediluvian monsters, or both would permeate this century, leading to some of the most atmospheric works of art ever created. Mario Lanzas is a modern-day science communicator and artist who captured this period of time in breathtaking detail in his short film, Antediluvian. The known pre-flood animals of the Enlightenment wallow and clash in the twilight of this primordial world. Ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, ammonites, pterodactyls, and the great dinosaurs tear into one another in the chaos before being swept away by an unfathomably large flood. It's haunting. Cuvier had brought two huge concepts to the 1800s, catastrophism and extinction, both gorgeously depicted by Lanzas. So Cuvier thought that the Earth was very old, in part thanks to the work by James Hutton, but Cuvier did not buy uniformitarianism. He didn't think that slow, gradual processes could be responsible for the geologic column and its contents. No, that required catastrophes. They were spread over long periods of time, but they were quick and violent. This would be the debate by gentlemen Christian naturalists from this point forward. The Earth is vaguely quite old. How old? We're not really sure, and at least some of that geologic column is due to the global flood. Right? Not really. Surprisingly, some of the best and most exhaustive arguments about the role of a global flood, or even a global flood's existence at all, came from Christian naturalists. For example, John Fleming was a Scottish biologist and minister who took issue with Buckland's model almost immediately, boldly calling it unscientific and frankly unbiblical. It didn't match the flood described in scripture, and neither could explain the formation of gravels and caves, according to Fleming. Cuvier wouldn't make it out of all of this unscathed either, as a rising geology star and William Buckland's own student had been considering catastrophism and found it lacking. Charles Lyell knew Cuvier through Buckland, his mentor. By the 1820s, he was a scholar in his own right and had embarked on an expedition with gentleman naturalist Roderick Murchison and his wife Charlotte, who was a naturalist in her own right. This expedition was cross-continental and would take Lyell through the forests of Auvergne and across the Italian Alps, observing and discussing countless observations with his companions. In Naples, at the crumbling ruins of the Temple of Serapis, he would have his epiphany. The excavation of the columns of the Temple of Serapis had revealed a curious pattern. As Michael Taylor recounts, quote, "The top third of the columns were weathered, and the bottom thirds smooth and uninjured, but their middle sections played host to dozens of cavities made by bivalve mollusks known as lithophaga, literally stone eaters. But what could explain this pattern? Why was there evidence of a shoreline so high above the ground? For Lyell, only one chain of events could explain it. First, sometime after the columns had been restored under the Severan dynasty in the 3rd century AD, the lower part was covered up and protected by strata of tuff and the rubbish of buildings. This would explain why there was no evidence of weathering or erosion at the bottom. Second, there must have been a long continued immersion of the pillars in seawater, which alone could explain the action of the mollusks in the middle third. Finally, after remaining for many years submerged, the pillars must have been upraised to the height of about 23 feet above the level of the sea, allowing for the weathering and their discovery by modern Neapolitans. In other words, the level of the land on which the temple was built had changed repeatedly in relation to the level of the sea. For Lyell, it was proof he could rescue geology from the restraints of Genesis. He could free the science from Moses, unquote. Lyell's work would inspire countless scientists and artists alike, including the poet, as previously mentioned, Alfred Tennyson, who wrote about uniformitarianism and catastrophism and dinosaurs and extinction in his famous poem In Memoriam. Principles of geology would also make it into the hands of French antiquarian Jacques Boucher de Crevecoeur de Perthes, who, when poking around the Somme River, stumbled across Ice Age hand axes. These hand axes were very old, although how old he didn't know, but they were certainly created by the hands of man. Initially, he was content to assign them to early people from after the Great Flood, but closer examination pushed him to a greater antiquity. These were antediluvian. Similarly, Philippe Charles Schmerling would very nearly make history if he hadn't gone broke first. Schmerling was excavating Angus Cave alongside the River Meuse in Belgium when he discovered artifacts from some unknown ancient people group, along with 2 skulls. One of these skulls belonged to a human, and the other belonged to something else entirely, although no one knew it at the time because the skull belonged to a child. Schmerling wanted to publish, but he couldn't afford to pay for the printer, so his work effectively languished in obscurity, ending up in storage at the University of Liège upon his untimely early death. Charles Lyell, a deeply religious man, documented innumerable formations in his seminal work Principles of Geology, which was fully published in the year 1830. Lyell detailed how geologic structures are continuing to change today and explained their formation within that context. He definitely argued that we need not invoke exotic one-off events to explain the geologic column. Rather, as Hutton had proposed, processes we observe today are demonstrably responsible and have left their mark ubiquitously. Lyell, with the help of Fleming, pointedly did not suggest that the flood of Noah did not happen, but rather that it was a strong local inundation in the Middle East. Lyell's work truly revolutionized geology and would go on to impact every single subsequent naturalist. Astronomer and mathematician John Herschel would concur with Lyell, remarking, time, we must not impugn the scripture chronology, but we must interpret it in accordance with whatever shall appear on fair inquiry to be the truth, for there cannot be 2 truths, and really there is scope enough, for the lives of the patriarchs may be reasonably extended to 5,000 or 50,000 years apiece, as the days of creation to as many thousand millions of years. Herschel was a day-age theorist, much like American naturalist Benjamin Silman, who reconciled the consistency of geology with the sacred history in his premier book on geology, Introduction to Geology. The most prolific naturalists as the 1820s drew to a close, particularly the geologists, seemed to abide by day-age theory generally, including Arnold Gouillet, John Dawson, Hugh Miller, and Dwight Dana. This is in no small part due to the incredible work and accompanying reception of Lyell's Principles of Geology. George Cuvier would die before Principles of Geology was published in full, but William Buckland would read the entire thing. In 1836, Buckland published the famous Bridgewater Treatises, a series of essays commissioned specifically to display the power, wisdom, and goodness of God as manifested in the creation. Among the authors were gap theory's Thomas Chalmers, who raged against materialism's attempts at cornering the markets of science, but Buckland used his essay to acknowledge that the biblical account of Noah's flood could not be supported using geology.
By the 1840s, Buckland was fully on board with uniformitarianism,
and hand in hand with the next generation of geologists. Professor of Geology at Cambridge, Reverend Adam Sedgwick, and a big fan of Buckland's original diluvial work, argued that Charles Lyell had been too quick to suggest that processes stronger than those we see today, such as a global flood, could not be at play in the creation of the geologic column. He would recant this opinion by 1834, probably in no small part because of Buckland's own 180 after reading Principles of Geology. All of these men, and indeed many more, are excellent examples in displaying just how well Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology, and of course the old earth that was necessitated by it, was received by the other Christian naturalists of his day. There were some holdouts. In 1833, George Young, a self-described scriptural geologist and pastor, penned Scriptural Geology, a 79-page volume arguing for Cuvier's catastrophism and a young earth. This book echoed George Bugg's earlier 1829 sentiment in a longer book of similar but longer name, Scriptural Geology, or Geological Phenomena consistent only with the literal interpretation of the sacred scriptures upon the subjects of the creation and the deluge, in answer to an essay on the theory of the earth by Cuvier and to Professor Buckland's theory of the caves as delineated in his Reliquiae Diluvianae.
Yo, get a job. Working 9 to 5.
Meanwhile, Adam Sedgwick, now a firm Lyell enjoyer, would lash out at this type of text. They have committed the folly and sin of dogmatizing, having sinned against plain sense and of writing mischievous nonsense. Their eyes cannot bear to look upon truth and suppose an ignorant and dishonest theory. They show bigotry and ignorance of nature's laws and natural phenomena. American minister Henry Cole would swat back, calling Sedgwick's ideas unscriptural and anti-Christian, while other naturalists sought more philosophical answers. Philip Goes in 1857 would propose Omphalos, an attempt to untie the geological knot. This text argued that just as Adam was created with a belly button, a navel, despite having no mother or history of birth, so the earth was created with the illusion of age. Fossils and formations were put there at the beginning of time, which was still 6,000 years ago. The earth did look old, but that wasn't because it was. Goes was slammed for this idea, which basically proposed a divine trickster was out to deceive mankind instead of abiding by his own scriptural and natural laws. Goes obviously refrained from discussing much geology itself in the text, despite the title, because he was a marine biologist. You may have noticed, actually, just how few detractors by the 1860s were actually, geologists. And the books and pamphlets by these detractors were fast becoming drowned out by what was a veritable flood of conventional geology. In 1840, American geologist Edward Hitchcock wrote Elementary Geology, and the following year, Scottish Hugh Miller wrote The Old Red Sandstone in 1841, both books being an everyman's guide to geology that argued that an old earth proclaimed God's glory more than a young one. These men would continue their crusade over the decades as well. In 1851, Hitchcock wrote The Religion of Geology and Its Connected Sciences, which argued that religion need never fear science because scientific proof is religious proof. The Bible was not meant to explain nature. Miller would write The Testimony of the Rocks in 1857, in which he insists on day-age theory and a local flood before predicting that, and he uses this term, anti-geologists like the young Earth creationists of his day would eventually be as common as geocentrism or flat Earth.
Ooh, yeah.
My source on this argues that Miller was wrong on his prediction because there actually are more young Earth creationists still than there are flat earthers, but my source is from 2009, so it turns out Miller was right, just in a kind of monkey's paw sort of way. As the decades ticked on, young Earth creationists, the diluvialists, all but vanished from the halls of science. Formation after formation was described, the processes that formed each one slow and plodding in the present. Local catastrophes like earthquakes and volcanoes left their mark on the rocks too, revealing to geologists what a global catastrophe should look like and leave behind, the mark of which was completely absent in the vast and growing geologic column. Even more great extinct beasts emerged from the stone, organized by stratum across the entire globe but unified by no one geologic event. Some died in dry deserts, others on tranquil coasts. No sign of a global flood emerged, despite the best efforts of the waning scriptural geologists who now had to rely on their biblical interpretations alone, and time marched deeper and deeper into the misty millions of years before present. Then, in 1861, after Hutton's initial proposition, Lyell's seminal work, and the contributions of countless geologists over the decades, the president of the Geological Society of London addressed a crowd of gap theorists, day-age theorists, and naturalists of faith and lack thereof alike. Leonard Horner spoke of his own work and the work of the members of the audience concerning geology and archaeology, arguing that it has, quote, been gradually producing an impression in the minds of the earnest thinkers that the first appearance of man on the earth must be carried far beyond the time hitherto usually assigned to it, unquote. This was well met by the geologists in the audience and the ones not in attendance of that time because no one was publishing anything serious with regard to a young Earth. But Horner took it one step further. The scientific community knew this, yes, but the general public did not, and this was in part because of the Usher footnote. Not only was this untrue scientifically, but young people who grew up learning it would be confronted with the facts of geology and they would be confused. Their faith in God or in science would be strained. There was only one solution. Usher's reference needed to be removed. Quote, "It is untrue and therefore it is mischievous," unquote. It would take some time, but some half a century later, in the year 1909, gap theory and date-age theory would be included alongside the Usher chronology in the Schofield Reference Bible, which would be even more popular than the original Usher KJV version. In the year 1862, Lord Kelvin used the tenets of thermodynamics to argue that, due to the time taken to cool, the Earth must be hundreds of millions of years old, the oldest date yet. By this point in time, Usher's chronology is long gone from any major natural theology, and for good reason. It had had its day in court, and it had been found to be inadequate. For decades, a young Earth and a big global flood were assumed to be reflective of reality in the Western world. These ideas were the default. And because of that, those ideas were taken seriously, and they were scrutinized as real ideas that may be reflective of reality. And they were found to not be capable of explaining anything in the geologic database that they'd accrued at the time, let alone everything. But you may have noticed those facts killed young Earth creationism, diluvialism of that time period, not Christianity, and that's because the majority of the scientists doing the work to show that the Earth wasn't actually very young as Usher conceived, those scientists were Christians. And these discoveries within the geologic world didn't prompt them to throw away their faith, it prompted them to look at other scriptural interpretations that were copacetic with the observations they were now making, interpretations that existed prior to those geologic observations. Put simply, Enlightenment-era science and onward didn't prompt theologians to, make up a new way of interpreting Genesis. It simply prompted them to look at the interpretations that already existed and pick one that made more sense. Just like, by the way, they did when heliocentrism was shown to be an accurate representation of our solar system as compared to geocentrism. There was precedent for that too. All of this thanks to the work of early church fathers, Simon Escopius, countless pre-Enlightenment naturalists and theologians, the early diluvialists, Thomas Chalmers, James Hutton, George Cuvier, Mary Anning, William Buckland, John Fleming, and Charles Lyell, among countless others. By the mid-1800s, young Earth creationism was dead from a scientific perspective and totally unreasonable from a theological one. And the global flood fared no better because these same geological observations were running quite contra to the expectations for a year where the world was underwater, and during that year, all of geology happened. The Noachian deluge was found by these geologists to be fundamentally unable to account for the hundreds of millions, if not billions of years of processes, many of which required opposite conditions than are present for the flood, or unique conditions which it would have precluded. Desert formations like evaporites, preserved sand dunes, and red beds all exist today, and they're still forming today, requiring dry, arid conditions and millions of years of time. Fossil forests exist, stacked on one another, but still rooted in place with regenerative growth signs like ancient cities built on the same ground, the result of consistent ecosystems across vast time spans. Resources like coal, natural gas, and oil require millions of years to form in the numbers we see today, and anyone who says otherwise should chat with the energy industry. Sedimentary rock exists in enormous layers, thousands of feet thick. formed over millions upon millions of years. The sheer amount has been mathematically shown to preclude a global flood. It physically cannot de-water in time to support the weight of animals, let alone cities, after the deluge. Deep shales with iron oxide formed through contact with open air above sea level deny an underwater formation, and the magnetic field's hundreds of reversals cannot be crammed into a single year. Limestone, with its calm and warm water prerequisites, could never accumulate thousands of feet high in a global flood, and ancient coral atolls reveal a history older than the young Earth creationists' universe. Ice cores, tree rings, and humble varves, too, not only preclude the flood in their record of the seasons hundreds, thousands, and millions of years ago, but corroborate one another in their timekeeping. Hundreds of craters as well pockmark the geologic column, each impact capable of regional or worldwide destruction, which would alone require hundreds of years for the Earth to recover, and together would fracture the Earth in twain. Even the calcite locked away in forgotten caves a world away from one another record the steady and ancient precession of the Earth's wobbled orbit around the Sun. Each of these processes or features independently indicate an ancient Earth, with many of them corroborating one another on specific times, a statistical impossibility, if not reflective of reality. The Earth is old. And so, by the mid-1800s, young Earth creationism, diluvialism, was well and truly dead from a scientific perspective. But, as we know, scientifically dead does not mean gone. Otherwise, we wouldn't be dealing with flat earthers in the present day. As it happened, the corpse of young Earth creationism, of diluvialism, had been hidden away in a little church all the way over in America, waiting to be resurrected by a prophetess named Ellen G. White. But before we can discuss the metastasis of old diluvialism, now creationism, over the Atlantic to America, we need to discuss the reason for its revival. A concept that would inadvertently and completely inconceivably contribute to one of the largest surges of anti-intellectualism in the history of the United States, as well as the rise of the religious right. Our story is a little more complicated than perhaps I initially led you to believe, because as it turns out, an ancient Earth is one thing, but threatening human exceptionalism, white supremacy, and the social order as we know it, that's another. I'm not kidding about that. That's not an exaggeration. You know how sometimes major historical events are weird to consider, like on the same timeline? For example, I stole this one from Reddit. Thank you, u/lastkill, but did you know that the inauguration of the Eiffel Tower and the Wall Street Journal, Starry Night by Van Gogh, the origin of Coca-Cola and Nintendo, and the birth of Adolf Hitler all happened in the year 1889? Well, the technological and industrial revolution was happening concurrently with slavery. Half of these nerds that I've been talking about and will talk about were abolitionists. The publication of the first hadrosaur was delayed due to the onset of the Civil War. All of time is connected. We are linked to one another by the black thread of fate under the simple guise of cause and effect. Nothing is without consequence, and we all exist within the context of our own... If you want to know what happens next, check out the companion videos to this one. Links in the description.
There are no links in the description. I want to see companion videos. Видео Дарвиниана Science and Religion.
During the 13th century, the Western world had a lot of questions about angels. Medieval society was deeply religious, with Christianity permeating the entirety of culture, from politics and law to entertainment and science. The bulk of the Dark Ages had passed, and people now had the security they needed to ask questions about the world around them, a world which was both divinely conceived and maintained. With the Bible as a foundational text for understanding everything, from the nature of man to the natural world, scholars like St. Thomas Aquinas and St. Bonaventure asked, what about angels? These mysterious and very real entities were found all across the holy text, and they ranged from familiar to incomprehensible. Did they have physical bodies? Were they limited by time? Did they possess the will and emotions of men? These were real questions about the nature of divine beings, asked in earnest using Aristotelian principles. Now, to be clear, there weren't really any scientists at this time. There were churchmen who moonlighted as scientists. Science worked in service to religion as a means by which to understand God through his creation. And so the learned men asked, how many angels can dance on the surface of a pin? My gentle and of course very modern apes, today I'd like to tell you a story. It's a story that's been told before, but I don't think it's been told in this particular way, and certainly, at least with this medium, not with this particular focus. So when I was getting my bachelor's degree, my least favorite part of every science class was that introductory bit, the first lecture or so, where you have to learn about the history of whatever science it is that you're talking about. You probably remember this yourself from high school biology or like early university biology or related science classes, where you have to learn about which crusty old person discovered which thing or process. Why, yes, you do need to know the difference between what Hooke did versus what Van Leeuwenhoek did. It is going to be on the exam. I'll give you a hint. They're both into microscopy. To me, the history of how we learned the science that seems so obvious today was just so boring. Teach me about what makes a monotreme, or what the Golgi apparatus does. It's like the post office of the cell. But one of the cool things about getting older is that the things that used to bore you sometimes become just a little bit more interesting. Ask any millennial about birdwatching, they're all over it. And once you get the opportunity to learn just a little bit more about a subject that maybe you previously had no interest in, sometimes the floodgates will open, and you'll realize how fascinating and shocking and relevant that subject has always been. So my name is Erica, this is my channel, Gatsik-Gibbon, and what I normally do here is I keep you up to date on the latest discoveries surrounding my area of expertise, which is human evolution, and I debunk a whole lot of pseudoscience, and usually I'm picking on some variety of creationism. Creationism here in the West comes in a few flavors. Young Earth creationists believe the Abrahamic God created the Earth and everything on it more or less in its present state roughly 6,000 years ago, and that the fossil record and the rest of the geologic column is the result of the global flood from the Noah's Ark story, which occurred some 4,400 years ago. Now obviously that means that they have a real bone to pick with all of science, but particularly geology and evolutionary biology. Old Earth creationists accept conventional geology but spurn evolutionary theory, usually opting for a sort of progressive creation. Finally, intelligent design advocates can be old or young Earthers but deny that evolution can create all of modern biodiversity as an independently operating process. God must tinker along the way. Finally, there are religious folks who accept all of conventional science, believing that God uses evolution as he would any other process. The theistic evolutionists. The theistic evolutionists are only creationists in the sense that they believe God is responsible for the process of evolution. They accept that humans are apes which descend from other apes in the ancient age of the Earth, and as I said, all of conventional science, and for that reason, we love them very much, and they are welcome here.
Talented, brilliant, incredible, amazing, show-stopping.
Now, other creationists have been trying for decades to get creationism taught alongside conventional science in schools. Many of them feel as though society has it out for them, not just creationism, but their faith in general. They feel that the theistic evolutionists are compromising their faith to fit in, forcing the word of God to acquiesce to modern science by twisting the text itself. taking Genesis allegorically, for example.
For those who claim to believe in the truth of the Bible, they should understand that in accepting the secular time frame and denying the truth of a global flood, there are far-reaching spiritual consequences to consider.
And historically, many of them also feel that modern science, specifically the idea that Earth is 4.5 billion years old and that humans and all other living organisms result from the slow process of evolution across hundreds of millions of years, was specifically drummed up to oppose them and to pull people away from the faith.
Where did the idea of millions of years in our present world, where did it really come from? Well, we have to go back to the late 18th century, early 19th century, when there were atheists, deists, who rejected God's word, but they were trying to come up with how long it took for the fossil layers to be laid down. Where did the fossil layers come from? So they wanted to explain it all within naturalism. Well, naturalism is atheism. Naturalism means everything happens by natural processes, everything is material. So how do you explain the fossil record without the supernatural? You reject God, you reject his word, you reject the flood of Noah's day.
First of all, methodological naturalism in science is not atheistic, but we'll get to that in a moment. Suffice it to say, many modern creationists think that conventional science like evolutionary theory is, and always has been, focused on drawing people away from religion and from Christianity. This idea is as true as creationism is, which is to say, it is demonstrably false. I'd like to tell you the story, the epic, of how science and religion killed creationism. Seemingly unlikely bedfellows in our current culture, no? But for the vast majority of Western history, science went part and parcel with religion. They complemented one another in the eyes of naturalists and the public alike. Now, to be fair, the birth of many pseudosciences, from flat Earth to creationism, came from an inappropriate relationship between science and religion. However, the deconstruction of those same ideas often came from the same marriage, albeit a more egalitarian one. For the most part, it was religious naturalists that killed creationism, at least this go around. This video is about the early history of scientific discovery and how the conflict between religion and science eventually found harmony and took creationism out in the process. As a doctoral candidate myself, I'm fascinated by how science is received by the public and the sordid story of its interaction with creationism through the centuries. Our research question here is pretty obvious. How and why did the original flavors of creationism emerge? And how were these concepts toppled by science, particularly at the hands of religious scientists? When this tale is through, you'll understand how we discovered the Earth is very ancient, how we discovered that evolution is responsible for all modern biodiversity, including our own species, and how modern creationism is, in many ways, the same creationism of centuries ago. You'll probably also understand how it differs, although I won't point that out just yet. This is a true story, although it's one that I think creationists through the decades and the centuries have done a great job hiding from you, which is why I'm gonna tell it. A lot of people have made a lot of money trying to convince the general public that science and religion are necessarily enemies. The sources for this video, and for the succeeding videos, are numerous. I now have a new shelf dedicated just to this topic. So if this is something that interests you, please check out the sources for this series. They're in the description, and they'll also pop up whenever and wherever I mention them. Now, like I said, creationism comes in many flavors, but they all share one thing in common. Their root cause for denying science to varying degrees can be found in their interpretation of the Bible. Specifically, it can be found in their plain reading of the first book, Genesis. Using this text, which they believe is divinely inspired and thus inerrant, they argue against scientific consensus on the age of the Earth and evolution, along with many other topics. But has that always been the case? Or is the definition of what is plain or literal when it comes to reading the Bible just as subject to change as the culture, critters, or crust of the Earth? How has Western science and religion changed over time, and where have they clashed with other aspects of human culture, like politics. This is a long story, and I'm also long-winded, so as a marker for our series here, this video primarily concerns itself with the first wave of creationism, which I am calling the Diluvialist wave. The climax of this entire story is notoriously placed in the 20th and 21st centuries with the Scopes and Dover trials, as well as the birth of modern fundamentalism, but I'm going to argue that by the dawn of the 1900s, creationism was dead, and science had killed it with the help of religion. How did that happen? And what does that make the creationism of today, or even that of the early 20th century? All of that is soon to come, but our story begins much deeper in the annals of history. Our roadmap for this video is important. We need to know the history of human thought with regard to the age of the Earth and evolution, but that story actually requires us going back pretty far, before any major discovery in either subject, before the invention of creationism, before the advent of Christianity, before the origin of civilization itself. And this is because, as with all stories, the history that precedes the climax is what shaped it in the first place. In this case, it might have even made it inevitable. One side effect of being an intelligent animal seems to be an understanding of death. First, we're born, that is to say, we start being here. We're here for a while, interacting with each other and with the world at large, and then we die. That is to say, we stop.
Wait, that's the
other organisms.
The same video. Okay, let's see.
Local catastrophes like earthquakes and volcanoes left their mark on the rocks too, revealing to geologists what a global catastrophe should look like and leave behind, the mark of which was completely absent in.
I'm really confused.
Happy birthday, America! It's been 250 years, and President Trump has a big gift for you. It's a giant arch with what is very definitely not a Nazi Iron Eagle on it. It's a refurbished reflecting pool that immediately filled up with algae thanks to saboteurs who hate America. He gave us a UFC fight on the White House lawn that just so happened to coincide with his own 80th birthday. He slapped his name on the Kennedy Center, although a mean judge made him take it back. He filled the skies of D.C. with hours and hours of overflights, followed by a gonzo display of fireworks that filled the air with acrid smoke for 24 hours, and he gave us the Great American State Fair on the National Mall, which is just like every state fair you went to in your own hometown, minus all the rides and games and crazy fried food and people. But that just made it easier for the true patriots who showed up to get right up close and enjoy all the AI-generated attractions. Okay, to be fair, it does have one Ferris wheel, which was even working most of the time, and it was pretty packed on July 4th itself. Luckily, DC was a balmy 102 degrees for the first week of festivities, and then it rained. But you know what they say, it's not the heat, it's the humidity that makes an outdoor event amazing. But this is a law channel, so we're not here to just crack jokes about the latest administration debacle, although we're definitely not above it. For the last year, Trump's allies inside and outside of government have been quietly building this grifting machine to turn a birthday party for America into a celebration of the president himself. It involved a shadow company buried inside a national park charity, selling private access to the president for millions of dollars, lying to donors about where their money was going, allegedly, and paying Trump's own political operatives to run the whole thing. They tried to take over America's official 250th birthday commission first, and when that didn't work, they looted it and built their own. They called it Freedom 250, and it may be the most expensive vanity project and potential federal crime in American history. In normal times, America's 250th birthday would be a nonpartisan event that people of all political orientations could enjoy together, and that was originally the plan. In 2016, Congress passed the United States Semi-Quincentennial Commission Act, establishing an organization called America 250 to plan festivities for July 4th, 2026. The law passed by unanimous consent in the Senate and was widely supported by both parties. But Trump always planned to hijack this project. In May of 2023, candidate Trump released a campaign video pledging to convene his own task force called Salute to America 250 to run a full year of birthday events culminating in a giant festival at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Never mind that the actual congressionally chartered commission had already been planning for 7 years. Just a week into his second term, Trump signed an executive order establishing Task Force 250 inside the Department of Defense with himself as the chair and Vice President Vance as vice chair. Then he set about planning 2 very elaborate birthday parties, not for the country, but for himself. On June 14, 2025, which happened to be Trump's 79th birthday, he was treated to a giant military parade to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. Then, 1 year later, he had a UFC fight staged on the South Lawn of the White House for his 80th birthday. But Trump was not content with throwing himself giant parties. He wants to leave his mark permanently on the city with a 250-foot arch near Arlington National Cemetery that will loom over the Lincoln Memorial, a White House ballroom where the East Wing once stood. He's painting the reflecting pool American flag blue, and he's going to turn the East Potomac Public Golf Course into a Trump-style private one, all of which is supposed to be a gift for the nation's 250th anniversary.
He goes, Jesse, you want to see the rendition of the big, beautiful ballroom? I said, sure, let me see it. He said, Jesse, it's a monument. I'm building a monument to myself because no one else will.
No, come on. Does that sound like the modest, self-effacing guy who's planning to plant 47 mature maple trees in Lafayette Square to mark the glorious occasion of his own presidency? Would the man who slapped his name on the side of the Kennedy Center build monuments to himself on the public dime? The problem, though, is that when you turn a birthday party for America into a birthday party for one guy, a guy who's pretty unpopular, not so many people show up.
Man, we've got thousands of people celebrating this birthday with us, Tommy.
And so the Great American State Fair on the National Mall was substantially less than it was cracked up to be. Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt talking about how cool it is to be alive during this historic time while accidentally documenting the fact that no one else was there. According to CNN, Trump's pissed that no one came to celebrate him, and White House officials who tweeted aerial photos showing acres of empty fields during his kickoff speech scrambled to delete their post. And Trump did what he always does, which is insist on social media that the mall is packed with happy people and everybody loving it. With the obligatory swipe at Biden and Obama, of course. All of that is intensely embarrassing, but what happened behind the scenes was worse. We're living through a weird moment, and things feel shaky for all of us, especially students. So if your private student loans are in default or you're now remember, there was already a bipartisan congressionally chartered commission dedicated to planning the semi-quincentennial. It had been working for 8 years when Trump came back to the White House and set up Task Force 250. And at first, the two teams worked together. America 250 chair Rosie Rios, a former Treasury official under Obama, understood that she was going to have to suck up to Trump to protect the project, and she did. After the 2024 election, she sent him a memo suggesting that he invite King Charles III to visit, echoing Queen Elizabeth's trip for the bicentennial in 1976. And Rios added a whole bunch of Trumpland heavy hitters to the America 250 team. Michael Shearer at The Atlantic reports that Rios brought in Chris LaCivita, Trump's former campaign manager, and Justin Caporale, whose company Event Strategies Inc., or ESI, has planned a bunch of Trump events, including the March on D.C. on January 6, 2021. Meredith O'Rourke, a Trump campaign fundraiser, was hired to solicit donations for the project. Trump appointed Monica Crowley, the U.S. Chief of Protocol, to serve concurrently as America 250's principal media representative. And the White House installed its own executive director over the commission, Ariel Abergel, a 25-year-old former Fox News producer. Rios bent over backwards to stay in the president's good graces. When Trump wanted to stage that military parade for his own birthday, America 250 let him raise money for it through the commission's own nonprofit. More than $30 million got routed through America 250 for the parade and Trump's Iowa speech and his West Point commencement address and a Fort Bragg speech, all of which were sponsored by companies like Palantir, Amazon, Oracle, and Coinbase, which have business or regulatory issues before the Trump administration. But the relationship between the White House and America 250 curdled fast, according to a newly released report by Democrats on the House Committee on National Resources. TLDR, Trump wanted to use America 250 for increasingly partisan purposes, and when he got pushback, his allies, including LaCivita, O'Rourke, and Caporale, jumped ship and took all the money with them. Here's Trump telling a crowd at the Iowa State Fairgrounds during a speech that was paid for through America 250, that the Great America State Fair would actually take place on the National Mall.
But the Great American State Fair will bring America 250 programming to fairgrounds across the country, culminating in a giant patriotic festival next summer on the National Mall, featuring exhibits from all 50 states, and all 50 states are excited, and I was excited.
That move displaced the Smithsonian Folklife Festival, which has been held on the mall every summer since 1967 to honor contemporary living cultural traditions and celebrate those who practice and sustain them. Now it will be sustaining those traditions on the road, i.e. not in the nation's capital. But okay, if that was all Trump had said, it would have been fine. But the rest of the speech was incredibly partisan, and as the crowd waved America 250 signs, Trump urged Republicans to get out in the midterms, saying he hated Democrats because they hate America.
Not one Democrat voted for us, and they wouldn't vote only because they hate Trump. But I hate them too, you know that? So it's sort of, I really do, I hate them. I cannot stand them because I really believe they hate our country. You want to know the truth?
Shearer reports that Abergel pushed the commission to focus on televised events glorifying the president rather than programming by and for regular Americans. And in September, he used America 250's official Instagram account to post, "God bless Charlie Kirk," after Kirk's assassination. That was the end of Abergel at America 250, but it was not the end of the takeover attempt, just the end of trying to do it from inside the building. Now, this next part requires you to understand the way that the federal government solicits charitable donations.
Now, listening to this doesn't actually bring me anything.
Changes will be made, but it's still possible. And then second, we're going to go over each of these characters and how these new buffs affect their build paths. Let's just start off talking about some of the specifics of the Stellar Conduct reaction itself. First things first, they actually did change it back from counting applications to counting elemental hits, so good thing I went over both of the methods in that video. But yeah, now instead of gaining stacks from applications, you gain stacks from doing multiple elemental hits of either one of the elements involved. As for exactly what those stacks do, I have to correct something that I said in that video. Originally, I said that each one of these stacks that you gain will give you damage bonus towards electro damage, cryo damage, and stellar conduct damage, but that's not fully correct. You get damage bonus for cryo and electro damage, but stellar conduct doesn't gain damage bonus, it gains a base multiplier. Base multipliers can be found in passives like this. Upon meeting these conditions, charged attack Equitable Judgment deals 110%, 125%, or 160% of its original damage. These aren't traditional sources of damage percent, they're multipliers on the base scaling of the original attack that they're talking about. This is a much more impactful stat than damage bonus, given as it is an entirely separate multiplier being thrown into the equation. A 50% increase on the base damage of stellar conduct damage is an actual 50% increase in your stellar conduct damage. That's big. So getting a characters that do a lot of elemental hits and can stack up this counter as much as possible is very important to stellar conduct teams. On the flip side, regular cryo and electro damage are affected a lot less by stacks. I believe the current numbers, just by triggering the reaction itself one time without having to build any stacks, the entire party is given 28% cryo and electro damage bonus. That's not a small amount of stats. Over the past 2 years, we have had 2 very impactful artifact sets that give 40% damage bonus, only 12% more than the base amount of damage bonus that you get from triggering Stellar Conduct. Granted, traditional Stellar Conduct teams aren't going to be dealing that much cryo and electro damage, but you can certainly get some good mileage by slotting in a unit like Fischl, who might be able to get some of her own offensive utility by using a set like Tenacity, while also getting some good extra damage out of that damage bonus buff. In any case, the base effect that you get from triggering the reaction is 28% damage bonus, and the value that you get from each additional stack is only 1%. You can get up to 12 stacks, maxing out at 40% damage bonus, which then matches the damage bonus given by these 2 crazy new sets. But most of the value of the damage bonus given to cryo and electro damage is front-loaded and is contained in just triggering the reaction. So for teams doing less stellar conduct and more regular cryo and electro damage, they have a much smaller focus on doing a lot of elemental hits and building up those stacks. That's everything that I have to talk about with the base reaction. Let's just cover one final thing that I went over in my original video. Cyno's kit was still a little bit up in the air when I was recording that video, but since putting it out, we did get a special program and we did see an example of Cyno getting his infusion by using his skill. He on-fields a little bit, he even uses an enhanced skill, but afterwards he immediately exits his burst state, which...
Okay. That's an old video.
Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh, seriously. What's the point in all these endless meetings?
Километров. Оттуда запустили дроны и попали точно по НПЗ. Выбили установку по первичной переработке сырой нефти, как делали и на остальных. Когда речь идет о таких расстояниях, становится очевидно. Недостижимых целей для высокоточных ударов Украины теперь в России просто нет. Третье. В списке 10 крупнейших НПЗ в России Омский оставался единственным, который пока не подвергался атакам, не сокращал и не приостанавливал работу. Четвертое. При том, что Омский НПЗ не бывал под атаками, именно в тех регионах, за снабжение которых он отвечает, например, в Иркутской области, наблюдается самая тяжелая ситуация с топливом. Из чего логично следует вывод. Именно этот НПЗ отвечал за снабжение Центральной России, которая уже лишилась собственных мощностей, в первую очередь Москвы. Какие выводы из этого обстоятельства следуют? Вывод в том, что удары Украины не носят какого-то хаотичного или медийного характера. Их последствия в виде очередей на заправках не случайность. Украина системно и целеустремленно лишает Россию индустрии нефтепереработки в принципе. Украинская сторона явно хорошо понимает, как в России индустрия эта устроена, какие узлы в ней являются критическими. Бьет не лишь бы куда попасть, эффектно бахнуть для заголовков и роликов на Ютубе, а прицельно выносят всю производственно-логистическую цепочку, чтобы бензину в пистолете на заправке было неоткуда взяться. Прежде чем дальше подробнее обсудим, во-первых, объявление от моего проекта «Релокац». Он теперь помогает с оформлением. Почему все эти удары, дальнобойные особенно по России, происходят сейчас, но этого не происходило раньше? Потому что у России было два защитника, и это не армия и флот. Это Джо Байден и канцлер Олаф Шольц. Эти люди сочетали в себе два качества. Они были держателями золотой акции на возможности Украины по нанесению дальнобойных ударов. Ведь своих средств такого рода в прошлые годы у Украины не было. И эти же люди были сторожами прежнего миропорядка. Миропорядка, в котором Россия, при всем сумасшествии своего руководства сейчас, была полюсом глобального мира, который нельзя разрушать и загонять в угол, а надо дать возможность ошибку осознать и прекратить свою деструктивную политику. В их картине мира Россия – интегральная часть и глобальной экономики, и, что более важно, всей системы международной безопасности, сложившейся по результатам Второй мировой. А значит, надо создать такие условия, чтобы Россия из войны как можно быстрее вышла, причем с наименьшими потерями. Теперь же США возглавляет не политик с непрерывным 60-летним стажем, который еще с министром иностранных дел СССР Громыко встречался, а девелопер из Нью-Йорка, которому плюс-минус на все наплевать, которого яркие бабахи на НПЗ скорее развлекают, чем пугают, который не будет Украину ни от чего отговаривать. В свою очередь, Украина при нанесении дальнобойных ударов теперь оперирует не американскими и европейскими ракетами, а собственными разработками, как дронами, так и ракетами тоже. Нет больше никакой внешней силы, к которой можно апеллировать. Украинцы могут делать, что хотят. Системная кампания по уничтожению НПЗ закрывает для Украины сразу все задачи. Это прямой экономический ущерб, масштабы которого невозможно оценить, не будучи отраслевым экспертом. Но очевидно, что ежедневно взлетающие на воздух огромные и дорогостоящие заводы – это ущерб макроэкономический. Это удар по инфляции, через нее по ставке ЦБ, через ставку ЦБ по заимствованиям бюджета. И уже через них по способности государства оплачивать свои обязательства и в конечном итоге вести войну. Кампания эта политически исключительно для Путина проблемна. В стране попросту бардак, который невозможно спрятать. Люди стоят в многочасовых очередях. Там же ругаются и устраивают драки. Друг в друга пистолетами тычут и ножами размахивают. Естественно, тут же за считанные дни вернулось все то, чего на Руси лет 30 не бывало. Черный рынок топлива с бензином по 300-500 рублей, приоритетная заправка блатных автомобилей для чиновников и приравненных к ним. Советский Союз со всеми признаками, от очередей и талонов до блата, вернулся так, будто не кончился уже 100 лет в обед, а покурить выходил. Хорошо видно, что власть со всей этой ситуации растерялась, запуталась в собственных ногах и происходящее не контролирует вовсе. Избранная Путиным тактика глухого отрицалого, рассказов об отдельных несущественных проблемах на местах, общее впечатление делает еще хуже. Это не демонстрация уверенности, это проявление неадекватности. Можно посмотреть, как все выглядит на практике. Запас прочности энергосистемы России один из самых высоких в мире, говорит Путин. Но не существует на свете энергосистемы, которая рассчитана на то, чтобы гореть каждый день. На то, чтобы 10 крупнейших предприятий были так или иначе выведены из строя, а система продолжала функционировать, как ни в чем не бывало. Не надо быть энергетиком, чтобы очевидность этого понимать. Никакая система не работает с кратным запасом. Никто не заводит в 5 раз больше коров, чем от них нужно молока. Никто не держит целые корпуса больниц пустыми по полвека, ожидая нового ковида. У банка в хранилище нет денег на случай, если придут все клиенты разом. Обычно системы имеют некоторый запас прочности, способный гасить какой-то внезапный стресс. Ажиотажный спрос, перебои с логистикой и поставками, что-то измеряемое единичными днями и процентами от общей мощности. Но тут явно другой случай. И неадекватность Путина очевидна плюс-минус всем. О каких рейтингах можно говорить, когда лидер каждым своим высказыванием подтверждает, что он без понятия, чего в стране творится на самом деле? С дальнейшим выносом заводов ситуация будет только усугубляться. После короткой рекламы продолжим об этом разговор. Если вы планируете поехать за границу этим летом, Стоит подготовиться заранее и на всякий случай завести себе карту другую иностранного банка. Причем такие, чтобы Раньше или позже наступит момент, когда из строя будет выведено такое количество мощностей, что речь пойдет уже не о дефиците или ограничениях, не об очередях и талонах, а о полном исчезновении топлива из легальной розничной продажи. Эту тему Путин уже не сможет замотать, забыть или проигнорировать. Вслед за топливом начнут ложиться отрасли, которые от него зависят. А это, в общем-то, вся экономика. Невозможно управлять страной, которая в 21 веке сидит без топлива. Попытки же выйти из кризиса через импорт пока выглядят куром насмех. Мы вот читаем, что Индия поставила в Россию 60 тысяч тонн бензина. Для страны, которая ежедневно потребляет 110 тысяч тонн, это как-то маловато. Но сам этот эпизод говорит о том, что нет никакого значимого запаса прочности. Что Россия, во-первых, теперь зависит от импорта, а во-вторых, импорт не покрывает потребности страны. Кампания по уничтожению НПЗ, конечно же, влияет и на фронт. Причем влияет не только самым прямым образом. Дефицит топлива в тылу неизбежно приводит к дефициту на фронте. Но и косвенно. Чем хуже выглядит война и чем тяжелее ее последствия, тем меньше желающих в ней поучаствовать, даже за большие деньги. Действия Украины продиктованы понятной военной логикой, подкреплены возможностями, и нет никаких оснований предполагать, что они прекратятся или сократятся в обозримом будущем. Единственный вопрос тут заключается в том, что будет дальше. Как атаки на российский тыл будут развиваться? Ведь явно удары по НПЗ не единственное, что может произойти. Украина, очевидно, будет бить, и, в общем-то, уже била, по инфраструктуре экспорта сырой нефти и, возможно, газа. По хранилищам, насосным станциям, портовым терминалам и танкерам, чтобы лишить Путина его главного валютного источника дохода. Частично это происходит уже сейчас. Но пока в цифрах не видно, чтобы эти удары значимо влияли на экспорт и доходы от него. Когда влиять таки начнут, дело времени, но траектория неизбежна. Если не защищена инфраструктура переработки, у нас нет никаких оснований полагать, что инфраструктура экспорта защищена как-то лучше. Вопрос только в количестве и массовости ударов. Следующий тонкий момент и очевидная цель – это энергетика. На примере Крыма мы видим, что Украине под силу погрузить в блэкаут огромный регион. Даже летом, когда потребление энергии не на пиковых значениях. Если что-то можно сделать в Крыму, это можно сделать где угодно. И целью явно станут основные экономические и промышленные центры России, в первую очередь Москва. Можем ли мы себе представить блэкаут в Москве? Все события последнего месяца намекают, что, к сожалению, представить можно все что угодно. Бензин по талонам в половине страны, драки в очередях, лихорадочный поиск авиационного керосина на фоне панических заявлений авиакомпаний. Это не то, что можно было бы себе вообразить еще в начале года. В январе за такие прогнозы насмех бы подняли. Тем не менее, происходит именно это. Те, кто был убежден, что российские власти уж точно что-нибудь придумают, как-нибудь выкрутятся, что не выйдет такую большую страну оставить без топлива, люди эти были вынуждены свои взгляды пересмотреть. Зеленский, в общем-то, без какой-либо двусмысленности эти свои намерения обозначает. Хочет устроить в Москве ужасную зиму, наподобие того, что все эти годы переживал Киев. Прямо сейчас такое представить сложно. Сейчас кажется, что как-нибудь справятся и уж Москву-то защитят. Но это не значит, что в декабре-январе мы с вами не будем обсуждать очередное отключение света в столице России как нечто совершенно обыденное. Такое же обыденное, как сейчас удар по НПЗ. Важный момент тут, кстати, в том, что Москву собираются оставить без света не просто так, а именно как Киев. Путин с самого начала ведет войну нарочито варварскими методами. Ему кажется, что таким образом он силу транслирует. Цель заморозить украинцев в их собственных домах проговаривалась прямым текстом перед каждой грядущей зимой. В реальности же это не демонстрация силы. Тем более, никакую победу такие действия не приблизили. В реальности это обозначение правил войны, причем правил очень поганых. Если бы Украина, даже будучи жертвой нападения, в одностороннем порядке решила терроризировать мирных российских граждан, замораживать их зимой, например, она поимела бы огромные проблемы с союзниками, а могла бы и вовсе утратить мировое сочувствие и некоторое моральное право. Но в такой войне, какой ведет Путин, ни у кого во внешнем мире не найдется аргументов, чтобы задавать Украине какие-то вопросы. Все видели горящие подстанции, ракету по детской больнице. Дня не проходят без ударов по жилым домам. Все слышали заявления с намерениями оставить украинцев без тепла зимой. Видели разрушенные электростанции. Всей Европы собирали украинцам генераторы. Все знают, и Путин этого на удивление не скрывает, что предложение о воздушном перемирии лежит на столе. Защитить НПЗ, терминалы, подстанции, людей в первую очередь. Это то, что Путин может сделать хоть сегодня, и не делает только по собственной прихоти. Какая ж тут апелляция к внешнему общественному мнению? Все знают, лишь один человек на свете ответственен и за то, что в Киеве дома рушатся, и за то, что в Омске НПЗ горит. Картина, которую мы тут нарисовали, выглядит довольно безрадостно и безвыходно. Но на самом деле непонятно, как она могла бы выглядеть иначе. Украина наращивает возможности по дальнобойным ударам? Наращивает. Украина понимает, как устроена российская промышленность, логистика, экономика, где самые слабые места? Очевидно, да. В этом несложно разобраться, даже стороннему наблюдателю. Удары создают Путину проблемы и мешают вести войну? Конечно. Украина несет какие-то издержки в результате наращивания этих ударов? На поле боя, в отношениях с союзниками? Нет, не несет. Даже наоборот. Союзники Украины за последние несколько месяцев вновь поверили, что она способна и воевать, и побеждать. Что ресурсы Путина не бесконечны, и их можно полномерно уничтожать. Абсолютно все говорит нам, что когда мы снова заведем этот разговор через 2-3 месяца или 4, когда снова возьмемся описывать последствия украинских ударов, ударов этих будет больше, а последствия их будут тяжелее. У Путина была возможность не начинать войну 4,5 года назад. На протяжении всех 4,5 лет были возможности ее закончить. Есть возможность закончить ее и сейчас. Украинцы пока на это согласны. Он всеми этими возможностями не воспользовался, и последствия для страны будут тяжелейшими. В первые годы войны многим казалось преувеличением фраза о том, что Путин угрохал нашу страну об стену. Теперь мы своими глазами видим, как это происходит. До завтра.
Что происходит с экономикой, когда в ней заканчивается топливо?
Российская экономика военизирована, но это не экономика военного времени. Задача правительства воюющей страны – обеспечить перераспределение потребления из гражданского сектора в военный.
Мощности выводятся из строя быстрее, чем они могут чиниться. Никакого способа восстановить эту переработку нефтепродуктов, кажется, не существует.
За войну, в конечном итоге, какой бы это ни была война, всегда платит население. Одним из признаков следующего уровня кризиса, на мой взгляд, будет, когда мы увидим резкий рост обменного курса в обменках. Резервы для наращивания военных расходов есть исключительно в невоенной части экономики. Идея заморозить депозиты – это, по большому счету, последний шаг, который можно сделать внутри банковской системы.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Вы на канале «Новой газеты Европа». У нас сегодня замечательный гость. Это Александр Коляндр, научный сотрудник Центра анализа европейской политики в США. Ну, центр находится в США. И довольно, мне кажется, важный экономический аналитик, к мнению которого многие издания и многие эксперты тоже прислушиваются. Поговорим мы, естественно, про состояние российской экономики. Александр, здравствуйте.
Добрый день.
Я хотел с такого вопроса начать. Все до бесконечности обсуждают бензин, но мне кажется, что многие люди фокусируются, как бы на поверхности так называемого топливного кризиса. Поверхность заключается в том, что есть очереди на АЗС, дефицит, просто невозможность купить бензин для того, чтобы заправить автомобиль. Как бы вы, как экономист, как экономический аналитик, сказали, что происходит с экономикой, когда в ней заканчивается топливо или его поставки резко сокращаются? Какие события для экономики в целом наступают, может быть, по каким-то шагам или этапам?
Когда в экономике что-то заканчивается, то растут цены. Тут все очень просто. Бензин и топливо – это достаточно важный элемент внутри потребительской корзины. То есть сам по себе бензин – это процентов 5-6 все топливо потребительской корзины, но проблема в том, что это протекает во все остальные товары. Соответственно, если растут цены на бензин, параллельно будут расти цены на и остальное топливо в силу замены, будут расти стоимости доставки, будут расти стоимости, собственно, товаров, потому что доставку будут перекладывать в товары. И как следствие это растет инфляционное давление внутри экономики. Сегодня бензин в России в некотором смысле является дотационным. Как обеспечивается датирование внутренних цен, ну, хорошо известно, это так называемый демпфер. То есть, когда вертикально интегрированным нефтяным компаниям бюджет доплачивает деньги в счет утерянной прибыли. Потому что нужно заставить компании продавать бензин внутри страны по более низким ценам, а не экспортировать по более высоким. Демпфер таким образом снижает собственные нефтегазовые доходы. И мы видели, что из-за этого Россия не смогла в полной мере капитализировать рост цен на топливо, который произошел в результате войны в Персидском заливе. И, как следствие, это ведет к увеличению бюджетного дефицита. Ну, потому что доходы снижаются. Но мы знаем, что проблемы с дефицитом бюджета на этом не заканчиваются. Там еще есть рост расходов. Но если мы это оставим в сторону, то у нас получается либо рост дефицита за счет продолжения датирования, либо рост инфляции, если цены эти отпустить. Рост инфляции, он тоже отражается в конечном итоге на бюджетных показателях, потому что чем выше инфляция, тем больше нужно тратить на то, что называется процентные платежи, то есть обслуживание долга, и тем больше нужно тратить на всевозможные пособия и выплаты, которые привязаны к инфляции. Инфляция, как мы знаем, сдерживается высокой ставкой Центрального банка. Высокая ставка Центрального банка что делает? Она тормозит всю остальную невоенную экономику. Как следствие, расширяется дырка между военной и невоенной экономикой, а объем налогов, собираемых с широкой экономики, снижается, и тоже это оказывается в истории про дефицит бюджета. Дефицит бюджета нужно каким-то образом закрывать. Если нет желания, возможности и решимости сокращать расходы, то его нужно закрывать. На сегодня единственный способ закрывать дефицит бюджета у российского правительства – это занимать деньги на внутреннем рынке у государственных банков. И мы все помним, что недавно были приняты поправки, которые более-менее разрешают Минфину неограниченно увеличивать объем долгов. Там есть ограничения на то, что нельзя занимать денег больше, чем есть на счете казначейства. Ну, иными словами, деньги, которые как бы есть, но еще не учтены. Но как это будет работать практически, в общем, никто на рынке не знает. Соответственно, у нас получается такая обратная связь, спираль. Дефицит, инфляционное давление, высокая ставка, опять дефицит, и все это ситуация самовоспроизводящейся спирали. Вот с точки зрения макроэкономики, удар по российскому производству топлива дает именно это. Я не знаю, до какой степени украинские военные власти это понимали, но в любом случае они это наверняка сейчас видят. И это, безусловно, их должно подталкивать к тому, чтобы это продолжать. Они наконец-то нащупали больную точку. И эта точка оказалась гораздо более болезненной, чем удары по экспортной инфраструктуре, потому что российская нефть обкладывается налогами не в момент экспорта, а в момент добычи.
Меня поражает вот в разговоре про этот так называемый топливный кризис, сама эта терминология, ее, кстати, используют и независимые медиа, и подцензурные, ну, какой-то такой мягкий способ описывать происходящее, предполагает, что вот сейчас правительство соберется, Путин проведет несколько совещаний, еще мы съездим в Казахстан, заправимся, еще нам Индия пошлет бензин, и после этого топливный кризис каким-то образом закончится. Я пока не понимаю, как это работает, потому что, судя по тому, что мы наблюдаем с точки зрения действий украинских военных, мощности выводятся из строя быстрее, чем они могут чиниться. Никакого способа восстановить эту переработку нефтепродуктов, кажется, не существует внутри страны. И в этом контексте я бы вам задал вопрос, вот ваши прогнозы в течение до того момента, когда вот этот так называемый топливный кризис случился. Вы достаточно много писали про мягкую посадку, так называемую, российской экономики. О том, что, ну да, темпы роста будут невысокие, да, возможно, инфляция будет превышать рост экономики, и мы будем иметь такую стагнирующую ситуацию, когда цены растут, а экономика не увеличивается в объемах. Что вы сейчас думаете по поводу вот этих прогнозов про мягкую посадку? Наметилось ли какой-то уже перелом в нынешней ситуации, или пока нам рано делать выводы?
Мы не знаем, насколько это будет серьезно, но мы уже видим последствия. Мы видим, что Минфин отменяет раз за разом размещение долга, потому что не хочет платить такой высокий процент. Видимо, у Минфина есть некое внутреннее нежелание занимать выше, чем под 15%, а длинный ОФЗ после обвала теперь дает доходность 16%. Обвал на фондовом рынке, который вызван и тем, что принято называть геополитикой, восстановлением санкций против Лукойла, Роснефти, падением цен на нефть, общим опасением роста долга и общим пониманием того, что ставки никто не будет снижать. Потому что до этого, с января, в общем, все ожидали решительных снижений ставок со стороны ЦБ. Но бюджетная политика это делать не позволила. А бюджетная политика, давайте не будем забывать, что это не абстрактный конь в вакууме, а это прямое отражение военных расходов. А сокращать военные расходы не по рангу ни Министерству финансов, ни, вообще говоря, наверное, правительству. Поэтому мы видим и обвал на фондовом рынке, мы видим и достаточно серьезное ослабление курса рубля, но мы пока не видим общего развала финансовой системы. На мой взгляд, конечно, было бы, наверное, полезно для экономики девальвировать рубль, но тут есть опасность, с одной стороны, дальнейшего увеличения инфляции, потому что чем дешевле рубль, тем больше это перетекает в инфляцию, хотя сейчас меньше, чем до 2022 года, в силу того, что Россия меньше зависит от долларового импорта. И, в общем, ничего хорошего я по-прежнему не вижу, но я и не вижу, не думаю, что это приведет к какому-то коллапсу. Скорее всего, я пока склонен повторять свое наблюдение, что это загнивание и деградация может быть с чуть большей скоростью. Какие будут приняты меры болезненные для населения, потому как я подозреваю, что в любом случае будет платить население после выборов, я сказать не берусь. Видимо, курс будет и на девальвацию рубля, и, видимо, даже на инфляцию, на увеличение инфляции. Платить за это будет население ростом инфляции.
Да, верно я понял, что люди заплатят снижением покупательной способности в очередной раз за вот нынешнюю ситуацию в российской экономике и планы Путина на продолжение войны?
За войну, в конечном итоге, какой бы это ни была война, всегда платит население.
Можем ли мы какие-то группы людей, таких плательщиков, которые первые стоят в очереди и теряют из-за войны больше всего, и, может быть, регионы какие-то еще, которые тоже внутри вот этого процесса лидера?
регионами сложнее в силу того,
Никогда не опускай руки. Всегда иди вперед, даже когда очень трудно и нелегко. Верь в лучшее, и у тебя обязательно все получится. Никогда не опускай руки.
что бюджетная система устроена так, что регионы поддерживаются. А что касается людей, то, как всегда при инфляции, платят те, у кого есть сбережения, и кто зарабатывает, грубо говоря, на прибыли, а не на объеме продаж. И мы видим, что прибыли падают. Там вот полю золота, например, больше дивидендов не платит. На днях тут сказал. И это означает, что платить будут те, у кого активы лежат в сбережениях, будь то на фондовом рынке, будь то в облигациях или будь то в депозитах. Если же вы занимаетесь, уважаемые зрители, обычным рэкетом магазинов и собираете с них деньги как процент от оборота, то тогда какое-то время вам это будет не очень страшно, особенно если эти магазины торгуют жизненно необходимыми товарами. Иными словами, те, кто зарабатывают или сохраняют сбережения на прибыли или на доходности, будь то депозитная и доходность, или те, кто вложил деньги в долги, те будут платить больше, чем те, кто живет на потоке. Иными словами, например, люди с индексируемой пенсией пострадают меньше, потому что им ее будут индексировать по инфляции. Большие подробности наверняка можно изучить в любой книжке про немецкую инфляцию 20-х годов, где, как мы помним, хорошо было, относительно хорошо, было госслужащим, тем, чьи зарплаты индексировались, и тем, кто получал какие-то деньги в валюте от заграницы, будь то какие-то, я не знаю, гонорары или прибыли от продаж. Те, у кого были внутренние сбережения, в таком или в ином виде, пострадали больше других.
Я вам предлагаю такой, я бы сказал, ужасающий мысленный эксперимент. Представьте себе...
Wait, or should I pull? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I'm gonna pull right now. Give me 1 or 6 plus 1. One.
Looking for me? Mint's here!
One. 2. Give me 5.
Looking for me?
Yes.
Mint's here!
4. 6.
V. Adler. At your service.
Come on, give me 4. 3. Finally. And then 1, please.
I won't let my powers control me.
Please. Ah, come on. That's cool.
Alois V. Adler. At your service.
Yay! I don't need to pull everything to get it.
Me? I'm here. Do you want to hang out? Me? I'm here.
Should we head out?
I'm always available.
Got something to say? Leave the strongest one to me.
I'm ready. ETD4 on scene.
Pleasure working with you. Invited guest here. I don't want this to be a wasted trip.
Another new day. Got it. Leave it to me. Another new day. Do you... I'll do my best.
Got something to say? I'm not a good person to kill time with. Got something to say? Taking a shortcut down.
А,
Providing backup.
Oh, here's a mess. Come on, let's fight.
I can do this.
Engage. Stay out of trouble.
Stay back. So much trouble.
Nothing.
Leave it to me.
Shift change. Don't.
Please, trust me.
Come on, let's. I'm not a good person to kill.
Oh well.
Got something to say?
I don't like those two. Oh yeah, this is better indeed. Oh, so this is the thing. Let's see. Interesting. So R is an ability. A wall doesn't necessarily do the thing that I want over time.
Please, trust me.
Here's your delivery.
But leave it to me. Scale again. Scale again. Deal. Deal. Scale again. Sorry,
Where did I pull it from? I like the design, but not the anything else.
Stay back. Taking a shortcut down.
Providing backup.
All right, taking over.
I'll take point.
Time for the profession. I don't do vague requests. Pleasure working with you. I don't do vague requests. Feels good.
Okay, it's still like that. One hand up. But at least it looks better. For every 3 beverage stacks.
I don't mind helping you with the store, but don't expect me to make bank.
Currently I can change it, and maybe that will make it better. Delivery is free. Not a restock unlocked.
I'm not a good person to kill time with.
The 371. 371. 4 to 2. Okay, so it just works for beverage, works for everything. One, two, three, four, four. So if I go for which one is highest for 4 of them, it's maybe the lowest one is the highest one. Actually, no, 5. Mm. Mm.
do vague requests.
Should I get cutter? Oh.
Got something to say?
What? Was this? What the fuck is that? Okay, so 17, 18. Divided by 3 is 6 months. Literally. Alright, let's see.
Milk with 3 sugars. Isn't that just sugar water?
Wasn't it you who insisted on drinking coffee? Life is bitter enough.
Stay back. Taking a shortcut down. If only I had wings. Time for the professionals to thank you for your patronage.
I can do this. Chasing the rally.
All right, taking over. Far from it. I'm not a good person to kill time with. Got something to say?
The paperwork you need is on the desk.
Alright, whatever. Йо. Йо. I think I found what I wanted to find. Ooh. Okay. Okay, I found the balls that are most likely to be the ones that I'm interested in. Mm. Mm. Let's see if I can just order a ball from Aliball. Fiberglass balls. Oh god. Tatar ball. 85 USD. Okay.
Hit him where it hurts. Put that aside.
Kama's itching to jump in.
Wind shear.
Time for a surprise.
Hit him where it hurts. Let's make this quick.
My mouse always dubs.
Found your weakness. You won't be difficult. Take this.
Okay, that's something. Even though it's not energy regen, that's something. Yeah, we're all gonna die. Bang bang nightmare. Yes, we're going to Ashura. Okay. Ditto. Let's see. Deadly Assault. Done. Shield Defense. Done. And I not want to try it any further.
never turn you down. A wise choice. You know I would never turn you down.
Yeah, so this. I take this one. And use something like this one instead. Why is that in the first spot? If this is just better. Come go into 20%. Thank you. One more time. No, crit rate. Oh well. Still, that's something. Technically, that's an increase, I think.
A wise choice.
Nice choice indeed.
A wise choice. You know I would never turn you down.
Alright, that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck for have fun. Thanks for